Bom dia a todas as pessoas aqui presentes e a quem assiste online ao Fórum da Igualdade.
Good morning to everyone here,
Informamos que os
to
canais
all
de
of those
tradução
following this encounter.
são
Simultaneous interpreting, we have one for Portuguese, two for English, and 5 for
Neste
French.
encontro que reúne em Guimarães
In this meeting that brings together in Guimarães feminists and specialists from Portugal, France, and other countries, outstanding figures in the study and defense of women's rights and feminism, who will debate old and new issues, approaching the most mediatized themes in the light of equality or the lack thereof between women and men. For this official opening session, we have the honor of having Domingos Bragança, the mayor of Guimarães, our host, whom we would ask to come on stage to kick off this forum.
Excelentíssimo professor Dr. João Costa, Sr. Ministro da
The
Educação.
Professor João Costa, Minister of Education.
Cidade também de Guimarães.
Welcome to the city of Guimarães.
Ribeiro, Presidente da
Dear
Comissão
Sandra
Parcial
Ribeiro,
de Igualdade do Género. Excelentíssimo Sr. Vice-Presidente da SIG, Dr. Manuel Alvano.
dear Vice President of CIG, Manuel Alvano, dear Commissary for the Portuguese side, Manuel Judis,
Excelentíssima Senhora Comissária pela parte francesa, Victoire de Rosa.
dear Commissary Victoire de Rosa, dear Vice President is the Deputy Mayor, dear representatives of the city, dear participants,
Excelentíssimas senhoras convidadas e convidados, todos aqueles que
dear guests, all of those following us on streaming, dear journalists, ladies and gentlemen.
A cidade de Guimarães e o seu território
The city of Guimarães and the territory of Guimarães have selected
como pilares
as
do
pillars
desenvolvimento
for
da
development,
educação,
education,
cultura
culture,
e a ciência.
and science.
Entendemos nós que através destes
We
três
do
pilares,
realize that via
nós
these three
empoderamos o
pillars,
cidadão,
we empower the citizen,
a economia
we strengthen
e
the
abraçamos
economy,
as principais causas
and we
da
take
preocupação
on the main causes that are cross-sectional to the
da
humanity,
da transição climática e energética,
namely
do ambiente, portanto, no geral,
climate,
e
environment,
nós em
energy
Guimarães dizemos
transition,
proteção da natureza e viver
and
em
also
harmonia com a
protection of
natureza.
nature, living in harmony and with nature.
Somos uma cidade histórica porque reabilitamos e
We are an
preservamos
historical city because
o legado
we
edificado.
preserve our legacy in our buildings.
Somos uma cidade que
We are a
preserva
city
o seu
that
material, a sua cultura,
preserves its immateriality, its culture,
deste seu
and
passado,
that from this
onde nasceu
past,
Portugal,
where
onde
Portugal
nasceu a
was born,
nacionalidade,
the birth
nós
of the
deste
nation,
passado, desta história, fazemos também
we
uma história para o
also
futuro.
make a history
Significa
for
que
the
nós
future.
cristalizamos,
This means that
nós
we are not
sabemos o valor que
crystallized.
temos
We know
contar essa
how
história,
good we have it in
mas
terms of our
queremos projetar
history,
através da nossa
but
história
we
este
want to
legado
bring it
do nosso
further,
futuro.
this legacy of our future,
Exatamente
and a
educação
future
pela
that is
ciência.
connected with education, science,
E sabemos
culture.
que a educação e a ciência
We are
cultural
aware that
têm
education,
que ter
science, and culture
como a
need
sua
to follow
sustentação uma sociedade democrática, uma
a
sociedade moderna,
democratic
uma sociedade
society,
constantemente reflexiva,
a
a formar
society
um
that
pensamento livre,
forms a
para que
free
todos os
thinking
cidadãos se
so that
sintam
all
incluídos e
citizens
todos os
can
cidadãos
feel
incluídos,
included,
felizes na construção do seu
so
processo
that they can feel
de
happy
futuro e na sua
in
construção.
terms of the future and in
Nestes
their
pilares, nós
lives.
obviamente incluímos
Of course, that
igualdade de
in these
género,
pillars we have gender equality
pensamento de que todos somos
and the
iguais,
thinking
somos
that we
diferentes e
are
iguais,
all the same, we are all
somos
different and the
todos
same. We are all
necessários para
necessary
que na diversidade e neste caso
so
na
that
igualdade de
in
género,
diversity and gender
na,
equality,
na capacidade de percebermos
in the capacity of
subtileza da
understanding the
desigualdade existente,
subtleness where the
género,
existing
isto é,
gender
sociedades
inequality
ocidentais
Western
pensam que
societies many
igualdade de género
times
está
think that gender
no céu
equality
e nós sabemos que não está.
is
E se
already a
pensarmos
given, and
das
it
cidades
is not,
europeias ou
especially if you think
da
about
cultura europeia
European
por outras
cities or
culturas, nós
European culture
percebemos
for other
que os
cultures.
elementares
We
direitos básicos
understand
das
that
mulheres
the
não
basic
estão
rights of
concedidos,
women
muito
are
menos
not
da
being
diversidade de género
respected.
e da inclusão. O que há é
Gender
muito a fazer.
equality and
Se queremos
inclusion are not
ser
a given and are
sociedades de
not a
referência,
reality yet.
nós
If
temos
we
que tratar
want to
primeiro de
be
nossa casa.
a
Formamos
benchmark
pessoas com
society,
convicção,
we need to
de
tidy
tal
up our
maneira
room
que
first
daqui permite irradiar para todo mundo de que de
so
facto
that
nós
we can bring to the
tratamos
entire world the
de
fact
que todos
that
sejamos iguais.
we want
Quando olho
everyone
para
to
este
be the
encontro, o
same.
encontro feminista,
When I see this meeting, this
sabendo da
feminist
história
meeting,
do
knowing
feminismo,
about
nós
history of
queremos
feminism,
aqui de Guimarães dizer,
we
continuem cada vez com mais
want to
força
tell you,
a refletir, a formar
keep
pensamento,
going,
mas desse pensamento passarem cada vez mais
keep
a
it
ação,
strong,
porque há muita
bring it to action
trabalho a fazer.
because there is a lot of
Isto,
work
como
to
nós
be
aqui
done,
dizemos em Guimarães,
a
não é o
lot
primeiro rei
of
conquistador
conquering
desta
because our
terra,
first
que há
king
muita
was the
coisa por
conqueror of the
fazer.
country.
Há
There is still
muita
a
coisa
long
por fazer.
way to go.
E o que posso é desejar aqui este fórum
So I wish
consiga
you all
daqui ter uma maior estruturação,
to have a great
pensamento para a
structuring,
ação e depois
thinking
a
into
trabalho
action,
comunitário, como nós aqui também dizemos.
and then to
Sem comunidade,
everything as
nós
we
não
said.
conseguimos
Without the
transformar.
community, we cannot
E a melhor
transform
forma
the
de criar
world.
comunidade é começar
And the
exatamente pela
best way
cultura
to bring the
educativa.
community
É
start with the
fundamental criar
educational
educativa.
community. That
Desde
is
a
the
tenra idade,
main
eu costumo dizer,
thing.
desde o,
Since young age,
se quiserem até ter berçário, mas
since,
mais
well, if
aqui
you
na
will, since
infância,
birth, but more the
obviamente nas
kindergarten,
famílias
okay?
e nas famílias,
Obviously,
claro,
in
também
families,
através das entidades culturais
this
e
will happen
sociais,
via cultural
incluindo
and
a
social
organização, incluindo as
entities of
empresas,
the
os lugares de
organization,
trabalho,
including
os meios de
companies,
trabalho,
the work,
das instituições culturais.
its cultural
Todos
institutions.
fazemos parte
We are
para esta
all part
transformação do mundo para
of
melhor
this
e
transformation
fiquemos
of the
com a
world
ideia
for the better.
de
Let's
que
not just
esta
get the
igualdade
idea
já será
that this
alcançada.
equality is
Há
already
desigualdades
enough.
sutis
It's
que
not.
nós temos que vencer.
There is a subtle
E
inequality
este,
that we
de
need to
facto,
fight.
desejo
And this, in
que
fact, is
este
something
fórum
that I wish you
seja
all that this
aperfeiçoador
forum
da ação
can perfect the
na
action
comunidade,
in
para
the
que as cidades
community
sejam melhores, e neste caso também Guimarães. Guimarães,
and
cidade de
also
educação,
to Guimarães,
cultura e
city
ciência,
of education,
também tem trabalho a
culture,
fazer, caminho a
science. We
fazer,
also
para que esta
have a
inclusão,
long
esta
way to
diversidade de género,
go
a
so
igualdade de
that
género,
this
seja uma
inclusion
realidade.
and
Obrigado
gender
a todos
equality
pela atenção.
becomes a reality. Thank you all.
Agradecemos as suas palavras, Sr. Presidente da Câmara.
Thank you,
Agradecemos também o
dear
apoio de todas e
Mayor.
todos que nos ajudaram
We
a
also
fazer
thank
acontecer
everyone who
este
helped
Fórum da
us to make
Igualdade
this Equality
Encontro
Forum
Feminista,
a feminist
designadamente
meeting
à Câmara Municipal de
a
Guimarães,
reality,
que nos
namely
acolhe,
to the city
ao
of
Grupo de
Guimarães, to
Intersexualidades do
the
Instituto de Literatura
intersexualities group
Comparada
of the
Margarida
Institute for
Loza,
Comparative
pela
Literature,
sua
Margarida
valiosa
Loza,
colaboração,
for their
ao
valuable
Profitecla
cooperation,
e
to
ao Leclerc,
Profitecla and
mecenas que
Leclerc,
apoiaram este fórum,
patrons who
ao
supported this
Instituto
forum, to
Nacional
the
para a
National
Reabilitação que
Institute for
possibilitou a presença
Rehabilitation,
da Sofia
which enabled the
Figueiredo
presence of
e de
Sofia
Luís
Figueiredo
Oriola para
and Luis
realizar a
Oriola
interpretação deste
to
fórum em língua
interpret this
gestual
forum in
portuguesa,
Portuguese Sign
à delegação
Language, to
francesa
the
que
French
connosco
delegation
trabalhou,
who worked with us,
nomeadamente ao
namely
Instituto
to the
Francês,
French
ao Ministério
Institute,
da
the
Cultura, da
Ministry of
Europa
Culture,
e dos
Europe and
Negócios
Foreign
Estrangeiros,
Affairs,
da igualdade entre mulheres e
gender
homens,
equality,
diversidade e igualdade de
diversity and
oportunidades,
equal
educação
opportunities, and for
superior,
higher education,
investigação e
research, and
inovação. E
innovation.
agradecer em particular
And
à
to thank in
Comissária
particular to
Vitoire
Commissioner
de Rosa
Vituard de
e ao seu
Rosa
espírito
and a
conciliador e
conciliatory
à sua
spirit and
incansável
tireless
equipa.
team.
Agradecer também a quem trabalhou
To
conosco
those
da
who
parte
worked with us on the
portuguesa
Portuguese
em
side
representação
in
da Comissão para a
representation from the
Cidadania e Igualdade
Commission
de
for
Género.
Citizenship and Gender
Merecido
Equality, a
agradecimento a
deserved
esta
thank
equipa que
you to
foi
this
capaz de
team
resolver
that
sempre
was
todos os
able to solve
problemas
all
e
the
ultrapassar
problems and
obstáculos que foram
obstacles that
surgindo,
arose,
sempre com espírito construtivo e focada em fazer
also
acontecer.
focused on making it happen.
Comissariado Português da temporada,
Or the
destacando a
commissioning
Comissária Manuela Judice,
Commissioner Manuela Judice, the Deputy Minister in Parliamentary Affairs, the Secretary of State for Equality and Migrations, and also for the government areas of culture and education. Let us all thank also Luisa Sequeira and Luisa Marinho, who gave us the opportunity to screen the documentary What Can Words Do, and who will provide us with the artistic and cultural interventions, namely to ANTI, Association of Narrative and Intervention Theatre, that will bring us the project Tabu, and to the Virginia Moura Group of Schools, or school cluster, which will present you as a stage reading on the new Portuguese letters. And nothing better than to listen to the Minister of Education, João Costa. We are privileged to have here with us and to whom we pass the floor. Good morning. Pleasure to be here with you. Let me start by greeting the mayor, my dear friend, and his team. Thank you for welcoming me to this wonderful, wonderful city. I have to say it's wonderful, Lord, the Deputy Mayor will be mad at me. Let me greet also the Portuguese and French commissaries, all participants, and those who are following us online. And let me tell you why am I happy to be here. Well, it's very nice to see that we never get tired of working and debating equality. And not being tired means this definition that equality is never a given. Things that we were able to conquer for many years, things that always come from fighting for fundamental rights, these are wins that can always be taken, can always have setbacks. There might always be someone who understands that that right is not a right at all. And I also have this, I'm fortunate to participate in an event that is still touching a lot of open wounds, wounds that are not yet solved, that need to be answered. So, in the different countries of the world, we see every day the rights of women being disrespected. We are all very, very mad about what happens in Iran, in Afghanistan. Examples, clear examples of setbacks in the rights of women. Although there have been promises that the rights of women would not be at stake, but we have some solidarity, yes, and we think that it is impossible. But there's the risk also of thinking that reaching the rights of women only happens far away in some countries, that it does not happen right to our door, our neighborhood, our city, our country. And even though the violence and disrespect for the rights of women might not have such a strong, violent expressions like in some places of the world, we cannot conform with something that, well, it's not that bad here. So, whenever we have the breach of human rights, it's bad. It's bad. So, in Portugal, this mirrored things that happened to the rest of the EU, and these are data with which we share some concerns. with this country in putting together this season, seeing that these women have this definition 14 and 16% lower than men. When we know that despite this, we have a rate in higher education that is higher in men than women, in the access to supervisory and managing roles, men take most of the places, most of the jobs. Women work more, especially if we consider paid work and non-paid work. So when we realize that the victims of domestic violence are mainly women in schools, dating violence, the victims are mostly women. A man who is determined that his job is brave. A woman who is determined that her job looks like a man. So these are all very clear signs that there is still a long way to go. Portugal has been one of the countries growing the most in the index of equality between men and women. We also have a faster growth because our starting point was worse. That's why we're moving faster. But the fact that we still have a long way to go justifies forums for equality, feminism, and this struggle. Allow me to use this. This struggle belongs to us all. When I say all, I always took myself as a feminist, and one of the worst mistakes of feminism is thinking that this is a cause of women. The world needs feminist men. The world needs people to say that feminism is a cause of human rights, the rights of all. If there is no equality, I'm a worse man than if we have equality between men and women. So what we're talking about is human development on the quality of democracies, of development as a species, as humanity. So this has three governing areas here, and in France, area of equality, culture, and education. And it's very timely, this marriage between these three areas. If this is really obvious, equality in this organization and takes on this cross-sectional dimension, it is clear that many of the things that we have inequality between men and women, many of the successes and the wins needed culture and art, because many times it is via a literary work, as we had the new Portuguese letters, or a theater play, or an essay, or a film, a documentary, a poem, are we able to bring messages that will not get there because a poem can go deeper than a chart. A poem is deeper than a percentage. That's why culture has had a pivotal role in this connection of the need of the emergency of respect for human rights. Equally and obviously, education could not be forgotten. As the mayor said, this starts early, very early, to have a vast set of stereotypes, deconstructing behaviors that if we don't present other possible realities, we are aware of what happens. An environment where we have domestic violence means that perpetrators come about, and sons of perpetrators become perpetrators. A son of someone who is a victim of someone who follows the machismo view will also become the same thing. So this is not limited to homes. This has to do with humanitarian. It's a very severe problem of society. We break cycles of violence if we bring alternatives to the table.
é a
And
função
bringing
primeira
this to the
dos
table
sistemas
is
educativos.
the main
Pode não
job of
parecer óbvio, mas pensemos, nós
education.
nascemos,
We
perdoem-me estar
are
aqui o meu
born,
bocadinho de linguista, nascemos predispostos para falar,
we
não nascemos
were
predispostos para
born
ler.
to talk,
Tem de ser aprendido,
not
tem de
to
ser
read.
ensinado
We need to
explicitamente.
learn how to
E se
read.
não
It
houver
needs to be
reensino,
taught. And
não
if we
há
don't
esse mundo
have people
alternativo
teaching
da
this
liberdade pela
alternative
leitura.
world
Pois
of
também, se
freedom
não
by
houver
reading,
reensino, nós podemos nunca quebrar estes
so we
ciclos de
might
discriminação,
never
de
break
ódio
the
e de
cycles of
violência. E é por
discrimination,
isso que em
hate,
Portugal
and
assumimos a
violence.
centralidade da área da cidadania e
This is
desenvolvimento
terms
no
of
nosso país.
citizenship.
É por isso que, apesar de fortes oposições, não hesitamos
This
em
is a
ter
strong
a
opposition. We
igualdade de
cannot
género como
hesitate
um
in
tema
having gender equality as something
crítico no
that is
nosso
critical
desenvolvimento
in
curricular.
our
Porquê?
curricular development.
Porque aquilo que
Why?
estamos a falar
Well,
é de
because what we're
direitos
talking
humanos e
about
os
is
direitos
human
humanos não se
rights,
negociam,
and human rights
não se
cannot
adiam,
be negotiated,
não
cannot be
são
delayed,
considerados
are
secundários,
not considered
são tão
secondary.
fundamentais,
They
até
are
mais
as
fundamentais
fundamental or
do que a
even more
matemática, a física
than math,
quântica, a geografia, a
chemistry,
filosofia.
physics,
É uma área
philosophy. It
tão
is an
crítica como
area
todas
which is so
aquelas que nos
critical
levam
as
enquanto
all the
seres humanos.
others that
Porquê? Porque
elevate
estamos a
us as
falar
human
de
beings.
passar
We are
mensagens
talking
absurdas,
about conveying
estamos a
absurd
falar
messages.
de
No, of course not.
consciência
We are talking
da
about an
desigualdade,
awareness
da
of the
informação sobre a
inequality,
desigualdade,
of
que é o primeiro
information on
passo
inequality,
para
which is the
mobilizar
first
todos
step
para uma
to
luta
mobilize
pelo
us all
respeito pelos direitos humanos
fighting
de cada um.
for human
E
rights.
por isso,
And so,
este fórum é também uma
this
ajuda
forum
para
is
os ouvi
also
falar,
very
fazendo
useful.
aqui cometendo deslize diplomático, mas ouço falar, penso eu, em nome dos dois países e dos dois
I
governos.
think I can
Este
talk
fórum é
on
uma
behalf of
ajuda
the two
para nós todos
governments.
que
I hope
estamos
I'm
em
not
cargos de
breaching the
decisão
protocol.
política,
This is
que
very
precisamos da
helpful for us
academia,
all
precisamos
because
da
we need
reflexão,
the academy.
precisamos do
We need
debate
to think
e da
about
discussão
things. We
melhor
need a
para
debate in
poder
order to better
continuar
decide,
a
in
não
order to
desistir e no
continue to
dia a
not
dia
give
olharmos à
up,
nossa volta,
so that we
formarmos
can
crianças
go
e
around
jovens que
to
olham à
form
sua
children
volta
and
e
youngsters who
conseguem
also look around and
transformar o
they
mundo, porque é
can
disso que a
transform the
educação,
world
da educação
because
trata.
that is what
Este
education is
trabalho,
here to
dizia eu,
address.
e pegando nas
This
palavras do
work,
Sr.
as I
Presidente da
said,
Câmara, é um
and
trabalho que
building
deve
upon what the
começar
mayor
cedo.
said, is
É
something
um
that
trabalho que deve
must
começar
start
cedo.
early.
Lembro de uma vez
It
que
must start
visitei
early,
uma
and I
escola
remember one time I went to a
em
school
Coimbra,
in
em que
Coimbra
os meninos do pré-escolar
where the
tinham
kids,
feito
the
para o Dia
preschool,
do Pai,
have
penso que eram umas
made
t-shirts que diziam
some
uma coisa
T-shirts, I
simples
think,
como
said
o
something
pai não
that
ajuda,
is,
o pai faz.
Father does not help, Father
E
does.
de facto, às vezes o diabo está nos
So
detalhes.
many
Esta
times
assunção
it's the
de que a
little
mulher
things,
faz
right?
e o homem é muito
This
simpático se ajudar
preconception
em casa,
that women do things and men help, and they're very nice when they
revela desde
help.
muito cedo
It clearly
quão
states
erradas estão
how
as nossas
wrong
concepções sobre o
our
papel
understanding is
que a
on the
mulher faz
role
ou que o
of
homem
one
faz.
and the other.
Ou então a mulher ajuda,
Both,
o homem ajuda.
both of
Não
them
há
do
um que
things,
tenha
or
a
both of
missão
them help.
e outro que
There
nas
is
horas
no
vagas pode,
one with a
pode
mission and
apoiar.
others in the free time can
Este é
give
um
some
caminho,
support. This is a path,
que
this
nunca
is a
deve
way
desviar
that should
as nossas
never,
atenções,
ever
porque há
detour
muitos
our
distratores,
attentions because
há
there are many
muitas
distracting
negações neste
factors,
caminho que é
a
preciso
lot of
trilhar,
denials,
mas
but,
enquanto houver
but
desigualdade,
while
estes
there's
fóruns farão
inequality,
sentido.
these forums
Se
will
calhar
make
todos
sense.
desejamos que um dia já não
Maybe we
seja
all
preciso
wanted
fórum para a
to not
igualdade,
be
que um dia já não
necessary one
seja
day a
preciso uma
forum for
comissão
equality,
para a igualdade de
that we
género,
don't need a
será
committee
muito bom
for
se calhar,
gender
porque é
equality.
sinal que
That
já
would be
tudo,
very
já
nice
tudo
because
está
it means
normalizado, já
that
tudo está
everything is
adquirido e
normalized,
só
everything
precisamos
is a
estar
given,
atentos
and
para
we
ver
can
se
only
está
pay
adquirido
attention
na
to see
rua.
if
Uma
that
boa jornada de
is
trabalho,
not
muitos
getting a
parabéns aos
setback. So
organizadores e muitos
congratulations
parabéns
to
às
everyone who
nossas
put this
comissárias
together. Congratulations to
por
our
o tema da
commissaries
igualdade
for
nesta
bringing
agenda,
the
que é
subject of
cultural,
equality for this
mas
agenda, which is cultural,
não seria cultura plena se não fosse uma
but
cultura
it
que
would
nos
not be
inspira
culture
e
in
nos
full
mobiliza. Muito
if
obrigado.
didn't mobilize us. Thank you.
Muito agradecemos as suas palavras, Sr.
Thank you
Ministro.
very much for your
Convidamos
words.
agora a subir
We
ao
now
palco
invite Marinela
Para um momento
Freitas
muito simbólico
for
e
a very
sentido
symbolic
de
and felt
homenagem
word
a
for a
Ana
few words
Luísa
of paying
Amaral.
tribute to Ana Luisa Amaral.
Muito bom dia a todos e a todas.
Good morning.
Há 2 meses e 2 semanas,
2 months
Ana
and
Luísa
2 weeks
Amaral
ago,
deixou-nos.
Ana Luisa
Como ela
Amaral
diria
left
num dos
us.
seus poemas,
Or as she would
ficou
say in one of
despegada
her
do seu corpo
poems,
e tornou-se
she
átomo livre lá no
detached from
céu,
his body and became a
voando lá no
free
céu,
atom in the sky,
completamente desnuda.
flying
E é
in
assim
an
que eu gostaria de
amazed
lembrá-la
happiness.
hoje,
That's
com
how I
alegria
would
e
like to remember
deslumbramento.
her,
Em primeiro
with
lugar, deslumbramento pela
dazzlement
sua
and joy
poesia.
because of
Ana
her
Luísa Amaral
poetry.
deixa-nos uma obra
Ana Luisa
absolutamente
Amaral
singular,
gives a body
uma
of
obra cuja
work that
grandeza e
is singular,
complexidade Eduardo Lourenço um
which
dia descreveu
grandeur.
como
Eduardo
sendo a
Lourenço
de um novo
said
Pessoa.
it is a
Porque, como
new
dizia um
Fernando
crítico
Pessoa,
norte-americano
as a
aclamado
North
por publicação
American
nos Estados Unidos,
critic said
em
when
Como
she was
Poemas What's
published
in a Name, em
in the
2020,
United States of
e
What's in
cito
the
o
Name in
crítico:
2020,
pensávamos
and
que
I
já
quote,
sabíamos tudo
we
sobre
thought that we
poesia.
knew
E
everything
depois,
about
lemos
poetry,
Ana Luísa
and
Amaral.
then
Fim
we
de
read
citação.
Ana Luisa Amaral.
Em segundo lugar,
End of quote.
deslumbramento pelo seu trabalho
So an
académico como
amazement for her
investigadora,
academic work
que
as a
hoje vamos homenagear
researcher that
também.
today we
Ana
pay
Luísa
tribute
Amaral
to.
sempre aliou o seu rigor
She always
intelectual com uma
connected her
generosidade
intellectual rigor with a
ímpar, razão
generosity
pela qual
that's
dedicou
a
grande
reason for
parte da
which
sua
she
vida
dedicated
à
part of her
divulgação do
life
trabalho de
to
outras escritoras e de
disseminating
outros
this.
escritores, quer através do ensaio
And
da tradução,
on the
quer
essay
através do seu
of
primeiro
translation
trabalho, ou de
and
projetos de
program or
investigação no espaço
projects
académico,
of
como aqueles que entre
research
2009
as
e
the ones that
2015
since '09 and
resgataram novas
'16
cartas portuguesas para o
brought
seu
new
justo lugar na
Portuguese
história
letters for
nacional.
their fair place
Nunca
in
em
the
nome de
national story
autopromoção, sempre
and
em nome da
history,
literatura e do seu
always
fascínio
for
pelas
literature
palavras.
and her
E em
fascination
terceiro
with
lugar,
words. Third,
deslumbramento pelo seu
a
feminismo.
dazzlement because
Ana
of
Luísa Amaral
feminism.
foi fundamental para a
She
implementação de estudos
was
feministas em latina e
pivotal
queer na
for
Universidade do
feminist
Porto, quando
studies at
criou e
University of
lecionou
Porto, where
diversas
she
cadeiras
created
nessas
and taught
áreas, tendo sido
many
responsável
different
pela formação
subjects,
feminista de
being
centenas de
responsible
estudantes,
for the
rapazes
feminist
e
training of
raparigas, que
hundreds
com
of
ela
boys and
aprenderam a amar o
girls
mundo na
who
sua
learned
infinita variedade.
to see the
Mas foi
world in
também
its
um feminismo
infinite
ativista,
variety,
o dela, quer
also
através da colaboração em
advocacy
iniciativas da SIG e de
and
tantas outras
activism
associações e
in
organismos
many
de
other
defesa dos direitos das
associations and
mulheres e dos
bodies
direitos
defending the
humanos,
rights of
quer através da
women and
participação em
human
manifestações
rights
públicas de
and
gramofone na
participation
mão,
in
como
public
provém, quer
manifestations,
através de textos
and
publicados na
also
imprensa
texts that
portuguesa
were
como
published in
cidadã,
Portuguese
onde
press
sempre
as a
lutou contra
citizen,
formas
where she
várias,
always
nas
fought
palavras
against
dela,
different
de
ways, in their
hierarquizar o
words,
amor,
of
os
having a
amores, as
hierarchy
formas
for
de
love
amar e de
or ways
policiar
of
a
loving,
sexualidade e a
policing
livre expressão dos
sexuality, and
afetos.
the free
Como escreveu um
expression of
dia Ana
affection. As
Luísa
she
Amaral,
wrote one day,
vergonha é não amar, vergonha é
shameful
querer
is
tornar
not to
mais
love,
curto o mundo.
wanting to
E
make the
estes
world
deslumbramentos vários
shorter.
fazem-me sempre pensar nela com
So all
alegria.
of this
A
makes me
alegria
think
como
of her with
vivia e
joy,
como se relacionava
the
com os
joy that
outros,
she lived
como
with,
se maravilhava a cada
that
instante com
she
uma palavra, uma
was
flor, uma nova lei da
in awe
física que
of a
desconhecia,
flower, a
e a
new
alegria de saudar o mundo a
physics
cada
law,
novo
the
dia.
way of greeting the
Como
world
escrevia no seu
every
poema
new day,
Pequena
as she
Ode de
wrote in her
Inotação
poem,
Quasi-Biográfica, que
Quinoa,
começa com uma série de
that starts
saudações.
with a set
Bom
of
dia,
greetings.
Caligata. Bom dia, Sol, que entraste aqui. Bom dia, coisas todas que
And
brilham
now
na
we're reading the
varanda.
poem.
Bom dia, gente pequenina, formigas e aranhas, minúsculos insetos. Bom dia a ti também. E que termina com sempre uma nota de esperança.
And
E vou
she
ler só
finished
a
with
última
some
estrofe do
hope.
poema.
Let me read the last part of the
Mesmo no tão
poem.
cruel que é acordar todos os
Even in
dias
this cruel
para um
tone,
mundo
which
sem
is
sol em
waking
tantas
every day
mãos,
to a world
mesmo
without
nesse
sun in
desmando e
so many
terrível
hands,
curso que é o mundo,
in this violent
ainda
course
assim,
which is the
esta
world,
pequena
even
anotação de
so,
abrir os
this
olhos
small
e dizer
annotation of
bom
opening
dia
our eyes
e
and saying,
respirar de fresco
morning,
o ar de tudo em tudo.
breathing the
É
air of
esta alegria que
everything
proponho
in
recordemos
everything.
hoje. A
This
alegria de
is
sabermos que
something
por
that I
momentos
would like
nós,
to keep
seus
today.
leitores, seus
The joy
ouvintes,
of
seus
knowing
estudantes,
that
seus amigos,
we,
fizemos parte
today,
do seu mundo.
students,
Um mundo
friends, are
grande,
part of
largo,
this world,
humano, de
a world
infinitas
that's
galáxias e
humane,
mares de estrelas e
infinite
sóis, e
galaxies,
que a
seas of
muitos de
stars
nós
and
nos
suns,
tocou
and that
e
many
mudou
of
para
us was
sempre.
important and changed
Quando há
forever.
alguns anos perguntaram a Ana
When
Luísa
a
que
few
livro é que
years
lhe
ago they asked
falecesse no
Ana
seu
Luisa, I would
epitáfio,
like to read
ela
in
respondeu
her
com a seguinte
epitaph, she
frase:
answered
deixa uma filha maravilhosa,
that
amigos e
this is
poemas,
part
leva saudades.
that
Leva muitas
is
saudades, Ana
bringing
Luísa,
back her
as
health.
dela e as nossas.
The
Deixa-nos
same.
felizmente na sua poesia,
And
onde a
fortunately,
pressentimos
in its
sempre íntegra
poetry,
e inteira, como no poema
when we
Testamento que
see and
vamos
in
agora
whole,
ouvir,
as
que
testament
criou
that
a
we're
voz da
about to
própria Ana
hear,
Luísa Amaral. Bom dia
said
para
by
todos e
Ana
todas.
Luisa Amaral, and this will be a free translation of the poem.
Agradecemos as palavras de Marinela Freitas à saudosa Ana Luísa Amaral, que representam o celebrar da sua
Thank you for the
memória
words
para
for the
todas
late
e
Ana Luisa
todos os que
Amaral, which
participam
represent the
neste fórum.
celebration of her memory for those who take part in this forum. I will live on a plane, and the fear of height mixed with me makes me take pills and have mixed dreams. If I die, I want my daughter not to forget me, that someone sings to her, even with out of tune, giving her fantasy more than a right schedule or a properly made bed. Give her love, to see things, to dream with brilliant skies instead of teaching us how to add and how to peel potatoes. Prepare my daughter for life. If I die on an airplane and I get detached from my body and I become a free atom in the sky, I hope that my daughter remembers me later, that she tells her daughter that I flew in the skies and I was in awe and happy seeing the wrong math and the potatoes were still in the bag or cotton, not peeled.
Depois destas belas palavras, damos
After
agora
these
início às
beautiful
mesas
words, let's
redondas,
now
onde
begin
mulheres
our
e
round
homens
tables
feministas
where
nos vão ajudar a
feminist men and
perceber
women will
o que
help
ainda
us to
falta
understand
para que a igualdade
what is still
seja
missing for
efetivamente
equality to
uma
become an
realidade.
effective reality.
Neste primeiro painel,
In this
Novas
first
Cartas
panel,
Portuguesas
New
50 anos
Portuguese
depois,
Letters
vamos
50 years
discutir o
on,
que mudou
we'll
desde abril de
discuss what has changed since
1972,
April
quando, em plena
1972,
ditadura, Maria
when in the
Isabel
middle
Barreno,
of the
Maria Teresa
dictatorship, Maria Isabel
Horta
Barreno,
e
Maria
Maria
Teresa
Velho da
Horta, and Maria
Costa
Velho da
ousaram
Costa
escrever e
dared to
conseguiram
write and
publicar
managed
as
to
Novas
publish
Cartas
Novas Cartas
Portuguesas, livro
Portuguesas,
que foi banido, sendo as
New
suas
Portuguese
autoras
Letters, a book
alvo
that
de um
was banned
processo
and its
judicial.
authors sued.
Vamos perceber como a
Let's
onda
understand
internacional
how
de
the
apoio que se
international
seguiu,
wave of support that
considerada a primeira
followed,
causa
the
feminista
first
internacional,
international
teve
feminist cause,
eco nos diferentes
had an
países
echo on
que as
different
nossas
countries
oradoras representam.
that our speakers
Veremos
represent.
se esta
We will
obra continua
see
a abordar
if this
questões que
work
se mantêm
continues to address
cruciais para a
issues
agenda
that remain
política
crucial to the
contemporânea e
contemporary
que
political
continuam a
agenda
afetar de forma
and
diferente
continue
e
to affect
desigual a
the
vida
lives of
das
women and
mulheres
men
e dos
differently
homens.
and unequally.
Convidamos assim ao palco
We would
Ana
like to
Margarida
invite
Martins,
on stage Ana
Ana
Margarida
Klobuka
Martins,
e
Ana
Marinela
Klobuka,
Freitas para a
and
moderação.
Marinela Freitas to be
Ana
the
Margarida
moderator.
Martins,
Ana
professora
Margarida
associada da
Martins,
Universidade de
Associate
Exeter,
Professor at the
no Reino
University of
Unido,
Exeter,
tem
United
atualmente
Kingdom.
em curso o projeto de
She is currently
investigação
working on
Women
the research
of
project
the Brown
Women of the
Atlantic,
Brown
Real and
Atlantic,
Imaginary
Real and
Passages
Imaginary
in
Passages
Portuguese,
in Portuguese,
1711-2011.
2011,
Ana
2011.
Klobuka,
Anna
professora nos
Klobuka,
departamentos de Português
professor in the
e Women's
Department
and
of
Gender
Portuguese
Studies
and
na
Women's and
University
Gender
of
Studies at the
Massachusetts,
University of
nos Estados Unidos
Massachusetts
da
in the
América.
US.
Foi coordenadora da
She
equipa
was the
norte-americana
coordinator
do
of the North
projeto
American
Novas
team
Cartas
of the
Portuguesas
project
40 anos
Novas
depois.
Cartas Portuguesas
Para
40
moderar,
anos depois, the
Marinela
moderator
Freitas,
Marinela Freitas.
professora no Departamento
She's
de
a
Estudos
professor at the
Anglo-Americanos
Department
da
of
Faculdade de
Anglo-American
Letras
Studies
de
at the
Porto.
Faculty of Letters at the
É membro da
University of
direção
Porto.
do
She's a
Instituto
member
de
of the board
Literatura Comparada
of
Margarida
the
Loza
Margarida
e
Laws
integrou a
Institute of
equipa dos
Comparative
dois
Literature,
projetos
and
de
she was part of the
investigação
team of two research
sobre
projects
as
on
novas
the
cartas
new Portuguese
portuguesas
letters developed between
desenvolvidos
09
entre 2009
and
e 2015 e
015
editou com
and
Ana Luísa
edited with
Amaral
Ana
os
Luísa
livros
Amaral the
Novas
books
Cartas
Novas Cartas
Portuguesas entre
Portuguesas
Portugal e
entre
o Mundo
Portugal e o
e New
Mundo
Portuguese
and
Letters
New
to the
Portuguese
World
Letters to the World
International
International
Reception.
Reception.
International Reception. Damos também as
We
boas-vindas
also
a Agnes
welcome
Levecott,
Agnes
Hilary
Levecott
Owen
and
e
Hilary
Livia
Owen
Apa, que se
and
juntam a
Livia
esta
Appa,
mesa
who
à
joined
distância.
this table from afar.
Agnes Levecott,
Agnes Levecott,
professora
honorary
honorária da
professor
Université
at the
Sorbonne
Université
Nouvelle em
Sorbonne
França,
Nouvelle in
membro do
France,
Centro de Recherche
member
sur
of
le
the Centre de
pays
Recherche sur le
lusophone,
pays lusophone.
entrou em
She
vários
has
programas internacionais de
participated in several
investigação,
international
como
research
40
programs, such
anos das
as 40
novas
years
cartas
of the new
portuguesas.
Portuguese
Bem-vinda,
letters.
Agnes. Bom
Welcome,
dia.
Agnes. Good morning.
Hilary Owen,
Hilary
professora
Owen,
catedrática
she's emeritus
emérita de Estudos
professor
Portugueses e
of Portuguese and
Luso-Africanos
Luso-African
e
Studies
University
at
of
University of
Manchester,
Manchester,
investigadora em estudos
researcher in
portugueses
Portuguese
na
Studies,
University of Oxford, Reino Unido. A sua pesquisa foca-se nas literaturas e nos cinemas de Portugal e dos
Portugal
Palopes
and the
e nas
PALOP
teorias do
countries,
feminismo,
and
género
on theories of
sexual e
feminism, gender, and
pós-colonialismo. Bem-vinda,
post-colonialism.
Hilary. Bom
Welcome,
dia.
Hilary. Good morning.
Livia Apa,
Livia Apa, she's an Africanist by training, developed research activity in the field of literary and cultural studies of the Portuguese-speaking countries and gender studies. Welcome you all, and I hope you have a very, very fruitful roundtable.
Mais uma vez. Nós gostaríamos de começar por cumprimentar todos os presentes, todas as presentes, deixando também um agradecimento especial à Câmara Municipal de Guimarães pelo acolhimento, à Sra. Presidente da SIC, ao Sr. Vice-Presidente também, às senhoras comissárias da temporada.
Let me thank also everyone here represented or in person, and all entities here. We would like to leave a special thank you to the team with whom we have been working. It's been a pleasure to work with you. This table was to revisit the project that we have developed under the coordination of Ana Luísa Amaral, of Novas Cartas Portuguesas 40 anos depois. It was a project of research that involved 26 researchers in 9 teams who took on this impact of these writings on the wall at the geographic areas in Portugal, France, United States, UK, Ireland, Sweden, Italy, Angola, and Mozambique. We have with us 6 representatives of these teams. Agnes Levko, she will tell us about France, and also Ana Margarida Martins, member of the team of the UK and Ireland, alongside Hilary Owen, Livia Apa from Italy, and I will be the moderator, and I will talk a bit about Portugal. One nice way to start would be to continue the dialogue that we started yesterday, that beautiful document by Luísa Sequeira and Luísa Marinho telling us about the history of the book, of the process and the solidarity with that was one of the things that we studied in our project. And maybe I would ask you that we could start in each one of the countries where you have worked to think about the impact that the Novas Cartas had in the 70s when they were published and right thereafter translated. Let me start with Agnes. I don't know if she's with us online.
Bom dia. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. Good morning. If you had to bring forward 1 or 2 things that is important on thinking of Novas Cartas in France, what would you tell us?
Eu diria que a recepção foi assim bocado.
I would say that it was a bit unequal because there was a lot more importance in terms of the political part than the literary part. So
over the literary aspect, the first news were all given from May 73, and the first receptions that were not receptions were there were some notes to the content because we had access to the work a year after. So this is one of the aspects that I think it's important. I don't know if you want to make a question, if you want to highlight anything else, please go on. So I would like to highlight how the book got to Paris. It was a process that we weren't able to understand fully. We know that Christiane Rochefort brought the book. She got it through a process that we tried to understand, that we found it complicated. And why Christiane Rochefort got the book? She has published in the magazine Partisan an article called Libération des femmes et des héros. And so the book got to her hands read a letter from the three Marys saying, to you women, we send our book. We think that that's all we can do. And so that's how the book got to her. But at the time, we also had the news of the political process that they were going through, and it was more benefited, but not very well known or publicized. And we can think about Portugal at the time, how it was not the most commented country before the revolution. And so I think that the more important news were those referring to the feminist movements that became interested by the process of the three Marys. Her liberation in organizations in Paris, like Paris Organization and Women and Nosotras, which was a feminist movement of women from Latin America based in Paris, amongst others. Thank you. Thank you, Ignes. Thank you, Agnes. I would like to follow this thought. And following what Agnes said, in the United States, and we saw a documentary yesterday that talked about how the book crossed the Atlantic, but much more happened in the States at that time. Would you like to talk about it? Yes, I would like to talk about it, but I would like, first of all, to thank the Minister and the Department of Compared Literature to have invited me and make possible for me to be here today, and also thank Ana Luisa Amaral immensely for having brought me to this project of the new Portuguese letters 40 years after. That has given me an unforgettable experience at an intellectual and human level, and it's one of her greatest legacies, and we will not forget it. Regarding the United States, the impact of the new Portuguese letters was unpredictable and loud, as you saw in the country, in the documentary. It had a great impact in the United States, and I think this is very interesting to say that this impact was brought even before we had the book. So we organized protest movements and events to make the book known in the second part of the year of 73 and the beginning of 74. All of these came from excerpts of the book, and it was the Brazilian woman Gilda Grillo that translated the book to French and into English, giving her own body to this transatlantic bridge to get the new Portuguese letters to the first feminist conference in the beginning of July in Massachusetts. And that this was a very decisive movement because it possibilitated the organization of a formal protest that was sent to the Organization of Human Rights from UN 3 days after the conference. So you can see that we had news at the press, and we were talking about this and things were moving, but formal protest campaign, which was a very important step. Afterwards, we had more protests that were promoted by organizations pen clubs, United Nations, but also by smaller and local organizations, feminist movements, religious movements. And we had the participation of informal collectives and also individuals, as mentioned in the documentary, that was a repository, a fascinating repository of the documentation of the time and the diplomatic role of the foreign affairs. We had letters of the ambassador of Portugal in Washington, and we have letters from people, handwritten in some cases, that wrote to the embassy to protest against the situation with the censorship of the book and the sue of the writers, saying that they were that they would boycott the Portuguese wine. They loved Mateus Rosé, but they would not buy one single bottle until the writers were released. And this continued in several waves. We had three main waves that corresponded to the postponements of the process that was happening in Portugal for several reasons, from the summer of 73 and 74. And finally, the protest was interrupted and the process was interrupted, the judicial process, with the revolution of 25th April. And afterwards, the book was launched in English in the beginning of 75 by the editor Doubleday. And it was presented and publicized regarding her political notoriety. I'm going to quote from the original cover, presenting the book as an explosive book about the passions and compassions of women that resulted in the controversial trial and became an international sensation. And the book effectively circulated in the general public, in feminist groups, etc. You can still find copies of this first edition in Amazon or other bookshops. And it was, in fact, reviewed in the main American newspapers. You saw in the documentary the first page of the book review of New York Times with the drawings and illustrations, very funny illustrations of the three Marys. And so this was one of the many reviews that appeared. And we can say, without any exaggeration, Ana Luisa Amaral says something more ambiguous in the documentary, but I can say with certainty that it was the Portuguese literary work that was most mediatized, that affected the most of the general public in America, and endured until Saramago appeared in United States of America. So only Saramago overpassed the projection of the new Portuguese letters. So I'm going to stop my intervention. But it's very interesting to remember that the first doctorate of thesis was about the new letters was produced in the United States, yes, in Harvard. At the time when she started to work in the thesis, she didn't have the English translation. She used an exemplary, she used the book that her tutor brought to the United States, and she defended the thesis in 76. So continuing the idea of the impact, not only political, but also artistic, and Margarida, you were part of the team from the United Kingdom and Ireland. What can you tell us about the artistic impact that this book had? First of all, good morning to you all. And thank you for the organizing team of this forum. And a special good morning to Ana Luisa, whose presence is not visible, but we can feel it and we can hear her. So regarding the reception in Britain of the new letters along the last 50 years, I can separate two impact moments. The first one between 1973 and 75, before the book was translated into English, and 73 is when we had the first reference of the new Portuguese letters in the United Kingdom, moment where the Solidarity campaign coincided with the emergence of the women's alternative theater, and a second moment in the middle 80s up to now, where the book, already translated into English, starts to be seen not only as a political symbol from the second wave, but as a powerful tool, a theoretical tool of feminism to analyze a literary tradition, Portuguese tradition of women writers dialoguing actively with international phenomena. So in this first moment from 73 to 75, and during this solidarity wave of feminism around the three authors, what was said, as we know, as we saw in the documentary, were fragments, excerpts, and translated non-officially into English, and these fragments were dramatized in several places of America and the UK, namely in the Contemporary Art Institute of London. And these first British acts translated the book into a powerful tool of the international feminism, but coincided with the birth of the women's British theatre in the 60s. So the new letters served as fuel to the women's theatre that began in the 60s and 70s, a period where we had an alternative theatrical wave that swept the UK at Agitprop, the revolutionary mobile theatre, emphasizing these performances in streets and non-usual sites to try to bring people to theatre that usually would not come. And the first season of the women's theatre happened in 73 in London, and it was the first time that a group of women got together to set this season of plays exclusively organized by women. And there was a well-known figuratively theater of women, Nancy, I don't know if I'm spelling correctly her name, that testified in an interview how she was involved in the case of the Three Marys, because she had contact with this book in 73, and she got together with Natasha Morgan, and Jill Mitchell. These actresses participated in this first dramatization, and I would like to say that we have the first stage from women's theatre group in UK called Fantasia, fantasy, and it had several common points with the Portuguese letters. It was a play about bodies and feminine sexuality. It was written collectively by 5 directors and actresses, and the names of the characters of this play had as leitmotif the Mary and Anna from the letters. Each woman has the 2 names, Mary, the real woman, and Marianne, her fantasy. And so what I conclude from this analysis is that the new Portuguese letters are a product of its own space, the Portuguese space, and also its time of the international feminism. So all these coincidences that we don't know if they are coincidences or influences, this is something that, in my understanding, would be worthy of more research and debate. And we also have another moment, very briefly, where the new Portuguese letters have brought new academic interest with the research work of Hilary Owen, who is here today, that defended a doctorate thesis in '92 dedicated to the study of the narrative from contemporary Portuguese women, and has as a set point the new letters of the new Portuguese lyrics as a theoretical and useful Portuguese map about Portuguese texts. And so these new letters impact from the moment when they are translated and start to be worked on and researched is an impact that happens in the academic world and not so much in the public sphere. Hilary, taking the reference that Ana Margarida made, good morning. Would you like to talk about the impact in Ireland? I'm going to talk about that, and I would like to thank the SIG and all my panel colleagues for inviting me and to be here today. I'm talking online from the UK. So when I was researching the press sources, one of the things that impressed me most was the fact that we have a very shrewd report called Feminist Court that has been written at the time in September '74 by one of the greatest Irish poets, Evan Boland. Boland was very young in '74, and she was a reporter writing for the Irish Times in a time where Ireland, although a democratic country, was ruled by the iron hand of the Roman Catholic ministry that was against the reproductive rights. Without having read the letters in its integrity, since we only had the first English edition in '75, so she was cautious, but very prevident. Although she knew that the letters had universality, she recognized that perhaps the feminist condition could become a symbol and be amplified to become a permanent question. It's about the subjects treated by the 3 Marys that Bowen wrote one of the most touching poems about the feminist movement, Letters to the Dead. It was a collection about domestic violence. It appeared in the collection of domestic violence in 2007. I'm going to read in English and then in Portuguese.
And thought this of their mothers' lives, that they were young in a country that hated a woman's body, that they grew old in a country that hated a woman's body. They asked for the counsel of the dead. They asked for the power of the dead. These are my letters to the dead. Quantas filhas ficaram sozinhas ao lado de uma sepultura e refletiram assim sobre a vida da mãe? Que elas eram jovens num país que odiava o corpo de uma mulher, que envelheceram num país que odiava o corpo de uma mulher e pediram o conselho das mortas, pediram o poder das mortas. E são estas as minhas cartas para as mortas.
The poem was now read in Portuguese. Bowen died in 2020, and Ana Luisa Amaral, our dear colleague, died 2 years before. They were defending the rights of women in Portugal and in Ireland, and they were two brilliant Ireland, the land of my own, when grandmother still continues to hate the women's body. I will talk about this when we talk about the importance of the Portuguese letters nowadays in Ireland and Northern Ireland. Thank you very much. Lívia, I hope that you are better today. She got a bit sick and could not come to us on site. I hope you're feeling better to talk about us, the impact in the letters of the letters in Italy. Good morning to you all. I would like to thank the organization of the event. I'm really sorry, but only today I got better. And it's hard for me to think that you are all there and I'm not, but and I would love to be there. I would like also to thank to Ana Luisa for what she has taught us as a woman watching the world, and also the reflection on literature and many other things. I will try to talk about what happened in Italy with the new Portuguese letters. Actually, not much happened. It's kind of ambiguous. I'll try to explain why. The Italian press, when we talk the issue of the book launch in my country, it was quite hard to find references of the book. And what's interesting in the few references that appear in the Italian press are originally from the non-conventional press at the time. The total absence of reviews and news about the book in newspapers like Il Manifesto or more well-known newspapers connected to left ideals surprised us a lot at the time, because in fact we were expecting that to find some traces of the existence of the book in these newspapers. But the most serious thing is that we found in an article, a news from the letters in the feminist press that was very consistent in newspapers like Donne Women Femme and others, that were newspapers that were very read at the time, and we had almost none review at the time. We had only some references to the judicial process between 72 and 73, and afterwards, where the three Marys were cleared, from any accusation. There we had one or two references in La Stampa and Corriere. This is quite strange, because in the years around the revolution of April in Portugal, the country was very well known and spoken in Portugal, because many Italians went, or some Italians, relevant people in the Italian political, cultural panorama went to Portugal to accompany what was happening during the revolution. And this, what surprised me was the fact that the book was published only in 77. So 5 years after it was published in Portugal and 3 years after the revolution of the carnations. And what was interesting is that the book was published by an editor absolutely, well, I wouldn't say conservative, but not linked to a progressive or editor that was used to publish feminist writers or women writers, and the book appears from nothing. And it was not very well known. We had some news talking slightly, not about the book, but about the Three Marys. And there is only one more profound article. It was a very important literary and poetry review that has an interesting parallel between the Portuguese letters, the new Portuguese letters, and the women's condition in Portugal. But that's the only reference and review a bit more interesting that we have access to. Many reasons can come from this. The Italian politics at the time, in 68, we used to say 68 was the year that we had, where we had a big movement from students, from women. It was a moment of revolution, or a project of revolution that ended, unfortunately, with the Red Brigades and terrorism, unfortunately, as you remember. And the fact that the book has been published by an editor so far away from what was the militant mean of the time did not help to spread the word. And also two other reasons that we could consider. The person that translated the book was not a specialized translator in Portuguese, and we have good reasons to believe that she translated the book from the English version because she translated from French and English. So the book has a preface, Amanda Biretti, that was a feminist, but a mild, a moderate feminist that also does not appear in the preface. She doesn't seem to know what the book represented, not only in the political point of view, but also in a literary point of view. So the revolution that the book brought with it. And this kind of explains, for example, in Italy, I don't have any news, or I could not find any news or articles about protests supporting the Three Marys in Italy. We had, in the documents that we received from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the first letters that the ambassador at the time writes to the Portuguese government indicate that the reception of all the process in Italy has been mild, with no particular relevance, and it was in this line that the reception of the new Portuguese letters occurred. Thank you, Livia. The book can still be found in bookshops, but it presents the presentation of the book, its cover and everything, it's something that distracts us and sets apart the potential reader. And when we get all the countries together, when we can reflect on it, we see that the reception of the book was not the same in every country, depending on the political context of the country, but also regarding the group that received the new letters and published it, and that had the capacity or not to generate interest. In Portugal, we feel that impact of the book was very strong in the sense of intensifying a will of revolution that already existed in the country, intensified not only by the fight against the government and also the external pressure from these countries, even the countries where the reception was more modest, the pressure of the diplomatic corps was very strong. I remind you, for example, a letter that we found, all this material that is part of the archive of the Foreign Affairs Minister, found by our French colleague. It was the thing of our project, so thank you very much. But one of the things that we found, just to give you an example of how a simple reception is important, we had a letter from the Embassy of Tokyo saying that the book was going to be translated. And in this letter of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have a handwritten note by the consul, underlined and written, even they, so the panic in the government was huge of this international pressure, and there was an enormous need to contain the way how the book was escaping from Portugal. And we noticed that from the moment when we started to make the project, in the very important article of Maria Alzira Seixas, she wrote an essay about 4 reasons to reread the Portuguese letters. It's from this work that Ana Luisa mounted this team. So the literary value of the book grew. And the reason that of how the book survived has to do with the literary quality. And today in 2022, it's more and more important to read the book, to understand the book. Agnes, I would like to give you the word and to give you a little bit more time to talk to us about your opinion of what is the importance of reading or rereading the Portuguese letters today. Of course, that literary interest, and we have had some university papers in France of a doctorship student that is making a thesis about the new Portuguese letters. So I think it's going to be a very interesting and important paper. Of course, that unfortunately we have had few echoes about the Portuguese letters here in France nowadays. I have not found, well, I didn't have much time to prepare this speech, but we have had plays about the religious letters, about the religious, which is very interesting, but about the new letters, we don't have many things happening. So I think that regarding a lot of forums that happened in France about women writers, before the 74 and after 74, I think that it was a good way to launch a reread of the new letters. And we also have to say that after the translation of 74, we have not had a review of this translation. And when we did our work here in our French team, we thought about it. We should translate the book again so we could launch it. But at the time, we still haven't implemented this idea. And it's very interesting to see that now that Agnes Arnaud has won the Literature Nobel Prize, they are from the same generation. They probably met, but it's possible for them to have met. Yes, I don't know. No, I haven't found anything about that. No, we don't know, but it's possible. Well, it would be very interesting to make some research comparing the work of Arnaud and the letters. Why not? What we know is that they circulated in the same means and environment, so it's possible that they met each other. Anna, do you want to think about the importance of rereading the letters today? I work with Portuguese literature and books in the United States, and where I exercise my professional work, and so I will continue to represent this territory, and I will begin with the reading of the first paragraph, which was the presentation of the book when we had a new edition in paperback in 94. So 20 years after the campaign and the publishing of the book in English. More than its value as, probably more valued as an historical than literary work, the Portuguese letters represent the enthusiasm and the limitations of its generation. It's an interesting reading about the feminism of second wave. The feelings seem dated in the point of view of our time, a little bit more numb. It is a very intriguing reading, however, to those who are interested in the progression of the international feminism. So it's an ambiguous interpretation, obviously, and reflects what I would say to be the dominating element in this panorama. What is the meaning of the letters in the United States panorama? Very few. Of course, they are part of the history of in the international environment. It's a capsule of attitudes, of emotions, of feminist obsessions of the second wave, but they are not seen as updated. They are not seen at all, actually, because those who teach new letters in the university try to spread the reading of this time are linked to the Portuguese studies in universities. So it's a minority of teachers that talk about this book and this work. And I have an excellent experience. I include new Portuguese letters frequently in my graduation classes, on the excerpts, but in the seminars, and I have had debates around this very useful with Northern American students that answer well, particularly to the excerpts related with domestic violence, for example, sexual violence within the family. The father figure impacts a lot, and also the letters exchanged between an immigrant man in Canada and his wife that remained in Portugal. This impresses them a lot. because I live and work in an area with a very strong representation of immigrants from many nationalities. So they recognize that experience of immigration, of being far away, and the problems that it causes. However, speaking about contemporary feminism and what is the point where we can articulate the political proposal with the artistical proposal of the letters with the contemporary debating states. The paradigm of analysis and political action nowadays is the intersectional feminism, and it is from this point of view the letters bring a problem with some brilliant intuitions and updated and important, but also with some gaps. Also important, and more important even. The book, for example, has a recurring presence of references to the colonial war, which is one of the elements that caused the repression that followed. However, no, we don't have any reference in the book about African women, the colonized, exploited women by the Portuguese Empire. They talk about Portugal against France, the body of the women colonized by the patriarchal empire, and they could have talked about colonization, non-metaphorical colonization that was still occurring at the time. I'm going to conclude with this observation that from the state's point of view, we have a coincidence, a chronological coincidence that is very strong symbolically, that the legalization of the abortion in the United States that occurred in the beginning of 1973 with the famous Roe v. Wade process. And so it's coincidental, in absolute, with this wave of protests, solidarity campaigns from feminists with the authors of the new letters. And nowadays, 50 years after, we see the withdrawal of this legalization at the national level with the process Dobbs, that allowed the penalization of abortion in many states of the United States of America. It's an unfortunate conclusion and very disappointing, but at the same time, we keep on fighting. This shows us that the fight has to go on, just as the new letters. I always like to think about the sentence of Calvino defining a classical book as a rumor that persists even when the current times are incompatible. And I think that the letters persist. Perhaps we are not ready for part of them, but 50 years after, we could go back to the same fight points. Anna, would you like to add your opinion? Yes, to take the question of intersectionality and how it can, and because it's a kind of a vacuum, is not treated in the letters. When we were seeing the documentary, I thought it was interesting when Maria Teresa Horta talked about the forgotten letters, the lost letters, and gave 3 examples of things that are not there: masturbation, feminine sexuality, and I don't remember the third one. Oh, it was only 2. Okay, so in fact, this is the white elephant in the room. So they didn't talk about the racial question, and perhaps it has to do with the generation. But I totally agree with what Anna said. It is necessary to blacken the new letters. I think it's a very important step to take, to try to bring or to open the debate to other voices, generations that are interested or open ourselves to the needs of a generation, of a feminist generation that cannot see themselves reflected in this text. But going back to the UK, I think that we should say that the text remains kind of obscure aside from the academic environment. So what I can say is give my opinion about the potential of the impact of the new letters. An example. On the 10th of March of 2015, in Exeter, we brought together 3 actresses that participated in the plays of the new letters in the 70s in the UK, Natasha Morgan, Sue Jonas Davis, and Anne Angle. And these interviews that were filmed, recorded in 2015, 1 year before the Brexit campaign, demonstrates how to remember the new Portuguese letters nowadays allows us to question this frame of the nation state in a context where Brexit, that was officialized in 2020, gained space through a very militaristic, nationalistic, and masculine wording. And what can the letters impact the Brexit in the UK? The testimony of Natasha Morgan gives us clues on how to think on possible answers to this question and try to read the new letters outside the national frontier. Natasha Morgan, like the other actresses, she did not reread the book. They confessed, they were kind of embarrassed. We never read the book. We read the dramatizations that were translations, and they confessed that the new letters were about rebel nuns. I thought it was very amusing, but they admitted that they didn't remember very well what happened in the 70s at that time. And what was emerging from this dialogue, from this individual and collective testimony, was not this static and toughened idea, but a mnemonic, conceptions with other stories, biographies, traveling to America, thinking about the time where they lived in America. Natasha was there trying to participate in those dramatizations there on those plays, but she was withdrawn at the last time, but that's another story. And invoking the memory of the Holocaust also, the American imperialism, personal censorship experiences in the UK. She wrote a play called Rue, inspired in Virginia Woolf, that was censored. And so she referred that experience a lot. And so that testimony made me understand how the individual memory of the phenomena of the new letters in the UK worked through these negotiations of memories across borders, and not a national exclusive memory, and demonstrates how these feminist stories are implicated in each other, even if we are talking about fascism like Portugal in the 70s, or democratic like the United Kingdom at the time. We also know that Brexit, as I said before, was dominated by the masculine toxicity in the speech that was led by white men, reproducing throughout all negotiations of the Brexit their own values. And these gender speeches manifested in 2 primordial ways. according to a very interesting study intitulated Toxic Masculinity and Performance of Brexit, in a language associated to militarism, the strength, security, the global power of Great Britain that is going to demonstrate finally that is still very important at a global level. And secondly, by the use of language associated to this rhetoric of interests, cracking a deal, deal making that they wanted to create as this association between the UK, Europe, Portugal, France, and other countries is forcibly conflictuous. So this is kind of a zero game. It's a fight between powers. And what the testimony of Natasha Morgan brought to us and made me think of is that through this constant effort that she was trying to remember about the Portuguese letters and to think about what it symbolizes for her, it helps us to find again a dialogue, empathy space, equality, care between two parts or multiple nations. And I think that this is the message from Natasha Morgan, which is a reader, an illegitimate reader, because she hasn't read them, but she read excerpts, and how this makes us think on how the words and what they can, better even to think words beyond the places where they have come originally. So to go to the question of Brexit and the new letters, what the words can do, the new letters and Brexit share a very interesting thing that is very difficult to define. The book and the Brexit, we don't know where they end, what they include or exclude, what they are. We cannot define that. What voices of perspectives they embark. So I think this would be very interesting to think on. I would like to give you the word to think about what Anna is telling us at the moment, that 50 years later, we cannot find new phenomena that brings us so many memories of our dictatorship period in the mechanisms of communication. Hillary, do you want to talk to us about your perspective? I'm going to talk about Ireland, Northern and Southern Ireland. I think that this didn't have much impact, but it should. They wrote that the blood of abortion is not blood from the king, is always blood from all of us. Considering the 21st century, the Republic of Ireland decriminalized abortion in 2018, but Northern Ireland only decriminalized it in 2019 and was the only country of our union, United Kingdom, where we cannot have free abortions. The rest of the UK had decriminalized that in 1967. This change of the law in Northern Ireland, trying to standardize the rights, was only accepted with the direct intervention from the British state and from English deputies televising, where the moment of the legislational assembly was suspended. And so it was the Northern Ireland had its back turned. But in terms of logistics, reality, and availability of legal abortion in the institutions of Northern Ireland, the decriminalization continues to have cultural and very strong religious opponents from the Protestant churches and Catholic churches. Many women still have to go abroad, and many clinics and hospitals refuse to make abortions Regarding this, the Northern Ireland continues to be the stain of the Occidental, of the Western culture in this aspect. Irish colleagues said to me recently, the only thing that Protestants and Catholics agree in Northern Ireland is the need to change the body of a woman. When we remember that both for religion and union with the kingdom, they are strongly influenced by the demography and the birth rates of the country. It's easy to see the political control and cultural control of this country. As the Three Marys said, the blood of abortion is not the blood of the king, is also always the blood of the population. When I talked about this in my classes in the years of 1980 and 90, I didn't think much explanations were needed. The Catholic world was universal, and the women, over the women, even more than Boland has predicted in 74. And when Tavares wrote about the new letters, and I continue to talk about it in Queen's Belfast, it's a seed that I'm planting. It's not much, but I try to bring the influence to the academic world, and it's very needed in this specific fight that continues to be fought in the Northern Ireland for women to have access to abortion. Even the government was prosecuted by the Commission of the Human Rights for refusing to practice abortions, although it has become legal. So this is one of the few Western countries that has this problem, this connection with the politics of the new letter, reflected on the new letters regarding the legalization of abortion. So this is my contribution. Livia, what is important to reread the new letters of Italy when we have a woman president that most certainly has not read the letters. I'm exiled in Portugal, as you know, because of that. I'm joking, but almost. So I will start by the end. The first act of this new government in Italy was to present a drawing of a new law to reconsider the law 194 about the abortion. What is important to say is that it was a law approved only in 1978, and was the fruit of those fights of 1977 that I was trying to talk to you about before. So it's all linked, and I have the feeling that this is not going to improve, most certainly. And going back to the subject of new letters, yes, it would be very good to reread them again nowadays, but when we work for our project, the Italian academic environment, and I have to say this, they hesitated, not from all, but from a part. The same as hesitation that happened when we talked about post-colonial aspects and questions about the African literature. It's interesting to see that in a few years, the new letters and also the African Portuguese speaking countries writers became more known in Italy, and I think that this could help our cause. I think that within universities we continue to study and reflect, not always reading the books, the book as the book deserved, really, because Italy, the idea that remains in Italy is that it's more of a conflict than a literary work, and that's terrible because we opened the book physically, and we can see that it's not a booklet, it's a book, and so of course it would make very sense to make a new translation. If any other person can make this translation other than me, I think it would be welcome, because I think the book is very interesting. And it's very interesting also that the publishing companies, we have many editors that are working with feminist questions, but regarding the intersectionality, the new letters are not placed between these editorial lines nowadays, and so, which is a shame, because I think that the book, even not speaking in the name of the Black women that were the main victims, whose body was the main victims of, whose bodies were the main victims of colonialism, I think that it would still be worthy to consider the book. I just wanted to finish with a personal experience. When I lectured at university, it was very interesting to have an experience with a group of students of the master degree, all women, and we only read the letters for a whole year, and the effect that that book had in the students' lives was extraordinary. It was a kind of catharsis, of initiation to what feminism really is. And in true, some of them made their master degree thesis about these themes, and they all agreed to say that that book changed their lives forever. So I think that this is a book that talks about the future, a book that still has a capacity to multiply what is the legacy of feminism, a profound and true feminism that fights, that makes sense nowadays to consider it again, and to use this book to reflect on what are the main, not only the way of the feminism in Europe, but where feminism can go in Europe. And I talk about Europe because it's where the book comes from, but how can this book, having been produced in the European continent, has, and if it has capacity to dialogue with other sites, to reflect, that also reflect in the condition of women. Thank you very much. Just to finish, I would like to tell you from the Portuguese team that one of the questions and issues that we felt along this time is that the new letters have had to fight against two censorship moments: the censor of silence, and then a sense by noise that was created afterwards. It's a dated book, feminist, it doesn't talk about this or the other, it's a very boring book. And this noise that surrounds the book, that people don't read it or understand it, but our intuition as researchers and educators, our experience in the classroom tells us that today, even today, these books changes lives. When we pay attention to it, it really has an impact in the lives of our students. You talked about your Italian students. We have had students mainly from other countries like Georgia, Syria, and many other countries that bring students to our universities, they don't want to return to their countries because it's very different to think about feminism in Western countries than in these countries that I mentioned. So this has not to do with the devaluation, it has to do with words impact. And I think that words of the new letters talk about different levels, and the new Portuguese letters are a book that tries to make us understand the speeches of the nationalistic, populist, the far-right speeches regarding education, the way that the new letters shows us the culture of tradition, rejection of moving forward, a devaluation of the intellectual life, the education of lives, but also men. And this appeal that they make is something that we have to consider still today. So thank you very much to being here today, and the program will continue right ahead. Thank you.
Muito obrigado a todas as intervenientes.
Thank you. Now we welcome Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego, who will talk to us about rights and new Portuguese letters on the journey that has already taken 50 years, with progress we have felt in terms of paid work, in wages, in time spent with care, in the managing of leisure, family. Our Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego is a member of the Advisory Board of the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality and the Interdisciplinary Center for Gender Studies of the Institute of Social and Political Sciences at the University of Lisbon. Also works with different research centers and NGOs, a trainer, speaker, and author of articles on gender equality between men and women. He was a member of the board and the Experts Forum of the European Institute for Gender Equality, Secretary of State for Equality, President of the Commission for Equality in Labour and Employment, and Vice President of the Commission for Equality and Women's Rights, which preceded the current CIG. Thank you. Good morning.
Senhora Presidente da SIG, cara Sandra, Senhora Vereadora.
Dear members,
Querida Ana Luísa.
dear commissaries, dear Ana Luísa.
A organização do fórum, bem como todas as pessoas.
Let me greet the organization of this forum and everyone in it participating. Thank you for having me on this contribution of Novas Cartas Portuguesas in what tries to fight discrimination. And it will never be too much to thank the authors of this remarkable party contribution to understand the primordial cause of subjugation of women, that adapts to times, that it prevents, when there is a law, the equality of men and women throughout the spheres of life. Your letter said everything and went beyond what the international community that far has recognized and recommended. And to understand this all and this beyond, it is increasingly urgent to continue to invoke this work where literature works for justice, like Annie Arnaud in the recent interview to Expresso. I develop in 3 points the synopsis. First, the timeless uniqueness of new letters. Why? First of all, for the quality of the text and their literary value, but also because they show us that we should not, under any circumstance, on social or economic situation, territory, religion, profession, or any other, the immutability of the hierarchy socially defined of men on women. In the adventure of love for two, it is the woman who lays down and risks her body and soul. that men does not get pregnant. Son, wealth, labor, immortality in another. In the relationship between two people, men and women believing themselves to be alone and in their own sexes. What society has made in the demands of each one is interfered. End of quote. But if immortality was offered to women by nature, the price that man and society still demand from them is, respectively, that of the guarantee of real and symbolic paternity by the violent appropriation of their freedom, and that of the unpaid care and domestic work performed. This corresponds, according to ILO and the OECD, to around 76.2% of total unpaid care and domestic worldwide, of around $8 trillion US dollars, equivalent to 6.6% of the world's GDP, using the minimum hourly wage. To maintain this situation, it is necessary that the relevant decision-making process remains in the sphere of male influence. In spite of progress, statistics continue to reveal that is still a thing, and that women are still paying as habit, punishment, or pseudo-power called feminine in the socially constructed inequality. Is this fair? It is not. Sex is a characteristic, not a fault. Male and female. It's not a fault. Women were and are all over the world, individually, socially, and physically punished without guilt because of physical and functional characteristics of their own gender, punished with violence against them, before them, befall them. And I return to the letters: body that one possesses, man's earth, man's land, woman power of temptation and pact with disorder, power and scandal, man's sense of guilt, marginal criticism, negative image. And then, looking to the pretext that allowed them to go to this brutality, to this attack, started to kick her meticulously, his whole body made into a soft, unknown mass, bound only to self by pain. When my father comes drunk and hits my mother, he shouts, "Here I am the boss. Not yours. You hold me prisoner and take me for your own in the deception of the truth. You try and feel it well, and I am a prisoner of your freedom." Who is afraid of the attack to the media production, to the power or pressure groups, the few who are affected? However, women they all have. Therefore, there is no woman's problem. Nonsense. That's not what it's about. End of quote. Therefore, repression has to be perfect or even desired. And I quote, "The perfect repression is that which is not felt by the sufferer, that which is assumed in the course of a wise education in such a way that the mechanisms of repression come to be in the individual himself, that it derives his own dissatisfactions from it." Tasks divided into two kinds: tasks of men, tasks of women. Men's tasks are those of courage, strength, and command. Then there are the women's tasks, which are above all the tasks of having children, looking after them, treating them when they are ill, giving them education and home and affection. Women were made for life in the home, which is a very beautiful task, and it is a great pleasure to have everything clean and tidy, so that when our husband arrives, he can rest from the day's work, which was so hard, in order to find money to support us and the children. End of quotes. Legislative progress. There have been many. The United Nations and its agencies, ILO, OECD, Council of Europe, and the European Union today have had a continued decisive role in this progress, but their periodic reports continue to show that the effects of the laws in real life are too slow for the goal of equality between women and men to be achieved, as it is increasingly urgent. I emphasize that this assessment is only possible because sex, in its materiality that characterizes male and female, is also a decisive statistical variable for assessing and comparing the actual situation of men and women, and thus promoting different dimensions analyzed. The concept of sex it cannot be confused or to be replaced by gender or any other concept, and I quote, for the identity, jobs, and roles of men and women built socially, as well as the significant or cultural meaning that society grants to biological differences with hierarchy connections between men and women and distribution of power and right that favors men and not women. End of quote. To annul these hierarchy connections is a symmetry of power coming from sex according to public policies that intends to fill out the equality of men and women in all dimensions of life. It is a legal obligation of the states, part of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, known as CEDAW, to achieve the elimination of prejudices and customary or any other practices which are based on the idea of the inferiority or superiority of one or another sex or of a stereotyped role for men and women. Same thing in terms of the Convention for Fighting Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, also called the Istanbul Convention. While the bottom line is not settled, and there might be a significant progress worldwide, largely on the basis of CEDAW and its additional protocol, the recommendations of its implementation committee, and the periodic reports that require them, but also on the basis of international agreed targets, as is currently the case of the Sustainable Development Goals up to 2030, particularly Goal 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Recently, we had two different contributions because of clarifying the ideas and the goals to pursue. The Strategy for Equality 018-023 and the recommendation of 019 on the prevention and fighting sexism. With the European Economic Community and then the European Union, much progress has been made, not just in legislative law, but also in the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice. The current treaty and its Charter of Fundamental Rights expressly promote the equality of men and women in several dimensions. Also, the 06 Directive on implementation on the principle of equality of men and women in employment and occupation is fundamental in this realm. If Portugal, adhering to this new initiatives, brought a lot of rights for men and women, also the possibility of defining the policy in this realm was important. The Portuguese presidency in 2000 was at the basis of the resolution of employment and social policy, under which the principle of equality between men and women means the unavoidability of compensating the disadvantage of women, the conditions of access and participation in the labor market, and the disadvantage of men in the conditions of participating in family life, coming from social practices that still entail the non-paid imagined work of the care provided to the family as a responsibility that relies on women, and paid work inherent to economic life as a responsibility of men. This implies equal share between working parents and mothers in terms of the absence of a providing care to children and other dependents. End quote. This was a directive of 06, integrating for the first time in this field of the law the absences of the locations of paternity. In Portugal, for equality between men and women, the 25th of April of 74 was decisive. The most relevant legislative advances were, in my opinion, constitutional. In the 76 Constitution, the prohibition of discrimination on the constitutional revision of 82, the recognition of fatherhood, not only motherhood, as an eminent social value. And in the constitutional revision of 97, which explicitly recognized women's rights beyond those arising from maternity, the new text included a promotion of equality between men and women in the fundamental areas of the state, recognized the right of men and women without discrimination to reconcile work and family life, and proclaimed that the direct and active participation of men and women in political life is a fundamental condition and instrument for consolidating the democratic system. Paternal laws and gradually establishing party thresholds for access to political and economic power. It was also after the 25th of April that, for example, women could access to magistracy, diplomacy, and administrative careers at local level, that the civil code was revised in the area of family law, that the Commission for the Female Condition was created, now it's called Citizenship and Gender Equality, SIG, with the guarantee of equal opportunities and equal treatment and work. That's why it was created, the Commission for Equality in Work and Employment. After 97 came the global and integrated plans, and now we have the National Strategy for Equality and Non-Discrimination of OIT 2030 and ENG, but it's also a reference framework, and I quote, the elimination of the gender stereotypes as a factor that are at the origin of direct and indirect discrimination, that prevents substantive equality that must be provided to men and women, strengthening, perpetuating models of discrimination that are structural and historical. In 1999, that was the first time-use survey in Portugal with the aim of determining the extent of the imbalance between women and men in the time spent on professional activities. The conclusion was that women worked 2 hours every day than men in all these activities. This was seen as fair or very fair by 94% of men and 78% of women. In 2015, we had a second and last survey, and the conclusion was that 16 years later, the asymmetry was the same, with the daily prejudice of women, although reduced to 1 hour and 13 minutes per day. Understanding justice in this fact being reduced to 75% in terms of men and 71% for women. It's the perfect repression is the one that is not felt by those who suffer it. It's the one that is not felt. You know how it goes, right? While men have decreased almost 20% in the percentage of what they think to be fair, women were 4.4. So repression is felt where? Well, in 2007, after much debate, several hesitation, and enormous suffering, the voluntary interruption of pregnancy up to 10 weeks at the request of women was decriminalized. A growing concern with preventing and fighting domestic violence led to its conversion into a crime by law of 2007 and to the recognition by law of 2009 of the transversal nature of this reality with measures in various areas, namely education for citizenship, where the ratification of the Istanbul Convention came to improve over time. What separates us from the original version, it is an obligation because everything or almost everything has been said and written, but it's still to be fulfilled in key areas without a clear intervention might keep asymmetries or even to go back. But from the original version also separates us from the legal order in which we now live. So it is within this context that I would like to insist on the deepening of the legislation within the realm of promoting equality between men and women in different points. Yes. In a nutshell, 1. In the wake of Maria Lourdes Pinto-Silva on the recognition of the fundamental right to care and the fundamental duty of care incumbent equally on men and women. And as a positive action on the recognition of the fundamental right to the elimination of the systematic causes of violence against women and girls. taking into account the ILO, UNDP, and OECD doctrine on the reservation of unpaid care in domestic work between women and men, in particular by granting women and men, when they have children, by equally curating leave up to 6 months paid 100% mandatory for the first 3 months and optional in the following 3, not shareable. Following the Council of Europe, the indispensability from childhood onwards of providing education free from sexist stereotypes, namely in language and in learning how to be independent and care for oneself, and combating them across the board in the formal and informal curriculum. Complying with CEDAW and the Istanbul Convention by providing in the Penal Code the autonomy of the crime of violence against women, because what we have is domestic violence, with inherent consequences in non-relevant legislation and a rule combining CEDAW and the Istanbul Convention, possibly in the following terms. It is not permitted to dismiss, justify, or mitigate guilt, criminal responsibility, or punishment in the name of culture, customs, religion, tradition, so-called honor, or any other practice based on the idea of the inferiority of women or on stereotype roles for women and men. And the last one, in the name of the minimum justice, the rule of law, the provision of specific places to allow the early removal of aggressors who cohabit with the victims, so that it is the aggressors and not the victims who have to move away from their respective homes and change their lives, namely professional and the lives of their children. All in the hope that one day new Portuguese letters can be exclusively a work of art. Thank you. We would like to thank Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego for her invaluable wisdom and pedagogy on women's rights. We invite you all for a short coffee break. We would like to inform that we will have lunch in Centro Cultural Vila Flora. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 11:35. 11:40, okay? 11:40. See you soon.
De volta aos trabalhos do Fórum, apresentamos agora a mesa redonda 2 com o tema
Let's start with Roundtable 2, Women's Rights.
Os intervenientes vão refletir sobre até que ponto estão
The
avançadas
speakers will tell
conquistas
us
do passado.
to what extent
Até que ponto está
the
o
achievements of the
futuro
past are
sujeito a
threatened.
mulheres
To what
ameaçado.
extent is the future of the subject of
Convidamos a
women
subir
under
ao
threat?
palco Ana
We
Sofia
invite on
Fernandes,
stage Ana Sofia
Maria do Céu da
Fernandes,
Cunha Rego,
Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego, and Sofia Branco.
Ana Sofia Fernandes, presidente da plataforma
Ana
portuguesa
Sofia
para os
Fernandes,
Direitos das
she's the
Mulheres,
president of the Portuguese
conselheira do
Platform for
Conselho
Women's
Económico
Rights,
e
advisor
Social
to the
Português
Portuguese Economic
e
and
membro
Social
do
Council,
grupo de
and member
referência
of the
global
European
da União
Union,
Europeia
United
sobre
Nations
gravidez
Global Reference
no
Group
âmbito da
on
iniciativa
the Spotlight Initiative.
Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego, já apresentada anteriormente.
Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego has already been presented, and the moderator will be Sofia Branco. She's a journalist for 20 years, received several prizes for articles published, namely for the series of works about the female genital mutilation, among which the Parliament's Gold Medal, and she's the author of the book Cicatrizes de Mulher and As Mulheres e a Guerra Colonial. We also have the online participation of Ligia Amancio. Good morning, Ligia. Welcome. Professor Emeritus of ISCTE, researcher at the Center of Research and Social Intervention, and associate member of the Center for Research and Gender Studies. In 2021, she was elected to the board of the European Platform of Women Scientists, where she represents the Portuguese Association of Women in Science, which she founded with academics from other scientific areas. And also, we also have online Véronique Seye. Good morning, Véronique, welcome. Former national co-chair of family planning and rapporteur of sexual and reproductive rights in Europe between threats and progress in France. As a member of the International Group on Family Planning, she is still mobilized today for international solidarity and the fight for sexual and LGBTI rights. Good morning, and hope you enjoy the roundtable.
Muito bom dia, dou as boas-vindas a todas as pessoas nesta sala e também
Let me welcome everyone here.
agradeço o convite.
Thank you for having me.
Tão simbólico e tenho que dizer isto, fiquei muito contente quando
I was very happy when Sandra shared the location of this feminist meeting in Guimarães, because it's never too much to say that the nation is made by men and women, and many who do not identify as such, but they are part of it nonetheless. On October 19th, 2022, we need to acknowledge that we have been moving forward. This was very clear in the previous presentation. We have moved forward, of course, and we must highlight that there is a right for other minorities in terms of representation and power. We have a magnificent exhibition about Novas Cartas. There is a panel that shows what Portugal was before the 25th of April and then what it has become. So we don't need to go back. It suffices to see Portugal and France to a time where women could not make an abortion, could not have kids alone, and the father didn't have the right to be with the mother and the baby after birth. This being said, it has been a long, long run, and there is a hiatus between the law and real life, as Maria do Céu was saying. And above all, what gathers us here today is that we think on growing threats, the risks of losing ground, and thinking about what might happen in terms of things that are yet to be attained.
Começo aqui pela Ana
Let me
Sofia,
start with a
depois vou
question,
ali
starting with Ana
distância,
Sofia.
à Veronique e depois à
Then I will
Lígia,
go
depois
to
à outra
Veronique,
Maria
then
do
to
Céu, Maria do
Ligia, and
Céu,
then
só
to
porque
Maria do
assim.
Céu. She asked me to be the only one.
Vamos tentar fazer
That's the only
uma ronda
reason.
curta, 5 minutos a cada um,
And let's give
pedindo-vos
5
por
minutes to
tentarem ser,
each.
para ainda
I would
conseguir
ask you
ir à plateia,
to
que me parece que depois daquilo
please
que ouviu já esta manhã,
keep it short, because I think
muita
that
coisa
we will
para
have a
dizer
lot of
também.
things to hear from the
Ana Sofia,
audience.
tem os feminismos,
Ana Sofia,
ou chamem-lhe o que quiser,
feminism,
feminismos porque
whatever you want to
gosto
call it.
muito
I call it
disso,
feminisms because I
têm conseguido
love the word.
influenciar as
Have
leis e
they
as
been able
políticas
to
públicas
influence
que
laws
existem
and
no caminho
public
disso?
policies, or has this
Bom dia a
a
todas e
difficult
todos. Muito obrigada
journey?
à SIG
Good
e
morning,
a
thanks to
vocês, Veronique
SIG
e
and
Rui,
to
vocês estão a
the
organizarem este evento
Portuguese and French governments
que,
for
enquanto Plataforma Portuguesa
putting
pelos
this
Direitos das
together.
Mulheres, achamos da maior importância para recentralizar
We
a discussão
think
sobre
it's
os
very
direitos humanos das
important
mulheres,
to
onde estamos neste
refocus
momento
the
e na
discussion
realidade
on the
que temos,
human
e
rights
como é que
of
podemos trabalhar em conjunto
women
para as ultrapassar também.
and how can we work
De
together to
facto,
overcome it.
se olharmos para o passado, por exemplo, e
If we were to
pensarmos
assess the
até
past
na Magna Carta dos
and to
Direitos Humanos
think
das
about
Mulheres,
the
que é uma
Magna
declaração sobre a
Carta
eliminação de todas as formas de discriminação
for
contra
the
as mulheres,
rights of
já hoje
women,
aqui falada pela Maria do Céu da
that
Cunha
has
Rego,
already been discussed
na
by
verdade, olhando
Maria
para
do
essa
Céu da
carta,
Cunha
nós
Rego.
vemos que havia lá uma omissão,
Analyzing this, we
que era a
see that there
violência.
was something
A
missing,
violência
which
sobre as
was
mulheres. E, na
violence,
verdade, este é um exemplo claro
violence
de como
on
foram os
women.
movimentos de mulheres que empurraram
This
uma
is a
agenda
clear
e
vision
tornaram claro
that they
que
pushed
isto
an
era uma questão de
agenda,
maior importância,
making
que
it
seria
clear
falarmos
that
da
this
igualdade
was
entre mulheres e
very
homens.
important.
Não há igualdade entre mulheres e
There
homens
is no
enquanto a
equality
violência
while
masculina sobre as
male
mulheres e as
violence
raparigas
on
se
women and
continuar a
girls
propagar. E,
still
portanto, a
exists.
violência é uma forma de
So,
controle sobre as
violence
mulheres,
is a way
sobre
to
o seu corpo,
control
sobre a
women,
sua
their
sexualidade.
body,
E
their
tem
sexuality,
múltiplas formas.
and there
Algumas
are
parecem mais
multiple
sutis, outras são
ways.
muito
Some of
evidentes,
them seem
como o
subtle,
feminicídio.
others are
Palavra
very
importante.
clear, as
Palavra que não consta, por
femicide, a
exemplo,
very
na
important
legislação
word,
portuguesa.
a
A
word that
nossa
is
lei,
not
a Lei
in the
112, é uma lei
Portuguese
neutra.
legislature.
É uma lei,
Law
por exemplo,
112
aborda
is
todas as formas de
neutral. It
violência, não
addresses
espaços
all ways of violence
doméstico.
in
Para
a
começar, e por
domestic
outro
area.
lado, ascendentes,
And
descendentes,
on the
homens,
other
mulheres,
hand,
crianças, etc. É uma lei
men,
neutra.
women,
É
and
uma lei que não
children.
está
So it's
imbuída do pensamento
neutral.
feminista,
It's
que tem por
it
centro
does not have the
a
feminist
consciência clara
thinking
das
that
relações
has the
desiguais que
clear
podemos entre
consciousness of
mulheres
the
e homens
unequal
e como é que
relationships of
isso depois
power
se
between
traduz
men
nas
and women,
vivências e nas
and how
experiências
this
todos os
translates
dias das mulheres
into
e
the
das raparigas.
experiences of
A violência não é só no
women
espaço
and
doméstico. A
girls.
violência é um
It's not
contínuo.
just
É na
domestic,
rua, é no
it
local de
is
trabalho,
ongoing.
é em múltiplos espaços. Parece muito
In
sutil,
multiple areas, it
mas
seems very subtle,
até às
the
formas extremas
so-called,
no femicídio. Até formas que já
extreme
estão na lei,
ways
como a exploração
like
sexual das
femicide,
mulheres e das raparigas,
and
mas
even
que
those
vemos
kinds of,
acontecer em muitos espaços e em muitos
saying
contextos.
something to women.
A
In many
advocacia no sentido da
contexts,
regulamentação da
we
exploração
have
sexual. Portanto, o
activism
movimento
in terms of
feminista faz uma
sexual
análise de tudo com
exploitation.
base nesta
So
premissa.
feminist
Que vem
movement
dos
is
factos,
based on an
vem das
assumption
estatísticas,
coming from
designadamente.
facts, from
Onde é que as mulheres e
statistics,
os homens estão
where women
relativamente a
and
todas
men
as áreas da
stand
vida. Portanto, o
pertaining
movimento feminista
all
tem esta
walks of
consciência
life.
e faz a sua advocacia para empurrar na agenda legislativa,
So this
na
tries
agenda
to
das
push the
políticas públicas,
legislative
esta violência
agenda,
central.
this
Isto não é mais do
concern,
que
which is pivotal.
recentralizar o
This
sujeito de
means
direito
recentralizing the
das
subject
mulheres na lei, mas também na
in the
prática,
law,
mas também
but
na vida de todos
also
os dias.
in the life
Portanto, este é apenas um exemplo, mas
of
ainda na área da violência.
every day. This is just an example in the
Pensemos
field
na Convenção do
of
Conselho da Europa
violence.
de Prevenção e Combate à
Let's
Violência sobre as
think
Mulheres e
about
Violência
the
Doméstica,
convention
a chamada Convenção de Istambul.
by the UN, the
Ainda hoje,
Istanbul
na União Europeia, não
Convention of
conseguimos,
European
embora
Council, let us
estejamos a fazer
say.
um trabalho muito significativo,
Although we are
que os
doing a
Estados-membros a
significant
ratifiquem. Isso permitiria uma coisa muito
work,
simples. Qualquer mulher, em
the
qualquer
member
país da União
states have
Europeia,
not ratified
teria
it
o
yet,
mesmo acesso à proteção.
or
Infelizmente,
else
isso não
any
acontece.
woman would have access to the same
Pensemos, por
protection.
exemplo, no trabalho de advocacia, uma
Let's
vez que
think
os
about
Estados-membros não avançavam
the
no plano da
advocacy work,
ratificação,
because member states are not ratifying,
a
but
nível
what has
europeu
been done
para
by
haver
the
uma
women's
diretiva.
movement
Neste
in
momento,
order to get
está
a
em cima da
directive.
mesa. Chama-se
Now it's on
Diretiva
the
sobre
table.
Violência
It's
contra as
called the
Mulheres e
Directive on
Violência Doméstica.
Violence
As palavras são
Against Women
importantes.
and Domestic
Violência
Violence.
contra as mulheres
Words
e
matter.
violência doméstica.
Violence
Essa
against
diretiva está
women,
em cima da
domestic
mesa. Foi
violence.
apresentada no
It has been presented on March 8th. Many ways of violence are there. We are still missing one: sexual exploitation of women. we are still pushing the agenda. This is just one of the examples, but think about international solidarity in France, in the US. I just came from Oslo, Norway. Our colleagues from the movement of women in Norway spoke about the Boston meeting, and we saw documents that mentioned the Three Marias. It exists, it is ongoing, but there is a problem coming from the evolution, which is a trend to individualize, a trend to polarize, a trend to make it that the issues, the individual issues, overcome the collective. We see this on different levels. Looking back to await the crisis, the measures that were implemented had to do with austerity, with an analysis on men and women. It was clear that it would affect women. Why? Because they are the ones that are more dependent. We know this because we have statistics. Let's think about the recent crisis, COVID, socioeconomic consequences of the COVID crisis, aggravated on women and girls, and above all, those who are in a greater situation of socioeconomic vulnerability. We should have learned in building what came next. To rebuild is what they said at UN. Did we do it? On the one hand, we did. For the first time, there's investment, is not austerity, but that investment, the so-called RRPs, the measures, the political priorities that have been defined are the ones creating more jobs for whom? Digital, climate. Looking back at statistics, disaggregated by gender, men, there is a potential for men. But all data shows that when everything stopped, it was the work of women, care on different levels, not just at home, but also in the fields of public policy associated with care, education, health, etc., where they are above all represented that kept society working. So the work of women, of caring, was what kept society working, where everything disappeared. A lot of jobs could have disappeared. No one would realize, because this kept everything going, and 5 minutes are over. Well, building upon what has been said in terms of the influence of feminism in laws and public policies, but also bringing this idea by Ana Sofia of a trend for individualization, polarization with a French example. What can you tell us about it? I think we're having some difficulties in getting the speaker. I don't know if it's the microphone.
Alors, ce que j'ai envie de dire aujourd'hui, c'est qu'effectivement, les droits des femmes, et particulièrement les droits sexuels et reproductifs, ont toujours été acquis à partir de luttes et de luttes collectives. Jamais.
Well, we are always coming from a collective struggle, okay? Never a government put into practice this in a concerted part. It has been also a struggle to have laws that allow to access rights, and we do have the magnificent Commonwealth of the Argentine that have organized in order to make abortion a possibility. And I believe some issues with our connection, I believe. Veronique?
m'entendez? Enfin, je pense notamment aux 50 ans du combat du procès de Bobigny. C'était il y a 50 ans, ce
50
procès de Bobigny,
years
avec un
on
progrès
this
très
process, the
important par
process of
rapport à
Bovigny,
l'avortement en France. Mais on est 50 ans aussi à un moment où le droit à l'avortement
that tells
est
us
remis en
about the
cause aux
abortion in
États-Unis,
France and
et
where
où le
that
droit à
part of the
l'avortement est
abortion
remis en
is at
cause dans
stake
plein
at
de
the
pays.
US.
Je pense à la Pologne, je pense à la Hongrie et dans plusieurs
It's put at
pays.
stake in all
Donc, ce sont
countries,
des droits
Poland, Hungary, and other countries.
qui ne sont jamais acquis de
These
façon
are
définitive,
rights
qui sont
that
toujours des
are
droits
never
qui
given in
sont
a definite
menacés.
manner. They are
Il faut
always
se battre
rights
pour
that
les
are
obtenir, il
threatened,
faut se battre pour les faire
and
progresser,
we need
et
to
il faut
fight.
se battre pour qu'ils
We need
soient
to fight for
utiles.
them to
Et ça, je
progress. We
pense
need
que
to
c'est
fight
vraiment
to
quelque chose
make
qui
them be
aujourd'hui
used.
est
And I think that,
important,
truthfully,
signaler.
this is
Ce
something
sont
that
des droits
today it
qui
is
ne sont
important
jamais acquis
to
de
highlight,
façon
because these are not
définitive.
rights
Et je pense
that
que ce qui
are
est important
never
aussi de dire
uh,
aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on
they are
a de
never
très fortes inégalités. Je
forever,
pense
you know.
encore, par exemple, aux
So there is a
États-Unis,
lot
dans
of
l'Europe,
things that are illegal.
les
Thinking of
droits
Europe, for example,
fondamentaux des
today,
femmes sont
we
inscrits
have
juste en
fundamental
termes d'égalité
rights, women
femmes-femmes, mais quand on parle
who
de droits
are
sexuels et
only in
reproductifs,
terms of
ils ne sont pas
equality,
du
men
tout
and women.
inscrits
But when
dans
we
la
talk
Charte
about
des droits
reproductive
fondamentaux.
sexual
Alors,
rights, they
même
are
si
not
le
at
président de
all
la République française,
part of
quand
the
il a présidé
fundamental rights.
l'Union
Even
européenne, a
the
décidé qu'il
president of
fallait
the Republic, when
effectivement
he presided the
inscrire ces
EU,
droits
he
dans
decided that it was
la
necessary
Charte
through
des
the
droits
court to establish
fondamentaux,
this
en même temps,
in
c'est
the Charter of
compliqué
Fundamental
aujourd'hui parce
Rights.
que
At
les
the
pays
same time,
européens
it
refusent
becomes
de
tricky to
mettre
do
ces
it
droits-là.
today
Et ça
because
a
there are
un
other
gros
European countries
effet.
that
Et
refuse
j'espère qu'ils
to
veulent continuer le
take these
contrôle sur
rights
le corps des
as
femmes, le
a
contrôle sur la
something
natalité,
that
le
it's
contrôle
part
sur la
of the
démographie.
legislature.
Et je
So
crois
men
d'autant
are
plus
still
qu'aujourd'hui,
controlling
au Sénat, on
demographics, the
discutait en
body of
France
women and
la
demographics.
constitutionnalisation du
In the
droit à
Senate, we are
l'IVG. Et ça,
debating the
c'est un dossier qui a
constitutionalization
aussi
of the
suscité
right to
beaucoup
IVG.
d'opposition. Donc on est
And
sur
there has been a
un
lot of
progrès
opposition to
réel
it,
par rapport
you
à ces
know.
droits, mais un
It
progrès
is
qui
a
est
real
toujours,
progress for this
qui
right,
n'est jamais
but
linéaire, qui
it
est
is a
fait de
progress that
régression et
is never
de
linear.
recul,
It's
et un
a
progrès
going
qui
back
est
and
toujours
forward.
contesté. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a toute une partie
And it is a
de la droite,
progress
de
that
l'extrême
is
droite et même
always
des partis
debated. There is
religieux qui
always
n'ont
a
jamais
part
accepté, par exemple, que les
of
femmes puissent
religions
avoir
that have
le
never
contrôle sur leur
accepted
corps.
that
Et donc,
women
c'est un
could
combat permanent
take
qui
control
continue
of their
toujours
bodies. So
aujourd'hui
it's something that
et
is
qui est
permanently
entravé
being
aussi, et
discussed
ça on aura peut-être l'occasion d'en reparler
and
tout à l'heure,
that
par
we
des menaces
I
qui
had the
pèsent
opportunity
par
to
ces
talk about
mouvements
it. We are always with
d'extrême
threats
droite, ces mouvements
in
religieux
terms
qui se
of
sont
movements,
organisés
far-right
contre les droits des
movements
femmes. Et quand je parle des droits
that
des femmes, ils se
organized
sont aussi
against the rights of
organisés
women. When I talk
contre
about the rights of
effectivement
women,
les droits
I'm
des
talking
personnes
about
LGBT,
organizing
contre l'accès à
against
une
the
information, un accès à
LGBTI,
l'éducation, à la sexualité.
access
Et donc
to
on est là vraiment dans
information,
des
to
droits qui
education,
sont
sexuality.
menacés. J'avais acquis
So
ce que
there
disait
are rights
Geneviève
that are
Kress, une
being
philosophe
threatened,
française,
and
qui
they are
disait ce sont
never,
des droits qui sont
never
réversibles.
final.
Et je pense
A
qu'elle a
French
raison, et je pense
philosopher
que les
said that they
féministes
are
ont compris bien ce que veut
reversible.
dire cette
So
réversibilité. Alors
I
tout à
know
l'heure, on a parlé effectivement
Polish
de la
people know
crise
how
sanitaire.
what this
Ce
means.
sont les
We
femmes
talk
qui font des
about a
métiers qui
sanitary
sont
crisis, and
essentiels et qui
actually it
ont
is
permis de
women
maintenir
in
toute
service
la
that are
société,
essential
le
services that
soin,
allow them
etc.
to
Et
keep the entirety of the
tout le travail
society
autour du
in
cœur, mais pas
care
seulement, tous les petits
and
métiers.
all the
Et en
work.
même temps, ce sont les premiers droits qui ont été attaqués. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, en France,
But
on a vu
these are
que
the
ça s'est
first
mis cette
rights to be
année en crise.
attacked.
Mais vous
For example,
comprenez
in France,
qu'aujourd'hui, on est en crise sanitaire, donc on doit
we have
s'occuper
nursing
des personnes qui sont en
services. We
danger de
were
mourir.
during a
Le
health
droit à l'avortement,
crisis, so we
c'est
need
pas
to
important
take care
maintenant,
of
on s'en occupera
people.
plus tard.
The right
Dans
to
certains
abortion was
hôpitaux,
not
les femmes
important
sont
anymore.
refusées
We will take care of
alors que
this
d'autres
later, you
pays
know.
ont au contraire
Well, to some
ramené ces
women, they
droits.
were
Donc on voit bien que ça ne
refused
fait
to be
partie des
committed
droits
in
qui sont
many
considérés comme des droits
hospitals.
à
So
part entière,
these
mais ce
are
sont toujours des
rights
droits
that are
le
considered to
droit
be,
fondamental de pouvoir
well,
disposer de ses corps
ancillary,
est
you know.
toujours un droit qui nécessite un combat permanent. Alors,
It's
par rapport
always a right
effectivement à
that
cet
needs a
individualisme, je
permanent
dis que ces
struggle.
droits-là sont
Pertaining
toujours
this
défendus de façon
individuality, I would say
collective. Et ce
that
sont
this is
uniquement les mouvements
defended in a
collectifs qui
collective
vont permettre de
manner.
défendre ce droit fondamental
It's collective
parce que nous
movements
avons
that
besoin
allows
de
us to
tous
defend this
avoir droit.
fundamental right
Il faut savoir qu'aujourd'hui,
to to dispose of our own body, we need to be aware that today 55% of women and girls in the world who make an independent choice on contraception it's important to mention these 217 million people have no access to what they use as a contraception device. The beneficiaries, 25 million abortions done today throughout the world in dangerous contexts. This is illegalities against men and women. For these 5 minutes that I had, that was it. Let's continue. This issue of rights and how they can be reverted, as it was said, is quite worrying, I know. But let me ask you, going into the social practice, the so-called real life that Maria was talking about before, this hiatus between the law and praxis and the mentality. How can you explain this as a sociologist? Good morning all. Thank you so much for having me. I do apologize, but I said at that time that I didn't want to refuse the invite, but I was quite limited in time. So I would just like to tell you that I need to leave at 12:30. No other way of reconciling the other commitment that I had for today. So I do apologize deeply, but I could not participate in the debate. As pertains to this debate about this matter, I have 3 things that I would like to highlight as being the ones that I see as the main challenges of feminism. One of which has been mentioned by some of you has to do with individuality. I think that we have 3 challenges that are particularly strong in the centers of the feminist movement of the second wave. Talking about Europe, United States, that are other interesting places also. But this was particularly important in this census, and that is where it makes sense, the conjugation of this part. And how does this work? This debate around the state and public policies fighting intervention of the state in favor of the private on behalf of a liberalism that forgets that liberal ideas founded the European social state. And so there is a polarization of those attacks to the state that have to do for some understand that most public policies a waste of time and a waste, and we are losing the speaker. We do apologize, we are losing the speaker. There's lag on the connection. Well, although Portugal is an example, there are many bodies on mechanisms with women and for the legislation, and that it is an example of it. From my view, Maria has explained this already. From that point of view, Portugal is not different. And other countries of their sphere and geographical area and economic, but public policies in terms of equality are under permanent attack by the media. Within the field, within this part of us in the last few years, it would be necessary to have campaigns within the publicity, and it would be so today. But those campaigns were being attacked by the media, ridiculed, so showing that the rights of women don't have to be protected by public policies or by campaigns. Women can protect themselves. That's the general idea. This is the first way, okay? The second one that I see is the attack to knowledge. Attack to knowledge. We are living in a period where we have, especially with the pandemic, the anti-science movements that have been groups in the religious group that would get a stage of influence that was quite strong to fight the scientific knowledge, but that came from other realities. If we were to return to what brings us here, it's because that gender studies is not the pandemic, it's before that. And it is an attack that is systematic, that converges forces that came from the Catholic Church, of course, but also from Eastern countries, being that the most extreme is Hungary, where it has been forbidden. So it's a direct attack in terms of knowledge. And why? Because we refuse the social basis of the procedures of discrimination, and we intend to send those processes into nature. All of this is natural. Everything that happens between men and women, in the family, etc., all of that are natural processes, not things that happen in society. We don't recognize even dignity to what is the typical goal of social sciences, which is the manufacturing of the phenomena by society themselves. And this attack to knowledge follows this path, as I was saying, that this is threatening of social sciences themselves, because if everything is nature, if there is no phenomena in the core of society, then social sciences become unnecessary. So maybe this type of debate and ideology will not understand that social sciences will become dispensable. What some of you have already mentioned, that makes a whole with everything that I said, it's a whole that is coherent with an ideology of liberal right, extremist even. It's the issue of speech for individualism, and that it has started with Thatcher. We all remember the famous sentence by Miss Thatcher saying that she doesn't know society, just individuals and families. So the beginning of this mentality has a date. Usually that doesn't happen, but this one, you can put a date to it, you know? It's the period where we have this definition. And because of the backlash, where the movement might be important. And against this what, as Veronique was saying, has always been very important, the collective, the notion and awareness of movement, of collective mobilization. It is absolutely abhorrent for what is happening now, dominating societies, governments, and mentalities. Everything has to do with a will and an effort of the individual. So the individual alone can solve its problems, doesn't need public policy, doesn't need movements, because that is humiliating. I remember that in Portugal, one of the arguments against quotas is that it would be humiliating for women. They were so good, they enjoyed, they had so much merit, they didn't need quotas because they would feel humiliated because quotas would be necessary. So this permanent summoning of mobilization, individual mobilization in face of a problem that is social and that can only be solved, as said, collectively, constitutes a threat, from my point of view, quite severe. And I would only say to finish that if this vision that I'm conveying is a bit negative, I think that there are alternative visions, namely in younger generation, because younger generation, from my stance, did not have time to integrate the fear of feminism that was brought by this speech since Mrs. Thatcher. They didn't went through this experience, so they go to the sources, they go to the memory of past events, and this allows for some mobilization in younger generation that it's harder in intermediary generations between those who have experienced the second wave and the present day. And I would rest here because I don't want to take any time from other participants. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ligia. Let me give the floor to Maria do Céu, because we are running out of time. And I would return to the law. We know that the law needs to be as encompassing as possible to then be applied to the majority of people. But there is also a problem of neutrality, as Ana Sofia was saying, of the law that is so neutral that it does not protect what it should. It's something that we can think about when we talk about equality between men and women. That's a very interesting question. That's nice to be the last one because I get to think about things before I answer. The law is general and abstract. It's a buzzword. It is aimed at the population at large. All of those in the law, national, international, community, what have you. Well, but the law, in order to be effective, needs to solve the problem that it aims to solve, right? And if those who are connected with those laws, in terms of the social analysis of statistics, have different situations, the laws need to take on mechanisms, so-called positive action mechanisms, to compensate. Let's talk about the laws of equality. That's what we have, right? They need to have equality. If you do more of the same for all, there's no equality. There's repetition of discrimination. That's it. So we need to have positive action. Parity, for example, that's positive action. Why? Because since the 25th of April, it was the asymmetry of political power, shame and this and that. And they were not enough. So they have tokens once in a while. So at half mandates, we could already see how things were working. That's why they cannot ignore this. It's not children. So what I was saying is, if we want to do it, where is it? Where is it? Well, I don't know. But that idea that if people want things to change, the laws need to bring that change. And we don't know to go much further than simple things of parity in economic, in political. I don't know what the first thing was, but then you had 40, which is more or less this. There is something that people adapt to, is properly made, taking into account the reality that is known, and we try to avoid that what already happened would happen again. One thing is figures, okay? A lot of them there, 40% in some situations, and this and that. Now, who are the women who have patience to go to policy to defend things? Not a lot of them. They don't have time, but no one has time, which is the most important thing that we have except for health. So time is divided. The key, the great key here, except for violence, but that indirectly we will get there, is a society to be organized, to have a law, and we have it in the Constitution. We don't need to change the Constitution. We have a magical article. I don't know how many constitutions in the world have them, but we have in Article 9 fundamental tasks of the state. Since 1997, on the fourth review of the Constitution, the state promotion of equality between men and women. Okay? It is a fundamental task of the state. We can do whatever we want with this in terms of the law, which is the one coming from the big rules to promote equality. You can do whatever you want. And how to promote it? It's in the law. It's in the Convention of the United Nations. It is in the Council of Europe, in all recommendations. Council of Europe. It's tiring. They need a lot not to get tired to say, there they go. No. Well, I kind of believe it. I don't believe it yet, but I will soon. It's strongly based. I do apologize for the F's, but it's properly fundamented. In fact, we don't need anything extraordinary. We just need to want it. And what I think is although there is a lot of political will, we must not forget this has to do with a priority. We have the war, sure. We have a lot of things and money and this and that. But if we were to think on how much of the dominating masculinity is it not in the ways and the need of the war? Of course that we need to defend, but we have tools that can bring peace. If we were to apply CEDAW throughout the world, 147 states, it's the second most ratified convention. Why don't we act? So they are all there creating children, and that's it. So in terms of action, universal right to care, we have the list of fundamental rights, as everyone knows. We can add what at each moment we consider necessary, and it has been increased, and it has been added to it. It has been included. The issues of homosexuality. We cannot discriminate, and we cannot discriminate ever. People are the same, they are people, okay? But let's not forget about the cross-sectionality that sex prints on people, and that because of it, all of them throughout the world have unequal treatment. Why? Because of the uterus. That's it. The problem is reproduction. And the need of the new letter saying that you are mine. No, I'm a prisoner of your freedom. Okay? Men need to be sure that maternity is controlled because of demographics and whatnot, but that's not the only reason. It's because of immortality. That's it. Men need women to be sure that their genes continue till the end of time. That's it. That's it. It's not me who says it. It's the authorities of the new letters, okay?
Mas isso não quer dizer que tenham que ser aprisionadas por causa disso. Porque senão, nessa altura, daqui a pouco temos assim gaiolas de mulheres, não é?
Or else we will have cages of women for reproduction. We are following that path. They are not in cages, but the process is ongoing. It's ongoing, quite successful actually. So we have professionals of gestation, which is an amazing thing. An amazing thing. Oh, poor guys, they cannot have children. Well, I can see. My sight is not that good. That's life. We cannot satisfy everything without the sacrifice side not to be harmed, you know? The art of governing is balance, common sense, and the less damage possible for everyone. And the best happiness for everyone. But just because I like to shoot a gun, I cannot recognize a fundamental right to shooting and to kill whomever I want, because that's a fundamental human right. There's an article in the Declaration that has to do with limits, okay? The rights are not limited. They need to have a limit to it, because that's what makes us happen between societies. So everything needs to be adjusted. That's why we have elected politicians. A lot of them, yes, it's not just a number, you know, because a number might be a disguise. We need to understand what happens in terms of place and the real power, because they can be in very fine places, and then you see that it's, well, not working. That's nice. That's very nice.
Para garantir que vocês tenham a oportunidade de colocar questões, observações, peço-vos só que sejam curtos, está bem? Porque ainda temos que voltar aqui.
Please, I would ask you to make it short, because we have 3 other speakers to comment on what has been said. I have someone there who wishes to say something. Hi, I'm Juliana, and I'm doing a PhD research on digital feminism, building upon what Ana Sofia said about violence against women that need to overcome neutrality. I don't see a lot in the EU and in Brazil legislation for virtual attacks that women suffer. And in Brazil, there is a survey that the law, it gives account of the porn revenge, which is intimate pictures, but not direct attacks, harassment that women suffer in social media daily. Asking, we are not debating the virtual space with this part being occupied, not a tool, but an area of intervention and dispute. And we don't think a lot about saying, making a gender laws for the virtual space. So this opened the speech of Professor Maria Rego, who brought the idea of us being mobilized, and from there on to demand the creating of new lenses, without talking about Brazil, of course, but we were able to get it from the digital movement, creating a new law against abuse during legal hearings online, all of that because of Marina Ferri. So this is just a reference to this. Creating new laws, we can put on what they want, even if it's virtual, that are invisible. for more traditional movements. Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you to our speakers. I would like to ask Maria do Céu, just extending a lot of debates that we have been having for many years. The law is always a reference, okay? But Maria do Céu ended up saying that the issue of the law might not be the most important, because the most important is immortality and power that women have. This serves to say that what we were saying before, everything is the same. Why are we always repeating the same thing? We have advanced laws, but our social life, our social practice is deeply discriminating, deeply discriminating. So where is it? And I'm a teacher, okay? I always try to bring my interest in, and so we heard the Minister of Education that said that was quite a substantive speech, but what did the educational system do? Created a new discipline, which is called citizenship. But the issue is, just like Maria do Céu said, is cross-sectional. So it's important to bring all of this cross-sectionality instead of creating one more side. And one other thing that, since I've worked in the Committee for Equality of the Rights of Women, also it was the best place where I worked, so I could dialogue with Europe. This was at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. At that time, we were debating because of school books. They are exactly the same. And this, I think that we are moving forward and leaving behind the seeds of reproduction of inequality and discrimination.
Hi everyone, thank you for your interventions and the excellent panel. I have a question for all of you, but probably more specifically to Sofia, Maria do Céu and Lígia, because they all spoke about this. But it's an ambitious question, and perhaps I would like some tips than concrete answers. You all talked about the turning into individualism, but also these new ways of glamour and mercantilizing the women's bodies and its reproductive functions. For me, this is the focus and the center of discrimination, gender-based, that we are all subjected to. For those who lived this in another moment, and now witnessing the rebirth of these new ways of discriminations, romanticized in a way, how is it for my generation and my companion? How can we fight this veil of emancipation and empowerment over the same discriminations that represent to us a new problem? Not only saying, how can we solve this, but say everything again that this is wrong. This continues to be wrong. And this is what I wanted to ask you. Thank you. Perhaps another question? Over there, please. Good morning. I would like to thank you. The great session we are having today, the debate, the roundtables, and the various interventions. I would like to say that I think it is fundamental what is happening here today, the non-divorce between the text literature and women's rights. When we are talking about equality, when we are at a feminist forum, the new letters, we are talking about it today, but also the right and the duty of literature to question the reality, what surrounds it, to inscribe itself in our daily life, and to go through the noise, like Marina said. Regarding the new letters, they are what they are. We are celebrating its 50 years because really they not only question the reality of the 60s in Portugal, but they overlap their time. So it's value, pertinence, still today, it's the fact that they put us questions, and we as readers also put to new letters questions that continue to be open, that we are still questioning ourselves as readers in different times. Literature and justice and duty of literature to work for justice. I think Maria Cel said that it's this, to talk about women winning Nobel Prizes with her questions, with her books, that concerns us all. So thank you very much. It was only for sharing these thoughts. Thank you very much. I would say that I don't know if there is any urgent question, we would close the questions. I will try to sum up the questions asked. And so we would go back to Liliana talked about the question of violence, virtual attacks in the virtual space and social networks as a less legislated space that has few legislation and public policies, which is concerning. Fernanda talked about why is everything the same? Why are we talking always about the same thing? The questions of transversality in CV, school manuals and books, etc. We could have lots of roundtables about this. And Diana talked about the turning into individualism, the mercantilization of the women's body, tips that can be given to the new generation of feminists that will continue our fight. And I am sorry because I don't know the name of the last. Ana Gabriela talked about the right, the law, and the duty of literature to question the reality, bringing the new letters again into this discussion. These are the questions and observations, and everything can also be commented, what was said before. And a sphere to close, 7 minutes, what do you want to say? We are in the domain of rights internationally, the rights of women. Only in 1993, Vienna Conference, they were verbalized and talked about and written. We are 2022. Second point, only in 2019, we had an international definition with consensus of sexism and is in an international recommendation of the European Council of Ministers. Only in 2019, we are in 2022. Third point, there is a whole generation that was born in the virtual space. The online convention violence is the reflex of the offline violence with new clothing ramifications potentiated by the anonymity that is allowed on social networks. The first general recommendation of the Convention of the European Council against domestic violence and violence against women will be about the online questions. So this is not random. The online potentiates what exists offline with extreme implications in the life of many women and girls. The concepts are still being discussed. We talk sometimes on the expression used by you. I would use the expression of sexual violence based on images, because it's not always revenge porn. Sometimes we take as fake news in an image, we put the face of someone that we don't know and we expose the photograph to the world, or the image. So it's not only when we have a relationship between the concerned people, it's the exposition the sharing of the women's body. It's a way of controlling their body and sexuality as a collective. It's that woman, it's all the women that are exposed there. And there are young girls that commit suicide, and there are extreme situations of professional implications, etc., etc. These issues are being discussed in power relations. We are talking about young people also, in schools. We are not talking about violence in dating, for example. Violence is a continuous, it assumes various forms, but it's also about the control of your body. I do whatever I want with your body. In this case, on virtual space. But I also do what I want in limit situations, neoliberal situations that disregard the rights of women, regulate women, that put women in cage for reproduction purposes. It happens, the mercantilization of the reproductive capacity of women is real in many countries. India, Ukraine, it's a fact, and it's the poorer women with more difficulties that are put in those industries that are legitimated at the light of individualism, because someone wants something and they are mediated by money. Patriarchy, neo-capitalism, disguised of modernity many times without going to the root of the problem. Inequality between men and women that assumes many nuances. It varies on the contexts, but when we look at numbers and statistics, we see that it is the control about them, their bodies, sexuality, mercantilization legitimated by industries that are effectively, in our perspective, violent, that attempt against the women's rights. I would like to talk about the words linked to those international tools of rule, of law. Unfortunately, we have to say that many times those who have legislative, representative responsibilities don't know the fundamental rights of intervention in these areas. CEDAW, Magna Carta of the Women's Rights. Woman as a political subject, with knowledge of her rights, but also political formation by women's associations. They are fundamental. There is a degradation of the intervention space. There is a reduction of the intervention space of women's associations all over the world. In a moment where apparently we are more equal because we have so many laws, treaties, recommendations, etc. But when we look at what is going on effectively in the movements of rights, international feminists, what we see is a reduction of their own deadlines of intervention, of funding mechanisms for intervention that were called measures of positive intervention that have been decreasing systematically. When we look also in terms of public policies to the funding, specific fundings to intervention in this area, we see a decrease along the time. So what are these priorities? Where apparently we are all agreeing, but when we look at the numbers, the mechanisms, the resources that we have, and to intervention spaces of debate, we verify that the reality is different. The difference between the rule of law and reality based on the experience of women and girls. And the new Portuguese letters were about their experiences. So this is fundamental, the numbers, but also their experiences. And as a women's movement composed by women's associations, the experiences of the women in the field are fundamental for our debate and policies in their own spaces created for them to speak. Thank you, Ana Sofia. I will give the word to Veronique to close all that was said here. What you want to say?
Bonjour, rebonjour. Alors moi, je voudrais réagir sur plusieurs points, sur trois points.
Hi again. I would like to react to one question. The importance of the law. For example, in France, we have laws, a recent law about violence against women, and those laws are important, but they're not sufficiently implemented nowadays. We have many laws that exist, but we have the lack of political will to apply them, and on the other hand, political will to give the necessary means for these laws to be implemented. For example, the question of violence against women. It's very important to say that many women today are desperate because they don't the plans need queries and other means, and the justice doesn't have the mean to manage their complaints and their accusations. The law of 2001, the Opari law regarding the education for sexuality and contraception and abortion, this law about the sexual education, and the new Ministry of Education just said it, in the Portuguese ministry, is that this law is not applied nowadays because we don't have the means in the law to do it, and it's not a priority, so it's not integrated in the school's curriculum. The law predicts that everyone that are in school may have several sessions for a year, and sometimes they only have 1 or 2 sessions, and this is not normal, and this limits their attention. And so the goal of these sessions is to invoke education for sexuality in all its dimension, that is the promotion of equality between men and women, the fight against discrimination, the respect, consent, etc. So we have to have laws, but we also have to have the political will to apply them and also the means to do it. And I would like to talk about the importance of the debate that is going on in France regarding the constitutionalization of the right to abortion. That is a way to reinforce this right. And also a point mentioned in other intervention that has to do with natural. We can say that today, by invoking this natural order or restoring the natural order, the extreme movements, political or religious, fight against the rights of women in an organized way. These movements that are present in the United States, Europe, and everywhere. For example, inside the family congresses, in France we have the Path for Life, for example, that talk against the right of women to dispose of their body, not only about abortion, but also contraception, the right for sexuality. And sexuality is a problem because it promotes equality. And people are against equality, and they will continue to limit women to a role of procreation, and will continue to turn young people, to continue to allow young people to be educated this way. In Hungary, registered in its constitution the right of the child to be born. And so what we know about the right of the child to be born, that stops the freedom of women in Poland. The first consequence of the allowance of the abortion in proximity, limited abortion in case of bad formation of the fetus causes women to die because they want to protect the fetus and neglect the lives of women. And so this pro-life movement attacks the life of women. And they don't concern about women dying so that they can protect an embryo that anyway is aborted because they have malformations and they eventually die. So behind the ideology, we can see a reinforcement of these illegalities. They don't talk about equality, they talk about complementarity between men and women, and we all know what this means. Women are reduced to their role of procreators, and so we have a fight to do, a debate to do at a scientific level, because this is a fight against this ideology of the natural order. What we want is to promote a real equality of education from young ages, and we need to reinforce the law where it exists and to promote these laws that are in the international conventions, but international conventions that are not effective in most countries. And so I think this would be important for each feminist movement to continue to fight for this today. And I think that this is why we need to reinforce this solidarity between women at an international level, to support the feminist associations where they have little means to survive, to exist. This is very important because there are illegalities against women, but also against other people. And I think that this is a democratic will. What are the countries that attack constantly the women's rights? Those with authoritarian regimes, fascist regimes, I mean. But I think this is a very important point. Maria José, I will ask you to be brief, so laws are great, but in practice their application has much to be desired. So there is one question about literacy of women. We don't, I don't know how to call it, shouldn't the feminist movements in a way take into account that many women don't have the notion of what the law says and the difference of what is applied in practice? So this is one of the questions that we have to make to see how we can mobilize in a stronger way for the implementation of the laws. Yes, of course, I agree. I agree with you and the last speaker. I think that you are completely right when we say there are fantastic laws at an international level, but the transition to the internal law that turns them into real laws that are associated with a component of punishment. If you don't keep them, for example, if you don't pay taxes, you have consequences. And the need of effectiveness of legislation in this matter, I think it's a case to review, because we have to go to the conventions and see if our laws reflect everything that it's there. But this is why I made a proposal. I know I have very many doubts. Sandra makes a great effort, not only her, but all the teams that work on these matters, but sometimes they see things that we cannot overcome. But if penal codes had the Article 5 of CEDAW, you would understand, my dear, that cases of domestic violence and agreements like we had a few years ago could not happen, because the judge in a disciplinary process, it's not allowed to justify or to take the blame lighter Oh, because he thought that she was dating everyone else. The criminal or punishment, criminally in name of cultural customs, religion, tradition, honorable pretensions, or any other practical subjects that subject the inferiority of women against men. And so we have to take another article to conjugate it and base. If this was in the penal code, everyone would understand it, the judges, the lawyers, and the victims, because the victims think that it's not worth it to be exposed, and then the rule go against them, and then they appeal. It takes years, but this is the internal law by the way of constitutions that embarks the national right and European law. We should have a small law in civil and criminal codes that everyone should know of, the prosecutors, the judges, etc. Technically, it's easy to argue. We just reflect it and that's it. But we had public protests when we had a sentence about a decision of a ridiculous consequence of a determined aggression. That could not have happened. The prosecutors and the judges have training in the area of equality. Yes, they have few hours of trainings. I went to SEG to make many things, the Center of Judiciary Studies many years ago, because I was not invited again. But anyway, things are really fine. But, you know, there is another sentence that says, while the majority is and also we have women that don't want to bother because they have the lives they want to, but not everything is ideal. But to put in the general code, so the international dispositions that Portugal is linked to, this stops any argument possible. It's in the law, and the worse the international environment is, the biggest the obligations of the democratic states, like the Portuguese state, to do this. That's it. Okay, it was a pleasure to share with you this round table. The new letters, I will end with my favorite sentence. It's time to say enough and to make a block of our bodies. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a todas as intervenientes por este interessante debate.
We thank all the speakers for this interesting debate. We will now take a break for lunch. We suggest to those who have the translation devices to turn them back, because you can ask for them again in the afternoon period. The lunch will take place in Centro Cultural Vila Flor. We invite you all to go to the lunch. We will get back to the session at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Well, now we're testing the English channel. So this is the English channel, testing the English channel. So this is the English channel. Can you confirm that you can hear me? On the English channel, testing 1, testing 2.
E agora a testar o canal de inglês. Inglês, inglês, inglês.
Boa tarde, é prazer estar novamente com todas e todos. Vamos agora perceber
Good
em que
afternoon.
medida os
Pleasure to have you
feminismos
again.
necessitam de maior
Let's now
visibilidade
understand to what extent
neste período
feminisms need
caracterizado
greater
por conflitos,
visibility.
muitas vezes alimentados
Period of
nas redes
conflict
sociais,
often
mas
fueled on
também
social networks,
diplomáticos e mesmo armados.
but also
Quais
diplomatic
as
and even
consequências
armed.
para homens e mulheres?
What are the consequences
Chamamos
for
a
men and
moderadora da
women?
mesa 3, Feminismos, Democracia e Paz, Céu Neves. Grande repórter do
Let's now
Diário de
bring
Notícias,
Sam Ned,
escreve
major
regularmente
reporter for
sobre
the Diário de
temas
Notícias,
sociais
usually writes
como
about social
migrações,
issues such
igualdade
as
de género,
migration,
demografia,
gender equality,
minorias
demography,
étnicas e sociais.
ethnic and social
Vencedora do
minorities,
Prémio de
winner
Jornalismo
of the
pela
European
diversidade
Union
contra a
Journalism Award for
discriminação na
Diversity
União
Against
Europeia em
Discrimination
2007
in
e
07,
pela reportagem
and
O
for the
Meu Nome
report
Não
My
Lava
Name
os
is
Santos,
Not My Gender,
publicada em
published in
2010.
010.
Convidamos a subir ao palco Nathalie
We invite
Pires,
on stage
é
Nathalie
delegada
Pease.
nacional
She's
da
a
mulher
national
paz e
delegate for
segurança
women,
no
peace and
Ministério do
security at the
Interior
French
francês
Ministry of
e tem uma
Interior,
carreira interministerial
and she
focada
has an
em
interministerial
questões
career
internacionais,
focused on issues,
questões
so
de
international
segurança,
issues, security,
governança pública
public
e
governance,
igualdade de
and
género.
gender
É
equality.
presidente da
She's
Administração
president of
Moderne e
Administration
dos GAP,
Moderne and
Gender
of
and
2GAP,
Governance
Gender
Action
and
Platform.
Governance Action
É membro do
Platform.
Conselho Superior para a
She's
Igualdade
a member of the
entre
High
Mulheres e
Council
Homens.
for Equality Between Women
Wanda
and Men.
Gurjão,
Wanda
professora
Gurjão,
na Escola de Artes
professor
da
at the School
Universidade
of
de
Arts at
Évora
the
e
University of
investigadora
Évora, and
corresponsável do
researcher
projeto Mulheres
co-responsible for
e
the project
Associativismo em
Women and
Portugal,
Associativism in Portugal,
1914-1974. Tem várias
1914-1974,
obras
has
publicadas
published
com
several
relação à
works
participação
regarding
das
women's
mulheres na política
participation
e ao Estado
in
Novo.
politics and Estado Novo.
Também temos o prazer de contar
We are also
online
pleased to
com Céline
feature
Mas, é
Celine
empenhada na
Mas,
igualdade de
committed to
género há
gender
20 anos, é
equality for
cavaleira na
20
Ordem
years.
Nacional de Mérito
She's a
pelas
knight of
suas
the National
ações em
Order of
prol da
Merit for
causa.
Action for the
Atualmente é
cause.
presidente da
She's
ONU
currently president
Women's
of
e
the
membro do
UN
Conselho
Women
Superior
Friends
para a
and member
Igualdade.
of the High Council for
Empreendedora social e
Equality,
escritora,
social
dedica-se
entrepreneur,
ao impacto
writer.
social,
She is
nomeadamente
dedicated to
através de
social
livros,
impact,
educação
notably through
e dos
books,
projetos
education,
Love for
and the
Books
love
e
for books
Return
and
for
Return
Society.
for Society
Paula
projects.
Cardoso,
Paula
jornalista,
Cardoso,
produtora
she's
de
a
conteúdos e militante
journalist, content
antirracista
producer, and
luso-moçambicana,
anti-racist activist,
criadora da série de livros
Luso-Mozambican, creator of the
infanto-juvenis
children's book
Força
series
Africana, com
Força
personagens
Africana,
negras como
African Force,
protagonistas
with
e
black
da
characters as
plataforma online
protagonists, and of the
Afrolink,
online
com o
platform
objetivo de
Afrolink,
valorizar a
with the
cultura
aim of
africana.
valuing African
Em
culture.
2022,
In
foi
2022,
selecionada para a
she
lista
was
Top
selected
100
for the
Women in
top
Social
100 women
Enterprise
in social
2022
enterprise
da Euclid
2022
Network,
list of the
uma rede
Euclid
europeia
Network
de
and European
empreendedorismo
Network of
social
Social
promovida pela
Entrepreneurship
Comissão
supported by
Europeia.
the
Uma boa
European
mesa para
Commission.
todos e para todas.
Do enjoy.
Agradeço aos organizadores tanto deste evento,
Thank you,
foi a
thank
primeira
you.
parte, digamos assim, que ocorreu em França, porque é sempre importante
It's
lembrar
always
ou
not just
recordar
this
ou
event, but
sublinhar
the
estas
event that
questões da
happened in
igualdade de
France. It's
género,
very
que às
important to
vezes parece
highlight
que estamos um pouco
gender
adormecidos
equality. It seems
ou
that we are a
pensamos
bit
que
asleep.
estas questões já estão bastante enraizadas e depois há
Things
exemplos
that
com
are
factos mais
deeply
recentes
rooted,
em que
examples
percebemos
such as this one,
que não é bem
where we
assim, mas
realize
também
that
percebemos como não
that's
é a
not
situação em
exactly how
países
it
que
works. We
têm
know how
regimes
it works
mais
in countries that
autoritários,
have
como diríamos o caso do
authoritarian
Irão, onde
regimes,
agora
such as Iran,
houve uma rapariga que foi morta
where there was a
não
girl
por
that was
usar o véu, e
killed
portanto isso gerou
because
uma
she
onda
did
de
not
contestação. Percebemos
wear
isso quando há guerras, como
the
acontece agora em
veil.
Ucrânia,
So,
em que as mulheres
wars like in the
constituem a maioria
Ukraine, where
dos
women
refugiados,
are the
mas também
majority of
depois
refugees,
tornam-se
but
uma grande
also
parte das
they
que lutam
become
para
ones
o fim
of
desse
who
conflito, como
struggle
o
to the
Irão
end of the
também
conflict.
constitui a parte também visível que também luta contra isso, ou se quisermos recuar mais, vamos às mães do México que lutam
We can
há
also
anos
talk about the
pelos seus filhos
Mexican mothers that
desaparecidos.
are fighting
É
for
sempre
their kids
importante,
who
de
have
facto,
disappeared.
questionar
Always
este tema,
important to question
pensar
this
que em
issue,
termos de
to
igualdade de
think
género
that in terms
avançamos,
of
mas depois
gender
parece que recuamos,
equality, we move
e
forward,
aqui
but then it
às
seems
vezes
that we go
falamos nas
back
questões
again.
das minorias, mas nem sequer estamos a falar
Sometimes
da
we talk of
maioria, que é uma grande
minorities, but it's
maioria
not always a minority,
que foi
which is a
tratada de uma
vast
forma
majority
indiscriminada, e depois dentro dessa
seen in a
maioria
discriminated
há
manner, and
outros
then
grupos,
within it, there
igualmente mulheres,
are
que também
other
são
groups,
discriminados, como
women
podemos
also,
aqui ver. Neste painel,
which are also
temos,
discriminated.
temos experiências,
In
experiências
this
em
panel,
Portugal
we
e
have
em França,
experiences in Portugal and
pessoas
France,
que fazem lutam ou trabalham trabalham nesta área por uma questão mais quase
People
global,
who
também de quem está
fight
na
for
administração
almost an
pública, tentar
individual
perceber o
view,
que é que podem
public
fazer,
administration,
está no ativismo, e depois também temos aqui uma socióloga, uma perita nestas questões que nos pode
those
dizer
who
todas
are in
como é que
activism, and
depois
then we have also a
na prática
sociologist, an
defende-se.
expert who
Eu
can
vou
tell us how
seguir
things
aqui,
happen.
portanto, o guião que temos aqui
I
na
want
nossa
to
mesa,
follow
no
the
programa,
script that we
e
have.
vou começar precisamente pela Celine Mas, que não
Let's
está, pode
start
estar
with
cá, não pode
Celine
estar presente,
Mas.
mas como
She
foi
could
referida aqui
not
na
be with us,
apresentação, a
but
Celine Mas há mais de 20 anos
Celine
trabalha
Mas for more
nestas
than
questões,
20
está
years has been
envolvida,
struggling and has
portanto,
been
tanto no
involved
nível
in these
social como
issues on
económico,
social
escreve nesta
entrepreneurship
matéria, também a
and
promover
books
determinadas
written in this
publicações
subject
no
promoting
sentido de poderem fazer a diferença em
certain
termos desta
publications in
área. Portanto,
order to make
começaria
a
pela
difference.
Celine e tentar perceber, de facto,
Let
e
me
como o
start with
tema é a
Celine.
questão da democracia, ou
The
seja,
issue
mais
is
participação, mais
democracy,
participação
okay? More
igualitária, é
participation,
mais democracia, é
egalitarian
uma
participation.
democracia mais execuível,
It
digamos
is a
assim, e,
democracy that
portanto,
is
gostaria que
easier
falasse,
to
partisse da sua
execute. So
experiência,
I would
tentar
like you to
perceber
tell
qual
us
é o papel da mulher, de forma que a democracia e também a paz e a segurança se
the role
concretizem,
of
ou se
women,
podem concretizar no
peace,
dia a dia. Portanto, passo a
security
palavra à Celine
in
Mas.
the everyday life. So Celine Mas, you have the floor.
Não estamos a
Sorry, désolé, le micro était coupé. Bonjour à toutes et tous, merci beaucoup de m'accueillir. Malheureusement, je comprends le
Thank
portugais
you
mieux que je
for
ne le
having
parle,
me.
mais j'espère aller dans le bon
I
sens par
do
rapport à la question.
apologize. I do understand
Je voudrais vous
Portuguese, but
répondre
it's
et tous,
not
mais voilà,
easy
les
for me to
circonstances
speak
m'en
it.
empêchent.
I would
Moi, ce
love
que
to be
j'ai
with
envie
you,
de
but
vous dire aujourd'hui,
circumstances
c'est
don't
que le
allow me.
constat, il est quand même
What I would like to tell you
important,
is
je n'aime pas
that
être porteuse de mauvaises nouvelles, mais il est quand même préoccupant. Je veux m'arrêter d'abord sur le thème des femmes, de la paix et la sécurité, puisque je sais que c'est un des thèmes que vous avez
I'm
abordé
here to
les uns
talk
les autres
about women
lors de cette rencontre.
and
Et ça tombe
safety. I
assez bien,
know
puisque
that
hier,
this
on
has
a
been
appris le
addressed
dernier rapport
before.
en fait, des Nations Unies sur la
And
résolution
yesterday
1325,
we had the last
cette résolution
report
qui a
on the
été votée dans les
UN
années
on the
2000
resolution
pour que les
325,
femmes soient à la fois plus
which
présentes
is
à la table
from the
des
2000s,
négociations
so
en cas
that
de guerre ou
women
de conflit,
are
mais également qu'elles soient
sit
des
at the
actrices
table of war
sollicitées et
negotiations and
participantes
conflicts, but
au processus
also
de reconstruction. Donc
to be
là, on
asked
fait un
to
bilan chaque année. Le
participate in the
bilan est
process
sorti
of
hier et demain,
rebuilding.
donc le 20 octobre, il va y avoir des discussions au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies donc sur ce débat et sur ce thème.
It's a
Quand
yearly
on regarde ce
debate,
rapport
and the
qui est
UN,
sorti hier,
this will be
le constat est
debated.
très aggravant. On a au niveau mondial, donc
We need to
30
see
000 femmes
this
sont atteintes au
report
niveau
and
local
realize that the
et
results
2100
are
milliards
worrying.
de dollars depuis l'année dernière, alors que si on fait un parallèle avec le financement des organisations pour les
We are
femmes
talking
féministes,
about
les deux étant synonymes,
2.1 million,
eh bien la situation est extrêmement
or actually
préoccupante. Il va y
2.1
avoir des
billion,
quotidiens
and it's
asséchés de
quite
nombreuses victimes
concerning
au sein de la
this
société civile, au sein des associations. Mais
issue of
si on fait ce
COVID
parallèle-là,
that
c'est quand même assez
depleted the
important.
resources
Et
of
pourquoi est-ce que c'est très
association. And if
inquiétant?
we
En
establish this
2021, donc
connection,
l'année dernière, les
it's
femmes
still
représentaient
very,
19%
very
des
worrying.
délégations dans les processus de
In
paix dirigés par l'ONU.
2021, women represented
Et elles
19%
sont, donc l'année dernière,
of
en 2020, elles
delegations
étaient à
of countries
23%. Donc on
protected
a
by
une
the
baisse
UN.
substantielle
And in
aussi de la
2020, it
présence des
was
femmes au sein des
24%.
délégations. Je vous
So
invite, et vous
there is
pouvez
a
regarder dans
lowering
l'actualité, à
of women
regarder
in this kind
les
of
négociations
delegation.
qui ne sont même pas
We
encore prises,
also
mais en
see that
discussion au plan des conflits, ne serait-ce qu'en Ukraine. On voit quand même
negotiations
très
that
peu
are
de
not
femmes, voire pas
just
de femmes en fait,
entrepreneurial, we're talking
à la table
about
des
cases
négociations, à
such
la
as
table de ces
Ukraine.
discussions. C'est quand
We
même un
don't
gros
have
sujet
women at
pour
all.
l'avenir. Depuis 2018, un autre chiffre qui nous inquiète,
It is a
plus
subject
d'un
for the
tiers des
future.
rapporteurs
Since
femmes et hommes
2018, there is
au
one
Conseil
other
de
thing
sécurité
that
qui sont assistés par un groupe de travail
brings some
réalisé sur les femmes, la
restlessness.
paix et la sécurité ont fait l'objet de
There is a
représailles
working
et
group of
d'intimidations. Ça, je
NGOs
pense
for
que c'est un point
peace
absolument clé sur lequel nous
and
devons
safety
être très
where they
fermes. C'est-à-dire
intimidate
qu'aujourd'hui,
people.
s'engager pour les droits des femmes a un prix. Ça peut être le prix de sa vie dans certains pays. On le voit en Iran notamment, on le voit dans d'autres pays. Mais c'est aussi
In this case,
un
it's the
prix
price
quotidien. Et
is
ça, c'est un
life in
sujet qui
some
nous inquiète
countries,
beaucoup
but
parce
also
que la
something
vitalité
of the
politique
everyday
qui
life.
consiste en une présence paritaire des femmes et des hommes, elle est du côté des femmes
There
très
is a
désagréable,
presence of women and
beaucoup
men
de gravité, attaquée durement. Aujourd'hui, s'engager en politique, même au niveau local, en
is
France, que ce soit
harshly
au Portugal, que ce soit
attacked
en Amérique
because those who
latine,
are
en
involved
Afrique ou
politically in
dans tous les
France and
continents du monde,
Portugal,
ça a un prix.
Africa,
Et le risque
throughout
est
the
clair, et c'est un
continents
des
of the
risques que je voudrais
world,
pointer
this
aujourd'hui, c'est
has
qu'il y ait de moins en
a
moins de femmes
problem.
qui souhaitent payer ce
And
prix
what
de
I was saying is
préférer
that we have
qu'on
less
peut
and
comprendre,
less
mais qui
women
souhaitent s'engager en politique. Ça touche aussi,
who
je ne prends
accept
pas
to
le temps
pay
de
this
développer, mais
price
ça
for
touche aussi ce que
reasons
vous
that
venez de
are
dire,
legitimate
le
and that we must
cyberharcèlement. Est-ce
understand.
que l'on a envie, dans une démocratie qui fonctionne, d'être cyberharcelé quand on défend
A
pacifiquement,
democracy
j'entends
that works,
pacifiquement les
but in a
droits de
way
la
that we
personne
have
handicapée?
online harassment
C'est
as
ça
being a
que question
problem.
vraiment est troublante et nous indigne.
It is an
Donc,
issue that is
sur le
truly
plan de
disturbing.
paix, femmes et sécurité, on est déjà dans une situation qui est très tendue. Sur le plan de la prise de décision,
We are in
on
a
est
very
aussi dans une
difficult
situation très difficile.
situation in
Je vais pas
terms of
énumérer tous les
decision
chiffres, mais
making.
entre
This is a very
1990 et
difficult
2019, donc cette période
situation.
assez longue, les femmes représentaient en moyenne 13% des négociateurs, donc en temps de
Between
conflit, 6% des
1992 and
médiateurs et
2012,
uniquement 6% des
there is a
signataires dans les
decrease
processus
of
de paix.
representation of
Et
women in
environ 7
conflicts.
processus de paix sur 10 n'incluaient aucune femme. Donc
And
c'est
there are
énorme.
in
Les médiateurs
7
sont
in
jamais
each
signataires.
10
Bon, je ne vais pas vous donner tous les chiffres, de toute façon, ils sont
processes
anonymisés
of
la plupart
peace,
d'entre
there
eux.
is
On
no
va aller
women
ensuite sur
at
la
all.
décision, puisque là, vraiment, c'est un constat, j'espère, en tout cas, je pense qu'il est partagé parce qu'il est aussi démontré par des faits. Quand on regarde le pouvoir, évidemment, politique, de la même manière, on a seulement 25,5% de femmes parlementaires au plan mondial. Donc c'est inquiétant, on n'est absolument pas à la parité, on en est même très loin, malgré beaucoup de
Well, we
vitalité
don't
qui
have
peuvent être
parity. We are very
de
far.
programmes politiques certes insatisfaisants, mais qui néanmoins prennent de plus en plus conscience de
Political
cette question, notamment
programs.
depuis la 4e conférence internationale sur les droits des
We
femmes à Beijing,
become
qui a eu énormément de
aware
progrès
of an
sur la sphère
international
politique et la sphère des
conference
violences, mais qui
in
reste
Beijing
très loin de ce que l'on
about
peut,
women and violence,
j'ai envie
but
de dire
it's still
exiger, mais le
very
minimum des droits
far,
humains
very
fondamentaux.
far from what
Parce que là
we
encore, on a
can do.
posé la demande féministe et l'engagement pour les droits des femmes comme un engagement qui serait une sorte
The
d'engagement
movement for the
superflu au sein
women's
des sociétés
rights
mondiales. C'est une
as
véritable
being kind of an
hérésie. C'est une
involvement in
véritable
the world
erreur. En
society
République, on parle des droits
is a
humains
true heresy,
fondamentaux,
is a
basiques,
mistake.
j'ai envie de dire, dans un langage plus quotidien. Quand on regarde le pouvoir économique, c'est tout à fait la même tendance. Alors, il y a des pays où c'est plus ou moins mieux, mais les
Economic
femmes,
power
qu'il
is
s'agisse de
more or
conseillers
less,
d'entreprise, qu'il s'agisse de comités de direction, même si encore une fois,
according to the board of
il peut y avoir des
companies,
progrès dans certains pays, notamment en France où, grâce à la loi, les choses ont progressé depuis une dizaine d'années. Mais enfin, quand on regarde de près les chiffres dans la plupart des pays du monde, on est aussi très loin d'un pouvoir qui est partagé. Pour faire très
in
simple.
other
Donc,
countries of the
ces
world, we are
raisons
very
qui
far
rajoutent
from
à
a
ça des
shared
inquiétudes
problem.
majeures quand même que je souhaite citer, parce que c'est aussi des sujets évidemment de travail pour une femme. C'est le Covid qui a aggravé, vous le savez, de manière catastrophique en fait les droits des femmes dans le monde.
COVID has worsened the right of women in the world. Only 42% of measures that were took during COVID in 219 countries.
Deuxième sujet qui nous préoccupe beaucoup et qui est un sujet majeur, c'est
And the
évidemment la
second
question
thing
climatique.
that we
Qui, on le
think
sait parce que ça a
should
été
be
étudié,
discussed is the
toucherait a
climate
priori plus
crisis.
violemment les femmes et les filles, tout simplement parce que quand un pays est
That
ravagé,
is
on se retrouve
that
sans
is
protection.
structured in a
On
way
voit
that does not
des
address
morts
women and
absolument
children
terribles dans le dénuement le plus complet,
and
les
those who
infrastructures
are
brûlées, les routes
unprotected.
vendues. Enfin, on est dans des situations qui sont atroces, atroces. Je vous invite à regarder ce qui se
That
passe en
are being
Haïti, notamment en
sold,
ce moment,
are
où on est
being
sur
raped,
place, on a vraiment des opérations. C'est
atrocious
extrêmement compliqué.
crimes.
Et le
It's
climat, comme vous le
terrible.
savez, va aussi générer des migrations dans les années à venir qui vont tendre les sociétés civiles.
This will
Parce que, on
generate
le sait bien, tant que
migrations.
finalement le conflit ne nous touche pas dans notre quotidien, on peut espérer une solidarité. Et c'est ce que l'on constate dans bon nombre de pays. Il y a aussi de l'optimisme à avoir, évidemment. Mais quand
We
le
don't
conflit vient
expect
perturber un quotidien,
solidarity.
perturber un habitat, perturber l'organisation de sociétés locales, c'est plus complexe.
The organization of local society becomes something that's
Là, on est
trickier.
vraiment dans une situation, dans une poudrière mondiale très complexe. Néanmoins, je voudrais terminer là-dessus.
So we are at a
économique,
situation that is very
préconisée.
tricky worldwide.
Il y a des solutions, en tout cas, il y a des pistes de travail très sérieuses qu'il faut continuer de développer. La première, c'est d'avoir des agendas politiques intégrés. C'est-à-dire que nous, on plaide vraiment à ONU Femmes pour le fait qu'on ne sépare pas les sujets comme on a pu le faire il y a une vingtaine d'années quand on parlait des droits des femmes. Il n'y a pas d'un côté les
We don't
violences,
know
de
what
l'autre
the subject
la sphère
is
économique, du
in
climat,
terms
mais
of this part. There is a
ce
side
sont
of
des
economic,
solutions
of violence, and
intégrées,
the other
des
of
programmes politiques
conflict.
qui prennent en compte
These are all
l'ensemble des
issues
sociétés, donc des approches qui
to
sont
be
systémiques.
integrated in the
Je dis
political
ça
plan,
paraît
has
simple,
taken into
évidemment,
account
je ne suis
the
pas
conflict.
présidente
These
de
are
l'ONU,
systemic
nous
approaches. It
n'avons pas le pouvoir
sounds
toujours de
simple
faire la
said
politique
this
de
way,
l'ONU,
but we
mais nous
don't
pouvons
have the
jouer un rôle.
power to
C'est-à-dire
establish the policy.
aiguillon,
But
plaidoyer au quotidien auprès des politiques et auprès des gens qui prennent des décisions dans ce monde. Deuxièmement, il y a la question du financement. Le financement est trop bas. Alors, l'argent ne fait pas tout, certes, mais
The
ça
funding
aide.
is
Il n'est
too
pas normal qu'on
low.
consacre des milliards à des sujets
Money is not
apparemment
enough for
favorables à
everything,
la
but it's
planète,
not
au
normal
profit
to have
d'un
millions
social au plan économique, et que
for
le droit
those
des femmes
who
soit un droit
harm the
plutôt
planet,
paupérisé, pour lesquels les associations doivent faire du
and that the
bénévolat et
right
se
of
trouver
women is a
en
right that
grande
is
partie pour
set
arriver à
aside
défendre des droits
by
fondamentaux. Ce n'est pas
associations.
normal et on doit être
And this is to do with
conséquent
the need
là-dessus.
to
Ça,
sell
c'est la question
fundamental
financière.
rights. It's
Il y a
not
la question
normal
aussi
now
qui
to
nous est chère à
defend them. This
Nations-Unies. On a
is
plusieurs
quite
programmes de
important in
programmation
terms of
qu'on
funding.
appelle evidence-based.
And the
C'est-à-dire qu'on a
third
besoin de
thing that
data,
is
on a
important
besoin
is what we
d'études, on a
call
besoin
the
de mettre en évidence
evidence-based.
les problématiques qu'on
We
évoque,
need
parce que les
studies,
droits
we need to
essentiels
have
comme
evidences
le
for
vibrato
these
de l'engagement ne
situations
suffit pas.
because
Il faut
good
vraiment des études
feelings,
pour prouver que
the rod
décider
cannot get
d'engager
there.
aussi des investissements sérieux pour les droits des femmes, ça rapporte. Ça rapporte d'un point de vue financier, mais aussi d'un point
To
de vue
say
également
that this
moral
is
et social. J'ai envie de
important
dire, le moral, c'est la
and
base.
to
Et
have
malheureusement, parfois, ça ne suffit
a
pas pour ça.
report
Donc, il faut
that
vraiment
it's
mettre
not
l'accent
just
là-dessus.
political
Et
but
ensuite, un
also
dernier point
financial.
que
Many
je
times
voudrais
it's
évoquer,
not enough. We need
qui
to
fait
take
écho
this into
à un point
account.
qui a été dit tout
The
à l'heure.
fourth
J'espère
thing that I
pouvoir le
would
dire,
like to
pardonnez-moi,
say,
et j'espère pouvoir l'avoir en replay, c'est cette question d'une réflexion, et ça c'est plutôt pour nous autres féministes, à mon sens, sur le militantisme, sur la manière dont en 2022 et au-delà, on veut engager à la fois les hommes dans ce combat. C'est
in
indispensable, on ne pourra pas
2022 and for the
atteindre
future,
l'égalité
we are
civile si
bringing
la
men
plupart
into this
des
type
postes
of
de décision, en tout
feminist
cas plus que
movement.
nous, ne
The
sont
vast
engagés
majority are in
de
decision-making
considérer
areas.
ce sujet d'un point de vue sociétal et pas simplement comme étant le sujet des femmes pour les femmes. Ça n'est pas ça le féminisme et ça n'est pas ça les droits des femmes et la jeunesse. Parce que je
This
pense
issue is not an issue of
qu'aujourd'hui, on peut pas
society, of
entièrement
women,
porter,
it's
comme
the
on le fait
rights
avec
of
les
women
amendements, l'idée qu'un
and
emploi
youngsters
n'est
also.
pas
We don't need to
intégré
do
ou
it like we did
traditionnel. Il faut
40 years
dénoncer
ago.
les
It's
féministes
not
qui se sont
necessary
battues,
to
qui ont
integrate our
parfois donné leur vie pour la
traditions.
cause. Il faut absolument
Those
intégrer
who
cela. Et
struggled,
on
who
doit
gave
aussi
their
trouver
life
une
for the
manière de donner au
cause.
récit. Et c'est
We
pour ça
need
qu'il
to
faut aussi la
integrate
réflexion,
and to
pardonnez-moi, je ne sais pas
find
qui
new
l'a dit,
ways
mais
of doing it.
sur la littérature.
That's
Et
why
encore
I
une fois,
find
ce
it
sujet aussi est à titre
interesting
personnel, je l'avoue.
thinking
Mais pour
about
la jeunesse, je pense
literature
que c'est
because it
vraiment
seems to
intéressant
be something that
parce
I'm
que
very
parfois,
passionate
dans la
about.
littérature, on est dans la prospective.
And
On veut imaginer les mondes de demain. On n'a pas de limite
in
dans ce qu'on peut
literature, we
penser.
can
Et d'une
imagine
certaine manière, ça
the
peut nous aider,
future.
ça peut aider nos récits, nos engagements,
This
à
might help.
montrer en fait aux jeunes générations
This
que
might
le
help
monde
our
féministe est un
involvement
monde
in showing
meilleur, pas
young
simplement pour les femmes et les
generations
filles,
that a
évidemment, mais aussi pour
feminist
tous.
world is a
Et
better
s'imaginer
world,
un monde meilleur,
not
c'est
just
peut-être
for
déjà le
women
premier
and
pas
girls, but
pour
for
arriver à le
all.
construire. Je m'en arrête là, je vous
Imagining a
remercie
better
beaucoup, j'ai
world
vraiment
is the
pensé que
first step to
c'était
build
clair.
it. I will rest here.
Agora
Thank you
vamos
for your
passar à
attention.
Natalie Fields, que também tem uma experiência nesta
Let's
área,
give a
não
floor
apenas
to
na área do
Natalie Fields. She has
parlamento,
an
também ela
experience
dos
in
direitos
this
das
field,
mulheres e de
not
trabalhar
just
nos
the
países em
rights of
igualdade,
women
também
and
tem a
working on the
participação
plans
que
of
temos
equality. She has a
neste
participation in
Departamento
terms
do Interior,
of safety.
precisamente
She's now in the Ministry of the
na
Interior
Brigada
to
da Defesa Mulher da
is a
Segurança e da
delegate
Paz
for
e
issues
tem
of
uma
peace and
intervenção tanto
women
do ponto de vista político,
with an
administração pública,
intervention from the
como
point of
também
view of
do
public
ponto de vista de
administration
associativismo, uma vez que
and
é
associativism
responsável por duas
because she is
associações e, portanto,
responsible for
irá
two
também falar sobre esta
associations, and
experiência
now
dela.
she will tell
E
us
se
about
consegue
it
fazer esse
and
equilíbrio,
how
estar
she
no
can find
princípio
this balance
lado da decisão e depois também no
on
outro
the
lado da intervenção, às
decision-making
vezes
process and then
mais e mais
intervention
quando é
demanding
precisamente
more for
este tipo
those
de
or
questões.
from those who have this power to intervene.
Merci beaucoup. Vous m'entendez peut-être, oui. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Surtout, vous remercier de m'avoir invité à cette journée et demie d'échange.
I would like to thank you for having me for this day and a half because I was quite impressed with the debates of this morning and with the quality of these debates that we are having this afternoon. I would like to tell you who I am. I've been working for almost 30 years in this field, and
Et notamment, j'ai commencé ma carrière pendant 6 ans au ministère de la Défense, où j'ai été la plus jeune et la seule femme pendant quelques années. Et j'ai pu voir dans un monde à la fois masculin et à la fois aussi pluridisciplinaire l'importance de partager les regards. J'ai eu la chance de travailler dans une direction
the importance of sharing information.
Qui s'occupait de stratégie. Et quand on s'occupe de stratégie
This had to do with the strategy.
on a évidemment besoin d'avoir le plus une qualité.
We do apologize. We are having some technical difficulties in getting the sound from the booth. We will do the best we can to solve it.
Comme je le disais à une d'entre nous tout à l'heure lors de notre déjeuner, quand on travaille dans des domaines de sécurité, que ce soit
Before lunch, when we work in areas of defense or internal security, as the ministry where we are now,
sur la qualité de la décision. Et donc,
we cannot take any risks
d'aller au plus près de ce que peut être la meilleure décision
because we try to be closer to what is the best decision for the safety of our citizens and our collective safety also.
Et c'est ce qui m'a beaucoup marqué dans mon parcours professionnel, c'est cette importance du regard pluridisciplinaire. Pour autant,
because there is an importance of this multidisciplinary view on which they belong, with weaponry, with the military,
avec des hauts fonctionnaires, avec des universitaires, avec des linguistes, des sociologues.
With linguists, with sociologists, and we repeat that we are having some troubles with the sound, some technical difficulties. We will solve them as soon as possible. We have a connection with the university, with the academic world, because we need this quality of study, this quality of thinking, and within those universities, pluridisciplinarity ends up in being in a male. That's what I was able to see throughout my path. So when I work in issues of strategic analysis, and when I participated in the creation on the service to prevent this, and in these masculine words, I understood that we had a certain problem of the world. And this way of designing public policies had a problem because we were talking about male elements, okay? Just to share an example, we worked with the prevention of delinquency and with elements legislative on this subject, and I had to insist strongly so that within this device was the one that was caused to women. So we have a policy that we call policy of the city that has important means, priority neighborhoods in situations of precariousness. Policy of the city, as we saw, had funding that benefited boys more than girls. When I asked my colleagues during meetings that were managed by the Prime Minister of what we were doing for girls of those neighborhoods, they would tell me, well, okay, we are very, and pleased to say that we are funding cooking, seaming, workshops. So that's where we see how important it is to be able to be in this process of design and implementation. We insist a lot on the importance that things have to be made sure of, because of making this in the Constitution in terms of rights that has to do with the reversals. Well, what's behind it is a power to decide, the decision-making definition. So we need to bear in mind that public institutions are not a black box. They do exist with individuals that have their own visions of the world and that design public policies, and that elaboration needs to give place to a sharing of a world based on experiences on two parts of the humanity, men and women, on which I work in two different pillars: professional scope, the Ministry of the Interior, where are dedicated to the implementation of different programs, and on the other hand, I'm the president of associations that gather different networks in public administration and also in the private sector. Well, we will not change, we will not accelerate the rhythm of women and the defending the rights of women if women are not part in designing and implementing public policies. This will only change if there are people who work on these subjects, and they will take the initiatives. Those who, if they want to have an impact, they need to be at a situation in a position of deciding something. And the pivotal importance of having professional networks within organizations and specifically within public institutions. We need to stop the consideration that the world feminist movement has before it public institutions. We don't have public institutions. We don't have states, countries. We have a power that it's male, masculine. So the subject is the sharing of decisions. So my message is that we must invest within the institutions. It is very important. My other message is that we cannot consider that professional networks of females are only here to serve the careers of favored women. No, no. We are here to define a different vision of the world, other tools. This is not just for the benefit of women who are at the decision-making situation. So my message is that if we want to change in an effective manner all those subjects, if you want to avoid saying again what was pivotal, always doing the same thing, we question why are we at the same point? Why do they resist? And why that power is being seized? And my message is that not only women have to get to decision-making jobs, and we have a set of studies showing that the fact that there is a mixed element in the decision in private council, there is an impact on the organizations in terms of the commitment. Just for statistics in terms of those decisions, but we have some figures in terms of the impact in peace projects. My message is that we must invest in it, but because it is a risk-taking, we need to have people who are dedicated to those networks. So to be able to gather us all in order to make a balance because of this. So obstacles. But if we are in a decision-making process, because in an association part, that's the way that we get there. This is the main message that I would like to convey today. Thank you. I have Ana Cardoso, she's a journalist and activist, talking about in this vast majority, women are fighting for equality of rights compared to men. There are other minorities, namely women of other ethnicities. And I think that Paula is not waiting for public institutions to do something and has created a network to promote rights in those communities and also to promote people of those communities who live in Portugal and that in fact don't have enough visibility. So I will now give the floor to you to understand what you have been doing and why did you create that network and in what way are you able to take small steps in this matter? We don't have the sound from the speaker. Oh, now we do have the microphone again. So first and foremost, good afternoon to everyone following us. Also, let me greet my colleagues at the panel. Let me thank Siga for having me. And also, thank you for presenting me that they are indissociable of my process of the building of my identity, that since I remember is rooted in my blackness. This is something that I always address because in these debates where the motto is feminism, is talk about feminism, I would like to highlight that this issue of feminism, I prefer to use the plural, feminisms, because I don't think there is a universal definition, even because when it is applied, I'm not there. So I really like to pluralize this issue. And as I was saying, feminism came to my life a lot later, after the blackness. I never felt that the gender, in those which were the most important experience, I never felt that gender was a hindrance. My construction as a person, my realization. So what was always important as an obstacle to my right to be was the color of my skin within a context where I come from Mozambique. I was born in Mozambique, and I came to finish those 3 years in Portugal. So all my I came to Portugal when I was 3, actually. So, I think that I'm talking about a protection, I think that's the proper word. In the first years, I was never the only Black student, so this ends up giving a sense of belonging within the lack of belonging, which is the main feeling that marked this childhood of mine and also adolescence. I was talking about childhood and how this protection of the Black presence around me ended up allowing somewhat that I would create a feeling of identity, although not belonging. I never felt part of this reality, but I never rejected my traits. So I think that this issue of non-rejection and self-rejection comes from this idea of understanding people like me around me. But although that was there, since day one, since going to school and etc., I understood the changes in treatment by teachers, by assistants, also in the playground, some racial provocations that we would receive. Since the beginning, we are instructed to ignore. We are told to normalize these practices because, well, it's part of existing. And then out of the school, that this is what I found at school, something that never made me feel a part of it. Also considered the curricula that it's still deeply colonial in Portugal. It's the same thing beyond the school. What happens also in families, and usually Black people in Portugal, family that had things that we do during the weekends, going to restaurants, and I went to the fair, to the children's fair in Lisbon, and I do remember I had an experience there where my family, we had to leave the restaurant because our request was clearly being neglected. A white family who came came well after we did, they asked for the same thing, they were served first. And this ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back because we ended up leaving the restaurant without eating. We were very hungry. I have 2 sisters, but the story ended up being imprinted in my mind, not because of waiting, but because of the neglect with which our ask was processed or handled, because we were Black. So we are not seen as clients. We didn't have the right to be heard. And this idea of inferiority, of fear, is the one that still defines interracial connections in Portugal, even if this happens on an unconscious manner, and even if without the recognition of the vast majority. And let me highlight that although I have this experience marked by the color of my skin with a set of situations of microaggressions, the awareness of this reality that is more specific ends up materializing recently in my life, especially starting from the experiences of my nephews. I have 5 nephews, and it was from what they reported, starting from what children today still suffer. I dove deep in a deep questioning about the multiple oppressions and microaggressions that I've experienced and on which it's violence, which is we need to get used to normalize that experiences to survive. And it was from this place of awareness and also responsibility. Responsibility because I commit to act to the change that I want to see around me. This is how I got to the anti-racist activism and to Black feminism that became, well, two sides of the same coin. And I say this because starting when I take this path to commit with understanding myself and to be positioned as a Black person in a society that's structurally racist, I find a set of Black references that are important for my process of affirmation. And I found African American authors like Mel Brooks, Angela Davis, Tony Robinson, Maya Angelou, but also others, Dali Quilomba, Brazilian Jamila Ribeiro, Conceição Evaristo also. So many Black women that throughout my existence I never knew existed, taking into account all the dynamic that still exists in connection to that legacy, to that importance of the Black history presence, not just Portuguese, but the one that comes from other realities here in Portugal. Of course, that starting from activism, from this civic movement, we have paid a lot more attention. And starting from that attention, also publishers started to mobilize to pay special attention to different authorships. This ends up making it easier to access because it's not necessary anymore to import some books or reading things that are deeply outdated. And this possibility of accessing in Portugal, of course, that it makes access more sparse. It is something that is quite relevant in the context that we are sharing here. All these Black women were very important for this process of understanding all of this, and amidst a set of issues that I asked myself and others that came about because this process is still ongoing, this made it clear that the movement that I knew did not represent me, that Black feminism is vital to collect this diversity of mind. And let me share an historical speech from Sojourner Truth. And she questions, it's an historical speech called I Won't Be the Woman. It comes from this place where she faces those who are declaimed at this time where Sojourner lived, because she was born at the end of the 18th century and she was a militant throughout the 19th century. And in this militance of hers, she understood that the criteria excluded her, did not take into consideration Black women claims. So this knowledge that there are specificities, this is important to understand that there is a Black feminism, although I do understand that there are other feminist women that consider that this creates a division. It was also a criticism that I heard when I created the Afro Link, this network that creates like professionals in Portugal, African or Afro descendants, but that allows also to bring some critical mass, taking into account that in Portugal, we don't have ethnic or racial comments. We don't know how many happens in Portugal, which does not allow that this claim of this movement is just specific of this experience. But we need to make it undeniable that our differences are translated into inequalities. We need data. There is still a resistance coming from entities, from the state of collecting. That's why it is so important that we have projects like AfroLink and others that have came about in order to map at least the experiences, the stories, and to make it clear that these imbalances, that these realities existed. It's not fiction. What I usually say when there is this criticism about the possible frailty of movement starting from this bottleneck or this specification, I usually say that these kinds of struggles are not different. Another one is against human rights that have very specific definitions that need to be answered and that as a standard are not taken into account coming from an universal definition of men and women that excludes from the start Black people or Black women. That's why we see some of the advances happening in the area of feminism, namely the introduction of quotas for the feminine participation in policy or politics. We don't see those effects, those advances. They are not mirrored. They have no impact on our existence. We continue to be excluded. And bringing this idea that in the last legislature, we had 3 Black women, so in Portugal, that was historical. And we have observed during that period a speech, a hate speech that was quite steep to one of the representatives, Francine Catar Moreira. She heard from a colleague that she should be given back to where she came from. This is something that was legitimated in the House of Democracy in Portugal. This representative had his speech. Other representatives ended up being accomplished because silence is burnt. So there is no consequence from it. So the message is currently going that there is no problem in insulting, discriminating Black people because nothing will happen. It is a feeling of impunity. Also, Beatriz Gomes Dias, another Black woman who took office at the Assembly of the Republic, and when she was set as the leader for the city of Lisbon last year, she herself was also attacked. But what we clearly see is that when a Black body tries to impose, not impose, but when they claim the right to be in places of influence, there is an idea that starts to arise of a movement to repel all of this and the idea that Black people don't have the right to take on these places. This privilege continues to be associated to white people, which in Portugal continue to have this equivalence of the white Portuguese person. There is this no gauge for the diversity and this recognition that yes, there are Black Portuguese people. This context makes the politics a very hostile area for Black bodies, and if they are women, even worse. And this was quite clear in the last legislature. So this will happen with impunity. That's why it is reiterated. Because in Portuguese law, racism is not seen as a crime. There is racial discrimination, but racism itself is not included in the law. In terms of intervention, I think that what we have is activism, many times structured in associativism, and in many contexts it becomes an imperative because when the system, as you said, when the system is not able to give an answer, either because it's not capable or because they don't want to, they consider it not to be a priority of their intervention. And when these answers depend on the survival we are forced to take on that head on. So activism, at least in my opinion, came about as the tool that is accessible in the defense of the best, and that we consider that is fundamental in order to have equity, equality, and social justice. And I finish here. Thank you, Paula Cardoso. Let me give the floor to our last speaker. It's quite interesting because we can close this first round, because one thing is what we think, one other thing is what we do, and the third one is the consequences of what we do. And Vanda Gurjão has worked on representatives of the parliament who are in the first stage of our democracy, so she will present some conclusions of that work. Good afternoon. Let me start by greeting you for this initiative. Thank you for having me. And let me thank you all for being here. I would love to start by saying that I'm coming from a different place than most people have. I will not talk as belonging to any organization. I will not talk as a militant. It's the academia. This is where I have developed my work, and what I would like to share with you is some of the results of the last project of research that took on what I consider to be the first generation of representatives in democratic Portugal. I began the study in the assembly starting in 75, and I researched up to the end of legislature 87. This historical period is to do with what is my field. I'm sociology and political science, has to do with classifying political cycles in the country. And we do have a first one, which is transition, post-revolutionary transition, and a second one that goes up to 87, that is considered to be the consolidation of the regime via institutionalization of the different instances of power. After that, there is the first governmental majority with Cavaco Silva. That is when we are maturing the democracy. So I came from a previous study that had been on the role of women on the opposition to the regime of Salazar. So I stayed until 74. I thought it was very important to realize what the representatives had done in this first stage of Portuguese democracy, answering more than 10 years. So when I had this interest in following this research, I had some expectation that I would find results that I would say, well, I thought it was positive. Representatives did a lot of things that were very important, knowing that the representation in the parliament was very, very small. One thing that I've considered is that the representatives that have been elected, and it seems the representatives that were in the representation of other representatives or representatives that are men. Throughout the legislature of the assembly up to the end of the fourth legislature, we had in the parliament in figures 171 women, taking into account those who were elected and those who were by replacement, some of them replacing for a week or a fortnight. From this initial basis, I made a key question. I was quite interested in everything that was process of parliamentary democracy. So I wanted to understand how in this stage, representatives could have had some importance, some role, some protagonism within the assembly to bring some openness, of attention, of awareness of their peers to issues of the rights of women, to the representation, and also to what extent would they have been able to bring some, in some way, to introduce the notion of parity, even if it was only took on afterwards. So how would they define this in terms of the introduction, in terms of parity? So I'm about to share some of the results. But then allow me to say that there are some issues that are personal, some of the questions that we might have. So there is no answer in these categories, but there are proper points to be seen in all these different views. So the question is to know if they had created enough conditions, these women, of course, 75 to 87, if they had created enough conditions so that afterwards there was greater representation of women in the parliamentary system and a greater equality between representatives. That's what I think that it's very important to return to this notion of democracy. And it's very important because we must not forget that this notion is an invention of feminism. It is the second wave, those who formulate the notion of parity, and they do it in the 70s, okay? It's more than understandable that there is a notion that has a minimum echo at that time, that the notion went about in a mean that was in this part, that this visibility. So in terms of this part, and it is part by the feminists, and it starts having the integration. This is very important in the end of the year. So in the 80s, so when in 89, with the Conference of the Democracy, 40 years of the activity of the Council of Europe. There is a formal definition and institution, and we knew that if there was feminist reflections, things then become institutionalized and formalized. Of course, that is entry in the political field is something that only happens later. So one thing that it's important also is that this is a result of the feminists. The great novelty on this democracy of the parity democracy goes beyond the political equality. And why? Because it postulates equality between women and men in decision-making processes and in political realities, but it brings an element that is new when we consider political equality. So this element considers that parity between genders is the essential condition. It is unsurmountable for democracy itself. This is one that has to do for democracy. And let me quote François Gaspard. He says that no real democracy is possible if we thought that this issue of equality between men and women is not put as a political assumption coming from the constitutive principles of the state, exactly like the universal suffrage. So it needs to be equivalent to what are the great constitutional principles. So one other thing that is very important, there is a reversal in causality between the idea of equality and democracy. We consider that because of democracy, there were some mechanisms of democracy that should allow that we would reach equality. It was considered to be a path that would be attained or a goal that would be attained by democracy. The notion of democracy will reverse it. And what it says is that without having an adoption of parity between men and women, we cannot fulfill any democracy at all. It's not democratic processes that give way to parity, but it is the parity democracy that will allow to fulfill equality. And parity democracy is a sine qua non condition of democracy. This means that there is a change of the paradigm and is an extension of the notion of democracy. There is a paradigm shift which is pivotal because not only question democracy, but we also question the quality of the political representation. Democracy is put into question and also the quality of political representation, namely the traditionally male phase of the democratic game. So democracy is put into question, the quality of political representation. We talk about the crisis of legitimacy, but it's also this basis of the democratic game. The notion of parity democracy is different from representative democracy because this notion puts everything in the political plan, while democracy has a much broader look, making that there is a balance, not just formal, but real, between men and women, between genders, and the reconfiguration of the new roles of women and men in society needs to happen on all levels of organization of society, in all spheres. It goes beyond the strategy to the plan, and it takes on all the areas of society. There are many authors who consider that with the inclusion of this notion, that it becomes democracy that is representative, being considered as a democracy that is pluralist, is also in parity, and it's shareable. And many authors consider this to correspond to kind of a third wave of democracy. Who are these representatives? What did they do? How did they do it? So that's why I began my research. So I tried to answer this question thusly. I tried to see who were the women who had been in the parliament and what were their traits. So I characterized them according to three different traits. First, social and professional, that has to do with training, with the profession, with the studies. Political characteristics that have to do with the political roles that they had took on beyond the parliament, and then parliamentary ones that had to do with issues of re-election and the longevity. And then, taking all of this into account, I ended up making a comparison with the parliamentary elite, which was quite interesting, was that, and this is how things work when you start researching, I thought that I would find a great difference between male and female. And it just so happened that via statistical analysis, the results that became obvious was that unlike having a difference, there were differences that were minimum, sure, but unlike this, there was a huge similarity of profiles between both representatives, male and female. We could not distinguish in terms of political offices and in parliamentary terms. So there is an explanation for this, okay? It's not just theoretical. It is set on different theories of political science that sends us to the functioning of how things work in democracy. All processes of selection and recruiting of women to a parliamentary institution obey to what is the criteria that it's considered decent or what is a profile of a candidate or a representative. So those who are applied to women are exactly the same to the criteria applied in men. We might even say that when the parties make their lists and they choose their elected elements, they do it from the same template, which is a male template of politics. Women are not different or other kinds of characteristics. They just adapt. Choosing women adapts to what is the preferential choosing of the profile of men because there is, for all due purposes, an institutionalized masculinity of the political game. There was a difference between the profile of women because of the party affiliation. And it is known that the greatest distinction in terms of mobilization and recruitment of more women has to do exactly with this difference between right-wing parties and left-wing parties, with right-wing parties being very different from the left-wing ones, which have mobilization that it's much higher than right-wing. There is a great difference. They mobilize and recruit a lot less women than left-wing parties. So I only have 5 minutes. I need to cut this short. Well, in order to have an answer to the question, I wanted to do something else, which was to understand that not beyond these characteristics, what did they do in the parliament? Which was their work? Which was their protagonism in the parliament? And so what I did was I tried to see what had been the seat in the parliamentary part, what had been the legislative initiative, what did they do in terms of initiative, what has been the type of usage of the word, and what has been the parliamentary interventions. Very quickly to summarize, let me tell you this. There is an obvious discrimination, horizontal, vertical, in parliamentary committees throughout legislature that did not take more than 10.3%, always in feminine subject, and in terms of taking the floor, there were very few, very few, and according to a regimental classification of the Assembly, that's mean that there are interventions that are more important than others. Political economies are the most important of all. The most important of all almost had no representation. Declaration of vote, sure, ratifying decree laws, practically no political statements. Then, more than 75% of women never had an intervention in parliament. And in terms of subjects of interventions, it was quite amazing. It became clear that I wanted to understand to what extent they brought gender issues, issues of equality, issues of the interest of rights in women, and also parity or parity democracy. And what has become very obvious since the start is that these women did not talk about women's issues. They did not talk about women's interests. When they did it in a very minimized manner. They spoke about subjects that had to do with the hardcore politics, which is quite curious because in the subjects that were important, those that were important to be debated was construction of the democratic state. So what we had for the rights of women was very, very low. There was no horizon where they could fit. Then there was an analysis starting from speeches of March 8th. So what I got to realize is that almost always in celebrating March 8th, women would talk about the rights of women. That was a given. Then when they talked about the rights of women, they spoke about economic rights, social rights. They would spoke about family rights. They spoke about the issue of children. They would talk about cultural issues. Very rarely they would talk about political rights. There was no single intervention in the assembly from 75 to 87 about political rights that did not come connected with something else. March 8, international conventions or plenaries or studies of what was the CCF at that time. There was never an intervention of any representative focusing on political rights. That simply did not exist, and all other rights would supersede the issue of political rights. So let me go a lot faster. I came to the conclusion that they did not have leeway to include parity or an idea of parity or equality as a possible horizon for future legislators. We need to put this into context. They didn't do it because the institution was male. Not more than 8% of representatives, and we are aware that there is a minimum, considered a minimum that can be expected so that women have a power to influence parliamentary agencies is 30%. We need to finish at 4. You only have 14 minutes to go. Can I say just one more sentence? Very quickly, just say one thing that we must think about. It's very important of what has happened in the last few years and we can identify as issues of feminism of the state, the way that state became an intellectual of a set of organizations of women, and as welcome its claims, committed to a set of measures and policies sustained for promotion of the rights of women. And like what Celine said, I don't consider that feminists and women's movements are not the same. Self-nomination is pivotal, and there are movements of women that are not feminist movements at all. Does not mean that what they do is not, but the fact that we don't consider it as such needs to be taken into account. My issue is that all of this that has to do with the mainstream many times is insufficient. We can consider this many other interventions of movements of women who are not having an area in what is the political stage. Simply, they are not. Thank you. If you could come. I do apologize. We will then continue. Thank you. We do have timings that we must comply with because I have some questions. Let me ask Celine and Natalie, because they both belong to the body on the issues of equality in terms of the French government. But what I was given to understand, there has to be a regression in terms of those negotiations. So I would like to ask, what has been your work and what has been what you feel in terms of your partners? And also Natalie, from what I was given to understand, she saw the need to participate in associations so that we could become a reality in the rights that you advocated for. So we have a brilliant intervention also to give some context to all of this and highlight once more when we talk about rights of women. This question is for both of you. How did your participation in this part?
Da Nathalie, a necessidade de fazer as associações, que efeitos é que teve práticos, digamos
What
assim?
kind of practical effect did it have? Quick answer if possible. Same question for both Celine and Nathalie. Celine?
Ouviu a pergunta, Celine, est-ce que vous avez écouté?
Oui. Oui.
O que eu pergunto é, vocês fazem parte do Conselho
Well, my question is, you are part of the consulting body for the rights of women who have a role before the French government. I would love to know what is the impact, what has been happening in terms of your proposals.
Donc, le Haut Conseil, alors d'abord, oui, j'ai entendu la question sur le Haut Conseil à l'égalité, merci. D'abord, je tiens à préciser par rapport
I did understand this, thank you.
fait l'amalgame entre les mouvements femmes et les mouvements
I would
féministes.
like to mention that I didn't connect women to feminism. That's not it.
Je voulais juste rebondir donc sur
I do understand your question. I would just like to tell you about what has been said.
J'ai pas fait l'amalgame, c'est simplement que pour aller vite, j'ai dit qu'il y avait des liens entre les deux. Voilà, je suis d'accord avec vous que c'est pas la même chose. Donc, le Haut Conseil
I said there was a connection between both, but it was not the same thing.
par le Premier ministre, indépendant
First of all, equality is run by the Prime Minister
des politiques publiques. Et donc,
that needs to assess public policies, and on my behalf, I'm part of the International Committee.
6 ans maintenant, 5 ans. C'est mon deuxième mandat au nom de
6 years ago, I think.
Et ce sur quoi j'ai particulièrement travaillé au sein de cette commission jusqu'à présent, c'est deux sujets.
And I've worked on this committee, and there are two things that are clearly indicating the diplomacy in France with its policies. By Quai d'Orsay, that in order to know how this diplomacy happens in the world to defend indicators, because they allow a dialogue for different services of the government or the ministries. I think this is a technical issue. And the second thing is that we work a lot, and we are working on the action of France in the generation of equality. We have this problem of Afghanistan and Ukraine, and this is something that is quite interesting. Just like Nathalie was saying, we have a different path. People are coming from this. We have a diversity where there is a quality of analysis that is quite rich. Thank you. Well, this voice for equality had been heard. I think that was it.
Oui, alors moi j'appartiens aussi au Conseil à l'égalité, mais sur la commission parité, donc pas sur la commission.
I also belong to the Council of Equality, but for parity. So we made a proposal to have the advantage of decision making. So in terms of association professional networks, well, and the impact is very important because we are inside the organization. The content of the experience that we bring, we have a lot of different jobs in the board. We are within organizations. We want them to work better, to be an effectiveness. And what we do is that we have our organizations, and what we do also within the framework of associations is something that is free in terms of the analysis of what we have within a hierarchy. And we also see with our professional path to be administrative or even military diplomacy. they don't all have the same views, the same goals. So we understand how we can help. How are the points that are in the development of the professional career? And this allows us to present proposals that are in the professional part in our hierarchies. And this is quite serious, and this happens to the government that are quite delicate. And for a few years now that has been hard. It was brought to professional networks, and many times they are relegated on political terms, and this happens in terms of equality. This is very recent. But I'm very lucky because in France, one of the greatest national causes, I think in France it's the same thing. All services mobilize for this issue. And we have decided that equality between men and women is the set of what is defined and decided. So this is a great cause. So this will allow to put the system under pressure because we have the need of the strong involvement on different levels. In fact, we don't have data by ethnicity, by sexual orientation. There is a set of questions, and it's quite interesting because in this community, sometimes we feel the need to see it, but that's a different thing. Not that long ago, there was a survey in the school where they were asking boys and girls what was the sexual orientation, and the question ended up being removed. It has something that has to do with personal rights and etc. I would like to know why Paula is not represented in feminist movements. Because these issues are not the same of African women. Why don't you feel represented? Let me start by saying that I don't feel represented because of the inexistent diversity in the majority of those movements. I only started seeing diversity and women when we have FEMAF in Portugal, also Immune, and it brings a set of subjects. And in those areas of the white majority claims, they end up being so ancillary, they are not even part of claims. So in terms of the events, the way that they are designed, and I remember 3 years ago to have participated in any of the panels in a feminist event that was in the International Day of Women, and to thinking about that is thinking on a deeply manner, and these are quite discriminatory because they chose to put Black women, they had a panel for Black women instead of plurality in all the things that they bring, regardless of her color. So this is a stigma that do not represent me. So I would like that in that event, Black women had been invited to all panels. So namely for the panel, to what I witnessed, which was a panel talking about the difficulty in balancing professional and family life and maternity. Any woman who lives and experiences all of this would have an area here. Not just Black women, but also other specific communities that are not represented. We must consider the diversity that we have in terms of gender identity. Thinking, what does this mean to be a woman? Something that we know today. So that's why I say that I don't feel represented for this universal case of a woman that is what I consider to be mirrored in this kind of constructs. I think that this is great. Before, I don't know if I can, but I would like to ask Brenda to conclude. Well, if we had different conclusions, although in the last legislature there was a decrease on the number of representatives, but why can't women participate? Weren't they were not prepared?
Elas também fazem pela primeira vez uma aprendizagem.
Well, they have a learning, a role, a political role. If we consider these 171 women are the ones, 75, 87 with the parliament, we can talk about the first male reconfiguration of the institution. Because before, in Estado Novo, the National Assembly had 4 women, okay? Maybe they were not properly prepared, sure, but it was a very, very residual presence, not a lot of them, so they couldn't even be to that stage, which is critical mass, in order to influence the agenda, the parliamentary agenda. And all of this ends up resulting from the way that parliamentary groups distribute parliamentary work, legislative or not. There is a bet in terms of leaders in the investment in the responsibility and authority of representatives, female representatives. Not a lot of them, okay? But they would choose representatives that are male than female. Things are not like that anymore. But this is something that is for learning for all, and this was a learning for those who had to live in a way that is relatively more extended, as it never happened before. Thank you. Can we still ask 2 questions? 5 minutes. Questions. If you have questions, please. Let me give the floor to anyone who wants to ask something.
Enquanto o microfone avança, eu também. Sim.
Muito boa tarde, Ana Martins.
Good afternoon, I'm Ana Martins. I would love to thank the speaker, specifically Paula Cardoso. I think that your contribution was wonderful and very, very important in a meeting such as this one. My question is to you. When you think of new letters, do you think of feminism or feminisms? Any other questions?
Ninguém quer fazer perguntas?
No questions?
Não quer fazer perguntas. Ah, não, peço desculpa, não. Tá bem, ok. Então, nesse caso, vamos fazer a Wanda para responder a esta pergunta quando fala nas novas.
Let's ask Wanda, when you talk about the new letter. No, it's not for.
Não, primeiro. Paula,
question is for Paula. For Paula, I do apologize. I'm sorry.
Exatamente isso que eu ia dizer.
Peço desculpa. Exatamente.
Não faz mal. Infelizmente não a consigo ver, Ana.
It's okay. Unfortunately, I cannot see you, Ana Martins. Thank you for question.
Conforme eu tinha partilhado na minha
According to what I had shared,
eu defendo a pluralidade do
I really defend the plurality. Feminisms.
Justamente com este meu lugar.
That has to do with where I stand, where I understand that when the word is used, it goes to something that does not include me. It's white and That's why, for me, the culture of feminism, as I had the opportunity to say before in terms of representation, I think that it is important to bring other ways of being a woman that we have, with which we are living, and that we need to also welcome them.
Muito obrigada. A Nathalie quer dizer alguma coisa?
Thank you, Nathalie. Do you want to say something about this?
Oui, je voulais rebondir sur le féminisme et les féminismes. Tout dépend quelle est la
I would like to
définition
talk
donne
about
au
feminism and feminisms. It depends on the definition that we give to it
comment on la caractérise et comment on replace ce sujet
and how to
au niveau
characterize
historique.
it.
Et quand je dis historique, c'est même proto et anté-historique. Et je vous renvoie aux travaux qu'il peut y avoir
Historically, how
en
we can see
anthropologie,
this.
en sociologie, en histoire, en philosophie, sur les mythes.
In terms of
et
anthropology,
comment
philosophy,
on construit une hiérarchie entre les sexes et comment on est arrivé à la définition de
because they have a
Françoise
hierarchy,
Héritier, qui est une anthropologue défunte aujourd'hui, mais chez nous, sur ce qu'on appelle
and
la valence différentielle des sexes, c'est-à-dire de la valeur
in terms of the
différente
difference
des
of
sexes.
gender,
Et
this value
quand vous
that's
prenez ces
different
études
in
au
terms
niveau
of
même
gender.
antéhistorique et proto-historique, la construction du rapport
So
entre
in
le
terms of
masculin et le
studies,
féminin s'est fait sur une
construction between this
hiérarchie.
relationship
Et donc,
between the
si
male
on
and
estime
female,
que le
there is
féminisme,
a
c'est qu'il n'y ait
hierarchy.
pas de hiérarchie entre les sexes, et bien, on peut se mettre d'accord sur ce
There
sujet. Et
is
comme
a
je disais, sur le
hierarchy
plan historique
between
et
gender. There
anthropologique,
is an
la
agreement on it.
construction de cette hiérarchie est première dans la construction des sociétés partout dans le monde. Et
That
qu'elle a
is the first one in building
tout un système de
societies throughout
hiérarchie
the
et de
world.
binarité et de polarité
But
entre
in
le
terms
chaud,
of
le
the
froid,
view
le
of all of
masculin, le féminin,
this
etc., etc. Et
between
qu'on voit que tout ça
hot,
construit
cold, male,
aujourd'hui
female,
nos sociétés,
then
quelles
all
qu'elles
of
soient,
this
quelle que
has
soit leur
built
culture.
our
Et donc,
societies,
si on
whatever
considère
the
que le
society or
féminisme,
culture.
c'est ça,
And
c'est
if
l'égalité,
we
eh bien,
consider
ça concerne tout le monde.
that that's
Après,
what it
il y
means,
a
that
effectivement à
equality,
l'intérieur de
then
cette
it
hiérarchie
complies
qui est
with
verticale,
everyone.
on a
In terms of that
l'horizontalité, qui est le
hierarchy that I call it
rejet, qui est
vertical,
effectivement de la
there is an
non-discrimination. Et donc la
horizontality.
non-discrimination est plutôt horizontale, puisqu'il y a une
This
non-discrimination de tout type, une
discrimination,
non-discrimination raciale, une
which is
non-discrimination
more
sexuelle, une
horizontal,
non-discrimination
non-discrimination on
religieuse,
everything.
etc. Mais toutes ces non-discriminations fondées sur une hiérarchie
All
viennent,
this
je dirais,
non-discrimination
interpréter dans nos sociétés
of this
cette
hierarchy
hiérarchie première. Et
will
j'étais très
interpret
intéressée parce
in
que
our
vous êtes Paola tout
societies
à
that
l'heure sur
first
son expérience
hierarchy.
personnelle, c'est-à-dire que son père, elle a cité son père et pas sa mère, elle a cité les fils de sa sœur, etc.
For
Ils se sont
example, she
sentis
said,
humiliés parce qu'ils ont
the
senti
father,
une
not the
hiérarchie
mother.
qui a été
The children, they
construite
felt
entre les hommes blancs et
humiliated
les hommes
because they
noirs.
felt a
Mais,
hierarchy
mais il faut avoir en tête
between
que
black
les
and white
droits des
men.
femmes sont postérieurs aux droits
But
des
we
hommes.
need to
Et à
keep in
l'intérieur
mind
du droit des hommes à voter, il y avait les hommes blancs et les hommes
that
noirs.
within this,
Les femmes noires comme les femmes blanches n'avaient pas le
we
droit de
had
voter.
black and
Donc
white
je pense
men,
qu'il faut
okay?
avoir toujours en perspective que l'un
But
n'exclut pas l'autre. Le
they could
féminisme
not
n'exclut pas les
vote.
féminismes,
So they
mais
could
il
have the
donne
view that one does not
vision
exclude
qui
the
est
other.
de hiérarchie homme-femme,
But
et qu'à
we are
l'intérieur de
within a
cette
vision,
hiérarchie,
which is
il y
a
a des
hierarchy.
sous-hiérarchies. Vous
And
avez
within
des
that
surhommes et
hierarchy,
sous-hommes,
there are
etc.,
sub-hierarchies we
etc.
have
Vous avez le pouvoir colonial, les
different
colonisés,
views
etc.,
on
etc.
men.
Et donc,
There is a
il ne
colonial
faut pas
power
opposer les
and
deux,
those who are
mais
colonized,
inscrire
etc.
les féminismes
So we
dans
should
un
not oppose this,
perspective
but we
historique
should
et
put this feminism
anthropologique
within a view
du
that's
féminisme.
historical of feminism.
Não temos mesmo tempo.
Sim.
Mas eu acho, ou
Mas
seja,
rapidinho.
é rápido, na minha perspectiva, há algo que me
In
deixa
my
um
view,
bocado
there is
perplexa.
something that makes me a bit,
Para todos os efeitos, nós temos estado aqui a
you
falar
know, I'm a bit perplexed about this. We have been always, all of us have been talking about this, negotiations, conventions, of platforms.
naquilo que de facto em termos muito
All of
formais
this
pode
fits
mesmo distante.
in what might have feminists of
Há
the state,
muitas outras
but there are
manifestações
many others
manifestações de mulheres que são não
that are
incorporadas,
women
são
who are
manifestações
not
de mulheres espontâneas
in this definition that are spontaneous, and all of them seem to not have a lot of visibility, because there is a lot of visibility, because there are cuts, conventions, recommendations, declaration, because there are supranational bodies behind which national governments go. So there is a vast array of manifestation of feminisms, always using the plural, of course, and manifestation of women that end up not having an echo.
E eu acho que isso é lamentável. Eu vi este fim de semana, por exemplo, resolvi fazer este
This
exercício.
weekend, I decided to make this exercise of how many times since 2000,
nos últimos 22 anos,
in the last 22 years,
a palavra feminismo
the word feminism in the debate of the Assembly of the Republic, or feminists in the Assembly of the Republic. And then I did a mathematical calculation, and I came to the conclusion that the last 22 years, the word feminist or feminists has 2.1 times in each year, in 22 years. So in each year, in 22 years, there are two mentioned and one, I don't know what, of the word feminist or feminists. And the word feminism in 22 years per year is mentioned 0.5, not 1.
Isto diz alguma coisa, diz que, efetivamente, há qualquer canal aqui para o espaço público. Claro que estamos a falar de uma instância muito específica, que é a Assembleia da República.
Of course, we're talking about a very specific body, which is the Assembly of the Republic. So here in this panel, we have many experiences of different views, different scopes, and something that can lead to thinking on seek, because one thing is for sure, no one can be in the shoes of others. So it's important to have this train of thinking ready. And I thought that the contribution of Paulo Cardoso was quite important, because sometimes we are talking about things and we mix others. Thank you all. So, because now we differentiate. Thank you for participating. Thank you all for participating in this panel. Let's now give the floor to Roundtable 4 Feminisms and the New Challenges of Society, which will answer the questions: are feminisms ready to accompany tech transformations, digital, that design our lives? To what extent can artificial intelligence directed to solve concrete problems in women's lives, such as time for housework and care? We would like to call the moderator Cláudia Martins. She is doing her PhD thesis at the Universidade Lusófona do Porto on women in sports, journalism in Portugal, who, when, where, how, why. She is a journalist and editor in the sports section in the Antena 1 radio station, and she was the first women track reporter from Antena 1. In July 2022, she became the first woman to report a football match on Portuguese public service radio. Also, Delphine O, Ambassador and Secretary-General of the Generation Equality Forum, was responsible for the organization of the biggest international summit on women's rights, 25 years co-organized by France and Mexico under the aegis of UN Women. She is a member of the board of IRIS, European Council on Foreign Relations, and the Strategic Orientation Board of the German Marshall Fund, France. Eduarda Ferreira, she is a researcher at the Interdisciplinary Center of Social Sciences, Nova University. Her research interests are gender and sexualities, geospatial web, digital inclusion, and gender equality. She is the founding member of the Ibero-Latin American Network for the Study of Geography, Gender, and Sexuality, and editor of the LASH online section of the Latin American Journal of Geography Geography and Gender.
Fernanda
Fernanda Henriques, Emeritus Professor at University of Évora, coordinator of the Center and Philosophy of the Portuguese Society of Philosophy. She was a member of the National Ethics Council for Life Sciences and vice president of the Association of Studies on Women. She's also the co-founder of the Portuguese Association of Feminist Theologies. Online, we have Teresa Toldi, researcher at the Research Study at the University of Coimbra, within the line of democracy, justice, and human rights, full professor at Fernando Pessoa University, co-coordinator of the Policredos Group, and member of the editorial board of the European Society of Women in Theological Research. Thank you and enjoy. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you. I've been reading a lot of things that all of you have written. It's a huge pleasure to be here. Before I start, let me tell you that I was already told that I need to be very, very careful with the clock, okay? So it seems that there is a lot of advances, sure, but each time we go further, it seems that a lot appears to do. So that's a way, those challenges that we will try to frame, to understand, to locate, and also to understand how is society prepared for those challenges. We heard a presentation by people here, and so I would love to give the floor to Eduarda Ferreira. She will tell us about the intersections between gender and sexual orientation on lesbian feminism. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think this is so important to talk about equality. And we can see that it's becoming more and more urgent. It seems that we always have cutbacks that are quite worrying. Well, specifically the challenge that I launched in this table, I decided to talk on the area that I have been working on, which is intersection between gender and sexual orientation. And I will try to follow what I wrote. Well, in terms of categories connected to gender, and to become a lot more definition with new categories or identity, challenging the approaches to issues of sexual orientation, how can we address them? More categories that we have, and this brings some questions to it. How to replace all of this? First, I would like to explain that within this concept, we have a process that is ongoing. It's not something that does not change. It is identity that happens in representations, expectations, and there is no specific part in terms of sexual orientation. It's something that is built with others, and it might take on different contours. We spoke about the blackness, on racism, and this discrimination has a specificity. For example, the possibility of invisibility. It's one of the most important things when we talk about this sexual orientation. It's possible not to reveal sexual orientation, and in this context, the invisibility is a common thing. But we know that the conditions of people in Portugal had significant changes from a legal standpoint. Law of marriage between same sex and the law of adoption of 2016. But we still have a context of social discrimination. Recent studies from 2019 clearly show that the overwhelming majority of non-heterosexual people avoids to have demonstration of affection with same-gender people in public areas, which strengthens the context of the heteronormativity. Okay? We are aware that one of the ways of this social discrimination that it's most common is the strong pressure of society to confine and hide non-heterosexual sexuality to private areas, and by keeping the public area from this pressure, it strengthens that heteronormativity, leading to invisibility, hence the cycle of invisibility. Talking about the challenge, the digital practices, namely in access to the internet and social media, being a privileged area of the affirmation of the LGBTI associativism. It has been used, of course, allowing to reach regions out of the cities, breaking the isolation of the life of people, and the establishment of support networks online constituting a common practice in the context of the community. And during the pandemic, this has become clear where the isolation was to all society. These networks were a fundamental support for those who live in negative thought from the point of view of the family. And this situation was real and felt a lot of us for help. So online had this possibility. Well, this is an opportunity to articulate issues that have to do with gender and sexual orientation. Although since the 90s, we do apologize, but we do not have the text of the speaker, and she's going way too fast. We will do the best we can, nonetheless. Do apologize. So, influencing the agenda of legal and political issues, nor centering the debate on priorities that are connected to women and lesbianism. They contribute to the situation of the visibility. Autonomous lesbian in Portugal. We know that this Catholic conservative view dominant in our society, the delay of rights of citizenships and sexuality, intimacy. So, and bring women to a new action in the public sphere. So, in terms of this fight against it focused on men who have sex with men, bringing this to a second plan. They have been almost totally absent of the public debate on the sexual debate with an heterosexist part male of sexuality of human beings. I do consider that these intersections have been supplying a state of, well, a statement with a strong component of lesbian activism in Portugal that was visible in involvement of different initiatives for the voluntary interruption of pregnancy. Many associations were associated to it. Foi, por exemplo, a participação do Grupo SAF, que é uma associação de defesa dos direitos das lésbicas, na organização da campanha Women on Waves. E agora só fazer aqui uma pequena reflexão, este Clube SAF, que eu fiz parte durante muitos anos e da direção... Well, I was part of this group. It was the Portuguese Association of Lesbians. And it was transformed into the Association for Defending Lesbians. So, being a lesbian doesn't mean that you defend lesbians' rights, right? You need to think about this. It's also quite significant that the first lesbian manifest in Portugal came with the Universal March of Women in 2000 and something. We do apologize for taking the risk of losing some important information. We cannot proceed with the interpreting as we don't have the text and the author is going way too fast. Do apologize for that.
E nos últimos anos tem existido uma progressiva e consistente interconexão do movimento feminista com questões LGBT, mais especificamente com o ativismo lésbico. Além das iniciativas feministas que já falei, da Universidade Feminista, que incluem estas questões lésbicas, é notável que associações feministas sejam co-organizadoras de marchas LGBT, que já existem muitas pelo país e em várias estão lá presentes associações feministas. E também é significativo que a maior parte das iniciativas centradas em questões lésbicas específicas seja promovida por associações lésbicas, mas em colaboração com associações feministas, às vezes mais do que com outras associações LGBT. As ações conjuntas das associações lésbicas e feministas contribuem, por um lado, para reforçar a autonomia da tal ação política lésbica e, por outro lado, promovem uma reflexão crítica sobre o binarismo de género e as sexualidades dentro do próprio movimento feminista. Também sabemos que estas interseções nem sempre foram pacíficas e que já houve alturas em que estas questões não eram bem recebidas dentro do movimento feminista, mas claramente nos últimos tempos fez-se um caminho grande. Mas o movimento LGBT, onde é que ficam essas interseções? Ora bem, nestas suas reivindicações da cidadania sexual, habitualmente inclui homens gays e mulheres lésbicas na mesma categoria genérica, tornando as questões lésbicas invisíveis nesse processo. Portanto, as próprias políticas de igualdade, e isto é uma das questões, os próprios planos de igualdade que existem neste momento, muito importantes e muito bons, mas de qualquer forma, em geral, reforçam o binarismo heterossexual-homossexual e subestimam as assimetrias de género. Não podemos falar de sexualidades sem falar de género. E as interseções de orientação sexual e género são fundamentais para compreender as especificidades das lésbicas como sendo mulheres que vivem num contexto social de discriminação. O género é claramente dos eixos mais importantes da desigualdade.
So gender is one of the most important items of inequality, and it might challenge the dominant perspective that affects lesbians and gays the same way. Women in our society, in almost all societies, experience a context of inequality. It's not the same thing to not be heterosexual or to be a man or a woman. There are specificities between gender that make it more difficult in terms of discrimination of lesbian women. LGBT, they bring themselves this part of the male predominant. In this context, is important in terms of promoting social and political actions. The existence of the lesbian movement that's autonomous, strong, with a public expression, led to the action lost its specificity and it's becoming more assimilated in the LGBT movement. It might limit an individual empowering of lesbian women. One of the possible evolution is to strengthen, from my point of view, joint action of the feminist movement, creating opportunities of political actions of a common policy, joint actions that can give a better view, increasing the social impact on the internal part, to require the different agendas, developing activities that does not mean to silence diversity, but also to recognize the intersection of different situations, needs, and agendas. I would say that now it's the time to promote political lesbianism, advocating for a feminist agenda, promoting synergies of different needs and situations, and at the same time, recognize the importance of gender as an important axis of inequality, intersecting all the others. Thank you. We do apologize again. We were not able to follow the entire speech, did not have the text beforehand. So now we have Fernando Henriquez. I think this is in line with his first intervention. What do you have to share? Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yes, the lady is not using the microphone yet. Microphone is not on. We are just waiting for the microphone to be on.
Fala bocadinho, Fernanda. Fala bocadinho comigo. Não se ouve?
Can you hear me? Now we have a microphone in the speaker. So as I was saying, thank you. I said, thank you for having me. And I also said that I will talk about something which is quite ancient, which is the invisibility of women. It's quite old and it has an origin on feminist movements. The first work was to show that after all, there were women who had done things, and one first thing was to bring them to light. I would like to call your attention to the following. There was a rupture in this process of development in terms of the project coordinated by the Judy Chicago from the 70s, the artistic project that we called Dinner Party. There was no possibility of bringing more pictures, so I just brought this one, okay? So it is a triangular table with 13 women in each side of the triangle and with 999 women at the center within the triangle. And this showed the number of women that throughout our tradition had existed. My body of research for more than 20 years has everything to do with this invisibility, and I have been focusing on the epistemic framework and the horizon of injustice, calling the attention for the need from the point of view of justice, cognitive and epistemic justice, which is the women that throughout our tradition, I'm talking about Western tradition, of course, they spoke, they wrote, they had an intervention. And also to show, I think this is very important, to show that this bringing to the light has to do with telling differently the story of our culture, to find other narratives with other characters, with other subjects that existed. My question is, if today, does it still make sense to talk about the visibility of women? Well, of course it does, because we have been following and we have been listening today how much sense it makes. Well, it does make sense. Why? Well, it's a challenge without an end at sight. Well, it is a challenge that is the substract of all other challenges. That is why I would ask you to at least let me share this image. This image is to tell you this. It's not an image from the prehistory, nor the Middle Ages, not the beginning of the modern ages. No, this is an image. It was created at a moment where there is a rupture in understanding of what is a human being and the relationship of the human being with himself. As we can see, women are not there. So, this image is absolutely pivotal. It is connected to us. And we talk about naturalization, and it's natural in all school books of a set of disciplines, of history, of geography. And it is within us, and is clearly, insidiously moving this part in our way of interpreting. And I call it schemes of significance that is trans-subjective, to tell you that it's not mine or belonging to each one of us, but they work in us in the sense of organizing all levels with individual consequences, of course, but also with those who are collective, because there is a social memory that will be built in this invisibility, and there is also a social imagination that is built in this visibility. But this invisibility is more than that. This invisibility is a clear view that the human being is a male. It is a model. And it is a detour. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. Someone said it was yesterday, actually, by Isabel Barreno. Women are a bit less human than men. And this image is absolutely pivotal for making it clear or to highlight it. So what I would like to highlight today is this view of the epistemic discrimination, the discrimination of women as subjects of knowledge, as builders of knowledge, as cooperators in the building of collective knowledge. And so I decided to bring to share with you 3 women and 3 texts. One is Caroline Perez. She wrote a book that has just been translated into Portuguese called Invisible Women, but I think that the title is amazing, which is How Data Configure the World Made for Men. And the author invites us as readers to go into the text via a hermeneutic principle that is fundamental, to which she calls informational deficit of gender. And it exists on every level of human life, private and public, and in subjective terms, and it is due to the fact that men is a male model, sure, but the fact that women are not consulted because, on the one hand, their testimony of knowledge is not as believable as men's. And it's interesting to know that on every level, to solve problems, they are not heard. 15 years ago, I wrote a text on biomedical research, and I was part of the National Ethics Board. And I could not imagine that the experiences that happen for the production of drugs, either they don't have women or they have a very residual number of women. And because of this book by Caroline, is that even in the first stage of research that is done with non-human animals, that it is also male. Mice, you know, monkeys, they are all male. So allow me to say that within all discriminations that Caroline tells us about, one of them is a challenge for the future, which is building databases from which they codify and organize algorithms. Well, databases have a informational deficit of gender that is huge. So algorithms are built with that biased view based on that info. The other book, it's a book that was published this year, has to do with a whole different area of a young journalist from Chile. She's Camila Bustamante, and she wrote a book called Siervas, El Plan de Dios, which is a community of nuns that exists in Latin America, in Chile, in Peru, and this had to do with dissemination of that book, where they quote on one part of the text of the young journalist stating the following: the abuse of women against women at church does not exist. The victim also does not exist, nor does justice, nor does repair. And this made me think, well, to find a book brings us to invisibility on women. First, it's of no use to talk about it. Pedophilia is shocking enough. You don't need to get this problem of sexual abuse of women, of violence against women, done amidst the core of the church. But there is one other invisibility that I'm interested the most, which is the inability, as the text says, of describing how women sexually abuse other women because they don't have reference. There is no reference. There is no tools for analysis. And one other thing that I will bring back with Maria do Céu Cunha Rego, my dear friend, said about the new letters, the best way of repression is those who are oppressed don't realize it. So the abuse that this lady tells us about in this book is set on a conception of women that sees them as, well, naturally dominating, obedient, and naturally connected to sacrifice. So this explores girls with 15, 16 years of age. They explore these traits that they bring connected to themselves because that was the way they were taught. And as one of the three Marias said, she was taught thusly. Well, one other book, a bit older, from '07, of a British philosopher, Miranda Frica, which is called Injustice, Epistemic Injustice. And unfortunately, is not translated into Portuguese, unfortunately. The first thing that I would like to say is, does it make sense to articulate injustice and epistemic view, this ethics, this view? Because this has to do with the relationship of knowledge that we are all aware that has nothing to do with this issue of injustice. It's neutral. It's uninterested, if you will. This is what we were taught. The only good thing is that some of us did not learn. So what this book tells us about is to shine some light on the discrimination that is in the context of relationships of knowledge, showing how we can harm someone in their dimension of subjective knowledge. Throughout the text, she uses two examples that are key. Black people, Paula told us about this, and she was black before she was a woman, and the other are women. In fact, we can harm a lot by not accepting the participation in terms of subjects, in terms of knowledge of groups that are discriminated. What's at stake is to show the knowledge as power, first, and then a relationship between knowledge, ethics, and politics that needs to be deconstructed. What she shows throughout the book is that epistemic interactions are relationships of power, and epistemic practices are, in fact, socially placed. I will be finished sooner than I expected. It was a very interesting thing, talking about two types of epistemic discrimination. One, she calls a definition in terms of injustice, and that happens in the interactions, those who listen and those who talk. And it has to do with a deficit of some people and some groups and being believable that are connected to identity definitions that were built. Some people say things, but those things are not accepted. All of us, especially oldest ones, we are aware that, well, that's women talk, okay? It's not to be taken seriously. This means that not just an individual discrimination, but it is also does not allow that some people, some groups contribute to the collective knowledge, because what they say is not being believed. This injustice is usually connected to other injustice. Yes. And then there is a different one that I'm interested in, which is the hermeneutical injustice. Well, it's structural. It's not person by person. Society as a whole that needs some concepts of some perspectives so that everyone can identify their experiences, giving it a name, making them work. Causing a hermeneutic inequality, namely between men and women, but also black and white. The author, and I'm about to finish, okay? The author tells us something that she calls a collective hermeneutic void. But let me call your attention for one other dimension of this deficit. This was discussed before. There was no parity democracy before. There is a concept that is then created. But all of us here know that some things are not in the dictionary. It's of no use to look for it. They would be useful for us to be able to give a voice to some situation, not just individual, but collectively. But there is another hermeneutic inequality, which is as important as this one, which is two different things. First, the weight of tradition, of some words. For example, I fear the word care. This means to develop something that is absolutely different. They are semantic hoarders. When we say a word today, it has centuries behind it. But there is one other thing that is very, very important, which is to give some negative context to some of the words that when they arrive, they have a reference I'm about to define this, that are then catapulted to groups that make them reflect for themselves. So to finish, what can we do
Em primeiro lugar, podemos fazer campanhas de
First, we
desconstrução
can do
dos
campaigns
preconceitos identitários.
to deconstruct
Podemos fazer na
identity
televisão
preconceptions
campanhas
on
de
TV
desconstrução de preconceitos identitários. Mas
in order to
podemos
remove
e devemos fazer uma
identity
intervenção ao nível
prejudice, but we can have an intervention in terms of research,
do financiamento e das
not
mulheres
just
na
funding and women
mas,
accessing funding, but
que as mulheres
above all,
na
that
concepção,
women can
no
go
delineamento
into the
das temáticas e
conception,
dos
to the
programas.
definition of subject programs
E,
of
finalmente,
research.
aquilo que eu há bocadinho falei.
And what I was saying before was in education. That is where, in fact, we have the basis to deconstruct the image is not there anymore, to deconstruct that picture that we have in our minds that, after all, the evolution of humanity was, I do apologize, but it was a chimp into a man, male. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Fernanda. This issue of education and curriculum has been addressed by Paula. So Teresa is following us from a distance. Teresa, can you hear us? Hello, Teresa, you have the floor. I would ask you to be kind with the clock.
Muito boa tarde. A primeira coisa que eu queria
Good afternoon. The first thing that I would like to say, let me thank you so much for this possibility to participate. It's a shame that I cannot be with you in person, but I was able to find some room between classes. These new technologies do allow us to get this kind of presence, so I would like to thank you for that. Then there is one other thing. I have a problem here because people who went before me had a properly structured text, and I have kind of some subjects that have to do with my concerns and things that I haven't been thinking about. I don't have a text. So I would ask that 5 minutes before my time, please tell me, because when we talk without a text, it becomes harder to be aware if we are out of time or not. That's a deal. Thank you.
Eu é provável do que eu ouvi de das intervenções anteriores.
From what I've heard,
Como das referências que fizer a intervenções que já aconteceram agora
in this intervention and other interventions of this meeting, probably I will talk about things that I'm repeating. And I do apologize, but I could not be here before, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. Then I would like to tell you that when I was invited, I had the idea that I was here to talk about issues of feminism has a future or not, or issues that in terms of future challenges. So it was within this view, some topics of what are worries coming not just from what I research, but also the interpreting of idea of what we are living now, and also what it means to be a teacher of different generations, of what that might mean from the point of view of changes, of the disappearance of some worries, memories that disappear, and also the coming about of some things that when the distance starts to increase might amaze us because they are quite different of what we had when we were the same age of our students.
Eu tenho aqui algumas ideias que são provavelmente soltas, mas há uma grande preocupação que eu tenho neste momento olhando.
One of the things that worry me the most from a political point of view about feminisms throughout the world,
feminismos na
I'm
Europa,
talking about
mas
feminisms in
tive
Europe,
também feminismos
but
naquilo
also
que nós costumamos designar como o
in
norte
terms of
global.
what we usually call
Isto
as the
é,
global
no
north.
norte global também há assimetrias enormes, como nós sabemos,
There are
mas
huge
apesar de
asymmetries,
tudo,
but
não podemos compará-las com as
despite this all, we
assimetrias
cannot compare
relativamente
it with
àquilo que é o sul
asymmetries
global.
pertaining the
Eu
global
penso que
south.
uma das coisas
And
pelas quais a
one of
Europa
the
neste momento está a
things
passar,
which
e
Europe
quando se
is
fala das questões
experiencing when we
dos
talk
feminismos e quando se fala das
about
questões das
issues of
mulheres e quando se fala das
feminism
questões de
and
género,
women and
é uma
gender
coisa que nós não podemos
is a
ignorar
thing that we cannot
e
ignore
que pode constituir
and
uma
that
armadilha para
might
nós,
constitute a trap for us,
relativamente à qual é preciso ter cuidado,
pertaining
que é
which we must
a
pay attention
reprodução
to,
de duas coisas.
which is the reproduction of two
Por
things, if you
lado,
will.
uma
On the one
reprodução
hand, a reproduction
eventualmente
of something that we are aware
de assimetrias entre
of
populações,
asymmetries
e estou a pensar
between
sobretudo
populations.
em
I'm thinking
minorias,
about minorities, okay?
podem ser, portanto, essas assimetrias podem ser
Those
reproduzidas
asymmetries
nos
might
movimentos
be
feministas que, de uma
reproduced
maneira incauta, eventualmente
that might
podem contribuir para
contribute
constituir mais
into
alibi
the
e um alibi
constitution an
fundamental
alibi
que tem um papel extremamente relevante no que diz
that
respeito
is
ao
not
discurso
relevant
da
in terms
extrema-direita.
of the
E
speech
refiro-me aqui
of the far right.
à tentação que, por vezes, e
The
eu
temptation
considero-me
that
feminista,
sometimes I
portanto,
I consider myself a
uma
feminist, so
crítica
I see this
feita,
as a
quer dizer, que
criticism
inclui a todas as
that's
pessoas,
accepted, that
todos os esforços
includes
para
us
refletir este
all
debate,
as an effort to think about
que
this
é,
issue.
por vezes, aquilo
So
que
sometimes it
podia ser
is
designado
what usually
por
is
alguns
designated
movimentos,
by
sobretudo
some
de defesa
movements
sobretudo pós-coloniais,
in
como uma
terms of
espécie de feminismo da
post-colonial
ONU.
as
Isto é,
a
feminismo
feminism by the
que tem esta
UN,
expressão de dizer feminismo igual em
which
toda a
means a
parte.
feminism that it's the same everywhere,
Feminismo convicto
feminism
de que
that
são as
believes
feministas
that
do norte global que sabem o que
knows
significa os direitos
the
das
global
mulheres
north
e
and
que a solidariedade com as
the
mulheres do sul
solidarity
global
with
é
women of the
sobretudo uma
global south
solidariedade
is a
não é
solidarity
caritativa, mas
that
é uma solidariedade
it's not out of
incentivada de
charity,
aprendizagem, isto é, de
but it's
ensinar
for the
como é
learning,
que se faz,
teaching them
como
how
dizem
to do
algumas
things,
autoras feministas,
how
precisamente do
some
sul global,
authors
como é que
say
se
of the
faz
global
para
south,
libertar as mulheres dos homens
to
que
free
são
women
terríveis
from men
no
who
sul
are
global,
terrible
e é
in
por
the
isso que
global
nós não os
south.
queremos cá, no norte
That's why we
global,
don't
as
want
suas
them here in
origens
the
lá,
global
e
north
são
because they are
terríveis o que
terrible
fazem
there.
às mulheres. Eu sei que isto que eu estou a dizer, provavelmente estou a formular de uma maneira polémica, mas
I
de
know
facto,
that I'm
nós
being
feministas temos que
controversial,
pensar muito bem nisto.
but we need
Isto é,
to
temos que
think
pensar
about this.
em discursos feministas que não contribuam
I
para
think that they should
darmos
not contribute
instrumentos
to give
a
tools
uma extrema-direita
to a far right
que manipula a temática
that
dos direitos das mulheres
manipulates the
no
subject of the
sentido de
rights of
criar
women in the
mais uma
sense of
forma que
creating
é bastante central, uma
something
forma
that
de
is quite pivotal,
discriminação
a way
entre
of
nós e
discrimination
eles.
between
Nós, os
us and
civilizados,
them,
as
us, the
civilizadas, e
civilized, or
elas,
the ones who are
as
civilized, them,
incivilizadas.
the ones who are not
Aquelas que
civilized,
precisam,
those who need
de solidariedade, porque no norte
solidarity,
global não é
because
preciso,
in the
nós temos
global
as suas
north it's
vítimas à
not
parte, ou
necessary,
academicamente temos um discurso muito elaborado,
or we have
e com isto
a
eu não estou a
speech.
fazer minimamente referência às pessoas que falaram antes de mim.
I'm not
Aliás,
mentioning
se
people
eu,
who came before me,
se eu falo
okay?
destas questões hoje em
If
dia,
I'm
é
talking
porque,
about these
tendo
issues
como ponto
today,
de
it's because
referência
I always
essa
had the
Fernanda Henriques, que
reference
falou antes
point
de
of
mim,
Fernando
e
Henriques who came before me.
devo-lhe muitíssimo, mas devo-lhe isto, que é uma coisa que se tornou uma coisa de coração
So
para mim há
this is
muitos anos,
something from the
e
heart,
aprendi com ela. Portanto, não
and
é
I
de todo,
learned
não
with
estou a
her.
fazer
So it's not
crítica
from this
ao
point of view.
feminismo,
It's
estou a
not a
dizer
criticism at
é
all.
uma crítica a alguns
Okay?
feminismos que não se dão conta
It's a
que
criticism for
reproduzem
those who
modelo
don't realize that they
neocolonial,
have a
que
neocolonial
reproduzem
model,
modelo
a model
extremamente
which
útil
is
à
extremely
extrema-direita
useful
toda a
to the
essa
far
parte.
right throughout
E as
Europe.
questões de género...
5
Sim,
minutes.
Ina, já passou tanto tempo. As questões de género e as questões daquilo que muitas vezes
Gender
chamamos
issues
ideologia de género, que é
and
outra
of what is
questão,
called
que se
gender
precisa
ideology,
para uma conversa muito
and we
longa, mas
could
as questões de
have
género são
a
muito
whole conference
manipuladas, como
about
nós
it,
sabemos, pela
they are manipulated by the far right, and we need to be careful with it when we talk about them in order not to give them any more
questão, então, neste
fire.
resto que eu queria falar também, e que é uma questão politicamente incorreta, é que eu queria falar mesmo dos estragos que eu creio que
I would like to talk about things that I believe that PT and cancel culture are creating.
E por politicamente correto, eu entendo
Politically correct, I understand that is what constitutes a prohibition, the interdiction of certain words,
do acesso a determinadas
of
informações,
access to certain information of the past, of erasing memories, all of this with the purpose that we all must decide that I don't know what the goal is.
quem está a criar isso, é mais
I don't understand who's creating it. I don't understand where this movement is coming from, but I do understand that there is a devastating effect in terms of the struggles that happen in order to have this definition that we have in many parts of the world currently. And here's an example. I wish it was ridiculous, but it is not. It is not. I'm sure you've heard that there are people who consider that the Sleeping Beauty should not be told to children because the kiss of the prince, because she was asleep, she didn't give him consent. So this should not be told to children because she didn't give consent for him to kiss her. So, what's the problem? From my point of view on this type of approach, the problem is those who don't want to consider the relevance of issues of the disrespect for the rights of women. When we start using this kind of ridiculous strategy, because it was under the effect of a drug, we cannot prove if she was raped or not, because there was no consent, cannot be proved. I hope that I made it clear what I mean with all of this. We cannot put in the same thing there are things that we cannot talk about, some things that we cannot show, and all of a sudden we see people that put in the same bag the myth in all the orders, in all social classes, because that is a different thing. Because we know public figures, because how many women did not go through the same thing? This seems a lot more important than telling this to boys and girls. We can then, during the debate, talk about this, right? So thank you. Thank you, Teresa. I think that we all agree that, in fact, this ridicule view harms what we tried to discuss. So Delphine asked me to be the last one, so you have your voice. Please keep, be kind with the clock, please, or else we will run out of time. And I think that people want to participate. Good afternoon. Thank you to SIG. Thank you for having me. I'm the only French speaker in this panel. I'm very happy. I will try to be the shortest one also, and I will try to be a bit aside from research and theory to return to what is the means of action in order to bring the rights of women in connection with the title of this roundtable that has to do with the new challenges. Thinking about the exchanges and what has been said this morning,
et l'égalité de genre fait face aujourd'hui à deux grands défis, je dirais même deux
gender
menaces, une
equality,
menace externe et une menace interne.
great challenges, and one threat, one that's internal and the other that's external.
C'est évidemment la montée en
This
puissance
was debated, one of those which was debated this morning
des organisations
in
de la
terms
société
of conservative governments, of organizations of civil society, of companies,
internationale des forces conservatrices qu'on a vu émerger aux États-Unis, en Pologne,
of this international aspect of conservative answers that we see in Brazil, in Russia, and in many countries of this world. This backlash against women's rights is something that we are all aware of. This is not news. This is not something that came with the decision of the Supreme Court about abortion in the US. This has been going for 10 or 15 years, properly organized, properly funded. But also there is one second threat, one second challenge that we face today. And I think
l'émanation, c'est la fragmentation des mouvements féministes, qui elle aussi n'est pas nouvelle.
and this movement that is not new. During the UN conference, there was a fragmentation of those movements in many subjects that today still present or create a certain divide. LGBT rights and the axis of trans identity, intersectionality versus the universalist feminism, the issue of ending prostitution or not, the issue of decision for third parties and the surrogate mothers. Well, in order to face all of this in terms of feminist movement and that threat, what are the means of actions, the collective means of actions of collective activism to extend this combat for equality? I would like to tell you about one other thing, which is the Forum Generation Equality that happened last year in Paris, organized by the UN, co-presided by France and Mexico, that I had the honor to preside. That international conference that happened last year in Paris is the result of a realization, of two realizations actually. The first one is that nowadays we cannot leave the political space, economic space, the mediatic space to conservative forces who took on that part throughout the last 5-10 years. People such as Donald Trump, as Putin, as Bolsonaro, conservative areas where seem to take on the leadership of those conservative forces, but we cannot leave this divide to slow down or to block. So what must we do in face of these two threats? When I say getting it together, I mean to reinvent collective ways of acting, bringing to the table different protagonists who usually do not work together. I represent the government. I work for the French government. I'm an ambassador. I work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have also been an activist before, and I work with the UN. But in the organization of this conference, we decided to gather around the table associations, organizations of the civil society, youth organizations, and also one other actor that has not been mentioned today or yesterday, which is the private sector, companies, foundations, philanthropic foundations. Business as we call it, already has a very important role to evolve equality between men and women in terms of parity and funding. So we gathered those different stakeholders, governments, international organizations, companies, and also civil society in an encompassing manner, and organizations of youth. And we did something which is quite different of what usually the government does, which is to work as multi-actors. We went far enough to give a right of veto to organizations of civil society, because when diplomacy is working, we debate between governments, we decide between governments, and then we invite the civil society. So the results of an international conference are then criticized because they have no legitimacy on the spheres of the expectations of the civil society. And we've worked for 3 years on 19-2021 to launch initiatives, connections, and actions that gathered the government, the private sector, civil society based on decisions that were made collectively with that set of actors. So last year, we launched 6 actions on 6 subjects: fighting violence, economic emancipation, support to the feminist movement, and the place of women in the technological transition and innovation. And we have mobilized more than 70 countries, thousands of NGOs throughout the world who are able to raise $40 million to fund projects for women's rights. All of this to say that now we can face those challenges, the increase of conservative issue. We need to play with different actors to be outside of this part, out of our comfort zone. We need to have and to accept the fact that we are not always in agreement. Not always we follow the same opinion, and many other things. There are many things about which we will not agree. But we need to keep moving forward, saying that the essential and fundamental reason of our struggle is to finish all types of violence against women, promoting the political and economic participation of women on all levels of society, representing the decision, promoting the place of women in terms of the climate transition and also digital transition. Thank you. This was a brilliant manner to close this table, because we have a set of hints for what goes beyond our worries that were here before. We are out of time. We have a table. We have the next table. 2-3 minutes tops, because we need to close this table, because we will have another one. I see a hand there. We could be here for hours. 2, one here, one in the back. 2 questions. Let's try to be as short as possible. I will be as short as possible. Congratulations to all of you. My question is for Teresa Toldi. Toldi, can you hear me? Toldi, yes.
Doutora Teresa, há 24 anos fui agora buscar à minha biblioteca.
I just went to see in my library. 24 years ago, I had the opportunity to see your PhD thesis, the book that I have here with you, the Faculty of Theology in Braga. We were 2 women in the class, just men. Just to tell you that it's a pleasure to see you. When you wrote with the hope that your theology contributes to a more humane environment, I would just like to tell you that I never forgot it. Well, I believe that we are working for equality in all areas of action. Now I'm a representative in Guimarães for equality, but I'm a Christian. I'm very happy to be a Christian with all the virtues and the less and good things of church. But here's my question. Does it make sense to speak about a feminist theology when is the Portuguese Catholic Church in terms of the role of women in church? I would like to hear your appreciation. What is the analysis that you make to what's happening and to the role of church in our days? Thank you. Teresa.
Rápida. Há ali outra questão?
There is one other question there.
Não se queiram juntar questões, não sei, é como quiserem.
I don't know if you want to put together the two questions. Yes. Good afternoon. Ana Sofia Fernandes.
Eu gostaria de fazer comentário em relação ao fórum.
I have a comment in terms of the Forum Generation Equality. I was involved in it because my international and European definitions. I think that what Delphine told us is things that divides us. And I would say they are unsurmountable. There was an attempt to put everyone working with this. But there is this component also of funding the rights of women. That funding, is it reaching organizations that work on the human rights of women? It has been agreed in international conventions. With organizations that, in my view, well, the agenda can be questioned, of course, because there are things that are in conflict with the human rights of women. And also to ask about lesbian women, who are always the most invisible one. Not a lot of groups, they are not supported, they are not funded, they are women, they are lesbians. So, for example, gay, it's a man that, lesbian, definition attributed to a woman, that. So, I think that the participation of associations is very important. We need to be careful with entities of the private sector. Many of them have production processes that there are situations of exploration, sexual labor. It's not easy. It's not easy. So where are we bringing our resources and where are we going to? So in the last few years, the situation became very, very complicated. And I don't believe that some of the compositions of generation equality are the ones that the associations are feminists, in my view, within CEDAW, namely, are seen clearly. I see it. It's fragile. There are some processes because women are not central in it. All women, women with disability, lesbians, all of those that we don't talk about, and it is with those that I'm worried with. Some of them come from socioeconomic contexts that are very frail, and we talk about ruptures and issues. Most of the women are the poorest, are the ones who come from the global south. So this is a comment of someone who participated in many processes so far. And these are problems that many of us acknowledge. Yes, thank you, Anna. There is a set of concerns that we get. That's the way to go. And I started by saying that the more we go, the more we have ahead of us. So we can vote, sure, as if we were reducing the weight of everything that was done and everything that needs to be done. And there are many others, and those restlessness makes sense because of what we've done so far. Teresa, it's a question for you. Let's answer in order to close because we have another one, so we need to.
Dizia referência à questão que foi colocada, não é?
You're talking about what was asked, right?
Quanto a, bom, para já muito prazer em ouvir pelo menos uma voz que já me
Pleasure to hear someone that heard me a few years ago.
Foi o lançamento do livro, é interessante, é sempre interessante.
During the launch of the book, always interesting. It's important.
O que me parece é que temos que perceber que temos que tornar
we need to realize that this concept or the terminology needs to be plural. There are feminist theologies because contexts and frameworks are different. From the economic point of view, of what has been said in this last question. Of course. In terms of the Synod, I think that it is an opportunity. We cannot hope for a revolution, but there is one thing that is obvious. We have our foot on the door. So I think that, well, they said that it would be for one more year. This is a different way to do it. Maybe it's not that far, but we have the duty to put our foot on the door. We need to disobey on behalf of what is to summon God to everything that goes against what would be the will of a God that wants us all to be considered brothers and sisters. Great way to close. Thank you, Teresa. 5:20, the other table would start now. I think we have a coffee break. Thank you. A lot of things to answer, but at least it's nice that we talk about them. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you all for this brilliant debate. I would invite you all to take a coffee break, 5 minutes, because we need to go to our final roundtable because we have scheduled transport, so we need to be kind with the clock. We would thank you. We would thank that you would be here again at 5:27. 5:27. Thank you.
We now move on to the last panel on this day. That is long but very enriching, to Roundtable 5, under the theme, The Key Role of Feminist Men, which seeks to answer the questions: what is the role of men in building gender equality? What place do men who claim to be feminists have in this construction? Are feminists liberating for men? We call to the stage Tiago Rolino, MSc student in Women's Studies, Gender, Citizenship and Development at the Open University of Portugal, and junior researcher at the Social Studies Center of the University of Coimbra, where he is a member of the research team of the project Igual Pro, Professions Have No Gender, of the EEA Grants Program, Conciliation and Gender Equality, managed by SIG, and coordinator of the project Kinder, Tackling Gender Stereotypes in Education and Early Childhood, Building a Gender Responsive Pedagogy in Children's Education. We also call Flávio Landim Gonçalves. He has a degree in sociology from ISCTE. He's co-founder of the Man Talks project, a project that began as a sharing space created exclusively for men with the aim of deconstructing concepts linked to masculinity. We also call João Manuel de Oliveira, researcher at the Center for Research and Social Intervention of ISCTE. He is dedicated to the study of bodies and their performativity in the framework of neoliberal political economies in the field of gender studies, critical sexuality studies, and feminist theory. We will also have online David Bobet. Good afternoon, welcome. He's director of the Théâtre du Nord, École du Nord, theater researcher and member of the College of Diversity within the French Ministry of Culture. A committed artist, he defends through his works, texts and actions a high idea of public service in culture and commits his theater against all forms of discrimination. We also have with us online Pedro Mourão, president of the Portuguese Association of the Deaf. Good afternoon and welcome. He worked as a trainer for the European Union of Young Deaf People, where he participated in several activities focusing on the promotion of the youth associative movement and human diversity. We wish you a good debate. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation that brought me here today with great honor. I wanted to thank SIG and other entities that helped to organize this event and tell you that it's a pleasure to be here in Guimarães with all of you. Taking the concepts, key concepts that were talked about yesterday and today about gender and stereotypes, and having as a focus this binary situation of the society, the state and other entities, this binarism between men and women, and considering the words that stereotypes have the characteristics of men or women from our birth or before our birth, with some examples that I cannot give you today, but even before we were born, we are put into boxes or bubbles in several ways and forms. The box of the local of birth, our social origin, our family context, but also the masculinity or femininity. Considering the boxes of masculinity and this metaphor of boxes as a closed place where men have advantages on being there because they are identified as such and society recognizes them, they have the advantage of being able to get out. But what we study in the masculinity studies is to work with men and women. So they have the notion of this masculinity box where men mainly men are inserted, but in this world, patriarchal world where we live in, that hurts and influences our life in society. And also having a notion or being aware of the hegemonic masculinities that overlap and are authorizing over other masculinities and femininities, and contraposing the non-hegemonic masculinities, the non-violent, the caring, the equalitarian. We in the masculinity studies have a present question. We study masculinity in a feminist point of view, not putting the man in the center, but considering that with a very practical example, it is easy with the work of SIG and other works that are being developed. It's easy for us to talk with girls and women, telling them that they can be Formula One pilots, that can be engineers, but it's hard to talk with men about being what they want to be, to work in arts, in professions linked to feelings, professions that are outside the masculine box. I would like to start to speak or to talk with the other members of the panel. And starting with the order of the program, I would like to ask a question to David Bobé. And the question will be the same for all the members of the panel. From your personal experience, what is the role that men can assume in the construction also of gender equality, and what is the relationship between this role with the deconstruction of the most hegemonic and classical masculinities? Did David understand? It's for you, David. It's for you, David. Are you okay? I only know this in French. I only can tell you that. Are you translating? Yes, we have translation.
Je ne vous vois pas et je ne vous comprends pas. Oui, então, enquanto nós arranjamos.
So, as we are waiting for someone to translate, but translation is going on. I would like to ask Pedro Mourão, same question from your experience, life experience. What do you think is the role that men can assume in the construction of a more egalitarian society in terms of gender? And what is the relation of this role in the deconstruction of these hegemonical and classical masculinities? Well, thank you so much for being here. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation to this debate that I consider to be very important, and also to say that this area and this interest that I have here comes from the deaf world, where the deaf community in Portugal and in several places, we have some disadvantages between men and women are in disadvantage also in our community and world. And this has to do with accessibility to communication, because in the hearing world, we have news that is happening, information has been given to men and women, and there is a development, cognitive development in other areas that can be achieved. But in our case, particularly deaf people, all that is new in terms of thinking theories, we have access to it much later when we do have access. So we are in disadvantage regarding information. These questions of the deaf associative movement. I am part of the Deaf Association of Portugal. It's the first association in Portugal. It represents people that cannot write and read. So the representation of associations is important to construct society through social areas. Most of them, they are linked to men. It was like that before, and nowadays we have activities created by and for men where deaf women were delegated to make other manual works, like sewing, for example. And before, regarding the deaf schools, we had a segregation between the schools in Lisbon destinated to men and in Porto destinated to women. So the segregation starts and still is present in our society. We have so many analysis questions that we have been tackling after the revolution. We have several models that we have between us, several leaders, and it's them that have been giving us the information, passing from generation to generation between deaf people. And when we analyze and study these feminist questions, equality between men and women, we are still in disadvantage, decades in disadvantage. Regarding masculinity, as you said before, in our community, these questions remain. Perhaps not consciously, it's something that is delegated from us, from the previous generations. Nowadays, the activities that the deaf associations have in parties take into account the questions of women, but it's still very dedicated to men. And the men that want to participate in these questions, in these talks, many times, has to do with LGBTI associations. They have a more active role, but in our community, men and women are still separated. Outside the society, we can observe a more mixed role play, but in Portugal, we still remain in this kind of more distant situations of feminism. These questions still have to be analyzed, and we are in disadvantage and far behind. And what I see in social point of view, this still influences our young people, these matters of masculinity, and it's important to have women and men to show this difference and have completely different roles and make things differently to bring more equality to our communities. So it's not easy to answer your question because we are still in disadvantage in many ways, and I feel that sometimes or many times, and personally, I identify more with the conversations between deaf women that deaf men, because women are more open to these questions also in our community, and it's easier to relate with them and to talk openly with deaf women more than with deaf men. And so in the future, 5 years, 10 years from now, I would like to see a true change in the deaf community. We have to work hard for it, because these are areas where men and women, little by little, have to evolve and get to these equality paths. I see in other communities abroad, I see these evolutions happening, but not in Portugal. So we have evolved very little in the community in Portugal. The question of accessibility is very important, because if we don't access information and news, we have to look for information regarding this question of feminism, for example. It's opportunities that many times don't come to us, and we still have the ideas of the past. If we don't have access to new information, we remain in the past. What I see from young people, deaf young people, and generations after me, these young people seem to have a more openness to these discussions. They learn differently, and they get to college, they get to another paths, to access and information in other ways, and so this brings to a biggest development in the deaf community. So we have evolved, yes, but not as much as we wanted to. When you look 50, 100 years ago, at the time where women had a fight that was seen, there was a big activism in England, in the UK, and at the time, those movements started to come here to Portugal in the case of deaf community, and we knew what was happening. The story has been changing. We were under a dictatorship, but there are realities that remain. Society has come backwards, and in our case, we are decades apart from the society, and we have much to evolve. What I can say about an openness, it's not easy to get there. It's a very complex process. And in the case of men, we still are very macho men, you know, and it's difficult to change these processes because we don't have the perception of what is happening. And these questions remain with the men. I think they will remain for many years to come, because many of the deaf people don't reflect on these questions. They just accept things as they are. They think it's all right. And this cannot keep happening. Just to give you an example, for sport activities, for example, futsal, deaf people love this sport in Porto and Lisboa. They have lots of sports events. We train at night, where men participate in the team. Sometimes the children are with their mothers, and when women want to participate in activities, men are not willing to take care of the children. So I think this keeps happening. And to give an example of other activities that we carry out throughout the year, with women, we have the activity of the day of the Women's Day, where we have a dinner only for women, and men that they do the same. They also have a dinner for them. So it's strange for us to have this attitude, and we don't understand that Women's Day is very important. So something is wrong in the community. We have to think about it, because actually many times women only have this day for themselves, and this is not right. They should have more than one day for them. We have 365 days, and we should take advantage of them all every day. So we still lack the equality, and the role of men should change. They should look at themselves as a being that also has duties, and not only a privileged human being. And this conscience many times does not exist, and we have to set apart from these ancient ideas. And that's it. I could say a lot more, but mainly it's an important work that we have to develop in the deaf community, not only the associations. We have to get together. Most of the presidents have been men. Few women participate in our associative movements, but the Portuguese Association of Deaf was a woman, not a man, so we are proud to say that. In 1958, when the association was founded, with Salazar as a president, we proudly say that one of the founders was a woman, the president of the direction, and we should have more women participating in associations, and not only men to be privileged in our community, because women have the same rights as men, and we men have the responsibility to look into ourselves and to fight the stigma. This is not a space only for men, it's a space for all, and it's a duty from all of us to search for this equality, to have less privileges, and we are all together. So I leave this hope to the future of the deaf community. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are trying, David, again. Do you hear the translation, David? Something is not going right. I'd like to speak French, but let's go forward and see if the technical issues are solved. So I will move to João Manuel de Oliveira, having into account something that I would like to say at the beginning. The study of masculinities, unlike what it may seem, it's of a large spectrum, because communities are present in several areas of our lives. They derive from the patriarchal world, but there are several masculinities, not only from white men, the trans masculinities, racialized, other ethnics, from gay communities. I would also like, from your personal experience, to tell me what is the role of men, of people who identify as men or those who don't identify as such, are under the influence of masculinities, and what is the role that we can assume in the construction or of a more equalitarian society and the constructions of the most classical masculinities. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to read to you a poem from Ana Luísa Amaral, because to describe me, I always use the words of women, not so much literature of men or films made by men. I don't know why. It happened very soon in my life, and there is a poem from hers that is called A Lady of Q. I will try to read poetry. I don't know how to read poetry, and Ana Luísa was brilliant reading poetry, hers and others. We will try to translate the poem. Owner of what in the passage that projects with small. I'm sorry, the speaker is reading the poem too fast and we cannot accompany it. Se sentidos diversos ocultados, nem do oculto nascem, poética do Hades, quem me dera. Dona de nada, senhora nem de mim, imitações de medo, os meus infernos. A minha relação com a masculinidade. My relationship with masculinity is this, or my thought about it. I research gender issues from 1999. I've never worked on masculinities, and in my team, Ligia Mancio worked on masculinities. I didn't want to have anything to do with that, perhaps because since childhood, I always, what was said to me in the world of women where I lived is that men were dangerous and violent. So I learned very quickly regarding my bodiness, my gender performance, that I should not get close to men because I was in serious risk. To not be beaten, to not have bullying problems in school, like everybody in my generation. And when I got to university, it happened a very important phenomena in 1998, the debate of the abortion, the referendum on the abortion. And on the night of that small victory of the winners, to hear those people celebrating the right to put women in jail. And of course, I started to see myself as a feminist because I didn't have any other option. That was unfair. It was extraordinarily heavy. And that transformed my society, that brought my society backwards for women. And then I read the new letters, and it was said already. They talked about that prison that waited her. And when we look at the new letters and to the literature that talks about the questions of the convents had spaces of liberty that outside women didn't have. So Hildegard von Degen, she wouldn't exist if she didn't have that space to think and develop herself. So my arrival to feminism happened like this. I don't know if it's comparable with other stories. This is mine. I had the luck, the immense luck of, on the university where I worked on, where I studied, to have a professor, Ligia Mancio, who guided me until now. And we found a space where we could breathe, both of us, because making psychology in the 90s, where we couldn't even mention homosexuality without people turning red. A story of psychology where we didn't talk about women. Anna Freud was Freud's daughter. She contributed in a very important way to psychology, but she was Freud's daughter, so she didn't matter. Immediately, these matters for me became very, very important, and they became important also to understand how much of this is normative, hegemonic heterosexuality, how much the gender systems retrofeeds from this production machine of heterosexuality, which is our world, hetero land. And this hetero land, where we have to live in, like women in the men's world, they're foreigners. So one of my reference writers, Jeff Butler, now I'm non-binary because I cannot identify with any gender. I don't want to identify myself as one thing or another. And I understood, remembering another figure of literature, Bartleby, when he says, no, I rather not. And that's my position to gender. No, I rather not. So I don't feel like part of man. I never felt like, because I was never seen as a man to start with. And not being part of this group, I can tell you some recommendations that are known and given internationally. What we question a few times is it's the weight of the concept of being man or woman in the contemporary society, and we have some matters to address. And we can see that aside from the importance, and I work on gender studies, of course, statistics about women and men show the devastating effect that is ideologies have, gender ideologies that we live on, things that people invent, that gender studies created. We look at the parliament, if they didn't have an equality law, everyone would be a man there, or everyone would be white. We look at that photograph of the politicians, and I explain this to my gender students, the majority women. When you look at the statistics, imagine a photography. For example, we were looking the state council, 88% men. That is, 2 women are there in a sea of men. And so this time of conscience was very important for me. For me, it was. And I try to pass my experience to the people that are working with me in a point of view to not taking anything about gender as acquired, because if you ask someone of the gender studies, man or woman, you don't have a consensual or a firm answer about the thing. So there is a question when we are talking about social categories produced by the social world. It's part of the legislation to stop the negative effects, because we live in a democracy, and I think it's possible to create a gender democracy. It's essential and fundamental. And here, for example, I would not use the word equality, but more an Spinoza's expression, the conatus, the auto-perseverance within ourselves. So feminism should be able to understand if the need to give conditions of equality to all the populations, not only men and women, all the populations. I think that is a task of the feminism, but also to have the capacity to understand that within these projects we need spaces for our multiple differences, for our house of difference, like Audre Lorde, Black feminist would say. For me, I think that these multiple questions make sense and are important. And other people, I don't know what they think. I'm not inside their head. It's very hard to predict what is happening in other people's thoughts. But there is a poet, a feminist American, Adrienne Rich, that she always said, a woman sleeps with monsters. And I think those monsters are very important in our lives because, and this is what interests me in feminist theories, is to go to unknown territories of things that we don't know. That was the motivation of the feminist philosophers. You look at Simone Beauvoir, she was trying to understand a very concrete question, and she does a work that men would never do, they wouldn't bother to understand how that social production from a sexual difference produces effects in all the areas of thought. So one of the things that I'm interested in feminist questions is that atlas characteristic. It's an atlas for thought, to think on cosmologies, the ways of existence. There are cartographies of existence and processes of subjectivation that are extremely important. But I think that I didn't answer your question, but that's me. That's me. I'm slippery.
Pegando também na Adrienne Rich
taking in Adrienne Rich and the description that she has of the localization of the body and wrinkles of each body and materialization of the individual with their own marks, and trying to overcome the road written by Virginia Woolf. I will try to talk again with David.
Sim, ele já me está... Olá, David. Ça va?
Hi, David.
Oui?
How are you?
Agora em português, está tudo bem? Podemos...
Can we...
Já tem tradução?
Do you hear the translation already?
Eu posso pôr-lhe o meu, mas...
We are trying to understand.
Est-ce que tout va bien? Est-ce que nous pouvons... Est-ce que vous avez la traduction?
J'ai la traduction, je vous entends.
Yes, I have the translation. I understand you.
David, muito
so,
rapidamente.
David, quickly.
La personne doit écouter non pas l'audio principal, mais l'audio en français pour pouvoir avoir la traduction.
Je vous entends très bien.
Yeah, yes, I understand you. You should have your audio on French so we can translate. Do you have the translation? Yes. I understand you. David, we were talking about I would like to ask you from your personal experience, what is the role that you think men have in the construction of a more equalitarian society regarding the gender equality, and what is the relationship between this role with this deconstruction of the more classical masculinities? I'm sorry, the voice off is doing consecutive translation, so we are going to wait.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Do you understand me? Do you understand me?
De la construction d'une société plus égalitaire en ce qui concerne l'égalité des sexes et également quelle relation pourra avoir ce rôle avec la déconstruction de ces masculinités.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Il y a un énorme différé.
Can you hear me and understand me? We have a delay.
De la construction d'une société plus égalitaire en ce qui concerne l'égalité des sexes et également quelle relation pourra avoir ce rôle
We are
avec
waiting
la déconstruction de ces
to see if the technical problems are overcome.
Il y a un énorme différé en fait. Je parle. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
É a gravação. Oui! Ok, vamos então esperar.
Okay, so let's wait that these technical issues are solved.
Je peux parler d'ici. Vous m'entendez, monsieur David?
There is a lady in the audience that is trying to talk with David, but I have a deferred sound. I have a delay of about 1 minute,
Je
so
peux traduire et vous donner la parole. Vous acceptez?
I can translate. I'll give you the floor. Is it okay?
Oui. Il faut que si je traduis, il ne faut pas d'autres traductions, d'accord?
If I translate, we don't need any other translators.
Et vous donnez la parole. Vous acceptez?
Très bien.
Quoi?
La question?
So the moderator is repeating the question, and now the lady in the audience is translating to David.
Pour la construction d'un féminisme et pour l'avenir.
Je travaille beaucoup avec une autrice.
What is the role? The question is exactly the same.
Lorsqu'une femme se fait agresser dans la rue, ce ne sont pas les hommes qui se réunissent pour régler ce problème-là définitivement et pour régler le problème de la
Why can men be aggressed in the streets, and why they are questioning masculinity, because this is a problem of men and not women that are victims of this violence.
Oui, oui, continuez, continuez.
Can I continue, or do you want to translate? Yes, continue, please.
Ça fait à peu près 10 ans que je suis directeur d'institution nationale en France. Quand je suis arrivé,
I am a director of a French institution, and when I got to the board of the Normandy National Theatre, I was a young director with a modern and feminist way of thinking. And so I could produce plays with women, with women writers, because I was feminist. But I noticed that I had 35% of women, and so I was embarrassed working with me. So I was embarrassed, and I would have to create a system that we didn't care, we didn't pay attention. Let's reproduce a form of domain, even giving a feminist air. So I was not autoproclaimed as feminist, a formula that withdraw me from all the feminist actions, but I tried to act. And so I counted the number of plays made by women that I went to see from 10 years ago. I tried to share the plays between men and women, because there's a direct connection to aesthetics and to imaginary sphere, and so we can have domestic surroundings, and what happens inside families or of couples is an attribution of some kind to the domestic character of people through an introduction being women being the receipt of the humanity, and so I share my means of production between male and female artists, and I'm also interested in the visibility. We can program the same name of women and men. Of course, the number is not the same. Men are more programmed to big rooms, to big stages, and men for small stages with less audience. And I wanted to kind of think about it, and what we tried to do, we are not many doing it in France, but we tried to, there was a report about inequality of women in culture, and we saw 6 years later that the numbers almost didn't change. And so after that, I was humble enough to go to my director colleagues so that we could act on the field. And what do I think about masculinity? I would say that culture acts on the imaginaries.
D'accès aux productions, aux récits, aux esthétiques, mais aussi dans les représentations que l'on se fait des femmes, interroger le répertoire.
And it has to do with representation that we make
dans le grand répertoire où les femmes ont des rôles très
in the questioning of the repertoire. What happens when women play their roles, and we hear about violence against women, fortunately, and it's simply this question of this matter of violence universally is almost as a channel of violence of women that are in situations of stereotypes, and so we deprive them of an equality. Isn't it amazing that this translates in the imaginary and in the reproduction of centuries and centuries of male representations? And this happens today still. What can we do? How can we act on the masculinity? I think it's a construction, and we must deconstruct it when we are really active in the fight against inequalities, against the privilege given to men since they were born, because the world I lived in and grew on was constructed for me, to give me a central role. And I must say that I feel a lot better because I'm quite active in the fight against inequalities, to being able to walk on the streets with shameless, with an attitude to act. And to act from my own place and not deconstruct masculinity, but fortunately deconstruct and not reproduce it. So deconstruct it and not reproduce it. That's what I try to do. Let's continue, but not with David. David will have to wait for a bit, and afterwards I will be here again, okay? No. Thank God that is happening in the men panel, so we can learn with it, you know? Flavio, what an honor to have you here. I've known you for a while, and I use the expression more than a place that talks. I think it's reductive, a place linked to geography. I like to talk about the lived experience. You have lived in several places and situations. You have several starting points. How do you think that the question is almost the same? What is the role of men? What can they do to construct a more egalitarian society in terms of gender? Good afternoon. Thank you for thank you to SIG for inviting me. I would also like to say hello to my colleagues.
A partir da minha experiência,
from my experience, and I will bring what I have as my idea. We have systematized in terms of work in the last 3 years, and in our opinion, we have 5 main aspects: questioning, listening, proactivity, acceptance, and rupture. And this is linked, and I try to explain briefly to you, and I'll go through my notes. The questioning has to do with our role, questioning our roles, our privileges, the places that we occupy in society, and how many times unconsciously us men continue to perpetuate an oppression system of women, from sexual incidences, marginalized people, by a social structure that resists to be inclusive, open, and to embrace diversity. Also question, and in a simpler way, mainly for men, what stops me from saying that I'm sad when I'm sad? What stops me for asking for a hug if I need one? And what stops me to play and be a child with my daughter or son? At this moment, I'm specializing in gender equality in Sage Cooperative, and they have a slogan that I love: question certainties and question new possibilities. And Isabel, in the first session, said a sentence that is, what men do you want to be in an equalitarian society? And this is a very important question. And also listening. It's important to listen. It's fundamental to listen to women, to understand their processes, their daily fights, to be respected, to work on empathy rather than questioning, because when we have complaints, I don't know if this is the best word, but men have the tendency to put in question what they are telling us. What can we do to really listen to what they are saying to us, so that they can continue not to be objectified or sexualized, to occupy places in the patriarchal society and give them their rights, and to listen men that are deconstructing and questioning the masculine roles, hegemonical roles or more classical roles. They have observed and incarnated another roles throughout their lives. When we promote the human talks, where we put men and women talking about things, one of the most difficult things is for us men is to confront and to be confronted and to hear a story of a woman when she is telling us what happened to her, face to face, when we hear that. And proactivity, to inform ourselves, because we have lots of information available to understand the feminist fight and to reflect on masculinity. And we know that women are tired of explaining the same things, and we still don't listen to them. So we have to move forward. It's important for us men to do that work in a proactive way. There are many simple examples. I remember TED Talk. We should all be feminists. If we search on Google, you will find this lecture. We should join other groups of men, initiatives that talk about equality, gender equality, deconstruction. And I also talk about acceptance and rupture. Acceptance, because we need to be re-educated on our roles and what should we do as men in our society. And rupture comes after the acceptance, because we are going to break the patriarchal pact, not compactuate with violent attitudes. This happens against women more commonly. And it happens from men mostly. We know that we have a group of men around us that works like fraternity and promotes and accepts these attitudes, and this has to stop. regarding the second part of the question. If we follow these 5 steps and think about them in our behaviors and attitudes, I'm sure that it will help us to deconstruct masculinities, and we can start to create new men references, because we usually don't have references of men that are more committed to gender equality and other possible masculinities. More caring men, more healthy men. Generally, we men need to understand that these new references also have their places in our society to synthesize, to organize. Thank you. I think that, do I have time to receive any question?
Senhores oráculos, posso? Então, vou começar
So,
aqui.
Oracle, can I ask a question? So, Pedro.
Eu peço desculpa porque se calhar
I apologize because the questions are not of a simple answer, but I would like you to give short answers because we don't have the room and we will be shut down.
Tendo a língua gestual portuguesa,
the Portuguese Sign Language has a gender marked way of speaking. It's not inclusive. We have to sign the gender of man or woman. What is your work as a deaf people association? How can you work to be able to have a more inclusive language in sign language? Well, it's a question that is not very simple to answer. It's like the Portuguese, it's the same way. So the question of the gender words. For example, the gesture of uncle, if we want to mark it to say aunt, we have to mark the gender. If we don't mark the gender, it can mean an uncle or an aunt. For grandmother or father, we also mark the gender. Otherwise, it's a grandparent. It's not defined. So we always add the gender, male or female. But if we want to do it, we don't have to. So it's a neutral gesture, non-marked. I think we are prepared for the non-dominance of the male gender. But it's the same thing. In every language, we have the same. In the Portuguese language, we have to add the gender, and it's the same thing in the Portuguese Sign Language. Regarding the inclusive question, it's a complex one, because all the languages evolve accordingly with the evolution of the society. So deaf people that sign in Portugal sign accordingly to their mentality. So we have to evolve mentally so that the language can accompany it. And actually, we don't mark the gender when we don't need to. This for the Portuguese sign language or any other one. We can find other ways to be inclusive, and not only linguistically. We should have other conscience, other attitudes, and we should reflect on our actions every day. But it's not easy to answer your question, a very important one. But in fact, in the same way that the listeners, the people who are listening to us, and I would like to tell you that most of the people who are wanting to learn the sign language are mostly women. Curiously, I don't know if this influences the language or not, but there are more women to learn how to sign than men. It's a curious fact that I want to bring to you because it goes against what we are saying. But yes, we should reflect on all these issues. Thank you for being synthetic. João, taking your experience that you so well related to us in your way of expression and showing yourself to the world, how
Qual é o ponto de partida aqui para a desconstrução?
or where is your parting point? Where is your starting point? Sorry.
Para a desconstrução deste
To
binadismo
deconstruct these gender issues and how can we legally frame the people that are not binary. Well, to start with, I think that we have a problem of imagination, and feminism trained our imagination for the epistemological questions from Christine Pizan when she describes a city of women only. At the end of the Middle Age until up to this moment, where feminists are discussing if Anthropocene is the best way to talk about the end of the days, what we are living in, to take out all the resources of the planet Earth. Feminism discusses everything, discusses the state. I got a thesis recently from a Cuban researcher to think on how Black feminism allows us to rethink the state as an entity. And so to proceed with this history of a non-binary thinking, you can go through these multiple lines of feminism. Some feminists don't even think about women to start with. For example, if we look at certain ways that we can call feminism, but people don't like to use that term because it's a Western term. The term appears in a medicine thesis trying to explain effeminate traces in tuberculosis patients. For feminists that were trying to reivindicate in France, they took advantage of that. And I think this is a very interesting point. It's like the story of queer. We are an insult. The feminists and queers, we are used as insults. And this brings an interesting point to societies because we are mirrors of that society. And so, as a mirror, it shows us certain gaps, flaws of ugly things to observe. And one of the things that is obvious is there are more than two things. The works of sexology of the 19th century talking about the third gender that were the sexual inverted to a thought that does not assume that only men and women exist. We have Black men and women. We have colonized people, we have things beyond that. Just go to anthropological examples. Margaret Mead, that in the 1930s taught us that we didn't only have those possibilities, and so it's just a question of imagination. Like Bivac would say, the increase of space, of imagination to create other epistemological performances is very important. And we can see this when we look at the work of women artists. They are raising new questions. Their starting point is just another. I went to the Venice exhibition and I saw lots and lots of works from women. They were the majority. No, but curator said, no, because it's enough. We don't want to see only a work of men. That's enough. We've had enough. And I got to Venice, to a dark room, and I have 4 pictures of Paula Rego, like apparitions. And Portugal didn't put those pictures there. Portugal never took Paula Rego to the Venice Biennale, an artist of this magnitude. It's an aberration. We never took her. And these are the monsters that Hook talks about and that take us to travel in another worlds. David, let's try again.
Como falou na sua prática como diretor,
as you told us about your practice as a director, and as we know, you have been integrating these dimensions of equality and diversity in several sectors of the theater. I'd like to ask you, what has been the social acceptance of those measures?
À partir de ce que vous avez dit, de votre
The translation
expérience
is
théâtrale et
going on.
performer, vous pouvez répéter?
E na procura de integração das dimensões de igualdade e de diversidade.
Et la demande, en cherchant les dimensions de l'égalité et diversité,
qual é a aceitação social que essas medidas têm tido?
Quelle est l'acceptation sociale que cette attitude et ces mesures ont, de votre point de vue, comment sont-elles acceptées socialement, ces mesures?
Alors, avant d'être directeur d'institution, je suis metteur en scène. Et j'ai toujours fait des
As a director of institutions, I dramatize and I set up sceneries. We are having problems with translation again.
Il s'avère que souvent on me renvoyait tu fais du bon théâtre mais il faudrait que tu travailles avec des vrais.
And many times
Une telle violence que j'ai été amené à défendre.
I assume my theater
qui étaient des distributions qui ressemblaient au
as a comedian, I have to defend the distribution, a diversified distribution. Diversity for me, it's synonym of population, the actors, female or male, the gender, the fluid gender actors, whatever. And then we come to a public degree of responsibility. And I said what I defended in my plays should be a point of view that I constituted with some artists, a group, and that group includes artists that have the courage to say that they have difficulties in their career because it's not linked to the lack of talent, but to the system that puts a high standard, and they would like to have the same rights as others, even if they are peripheral. With this group, we decided to distribute all the plays of all the program, throughout the whole of France. We don't have scientific data for that, but we wanted to have tangible things, and it was catastrophic. We worked in parallel with Ministry of Culture. We worked on the same ethnical statistics study that says that 30% of the French population consider that it's possible to be persecuted because it's non-white, and it's a number that talks about representativity in the stage of a theater, of an opera. But on the other side, we have 30% of the population. It's clear, and we can say that the culture in France eliminates a third of its population in terms of representativity. We have to act on it, and I make sure that my programs is diversified, has artists that are visible in the stage, but the problem is more drastic. It's bigger, with artists in the position of their work, and artists that are put in this direction represent a third of the production, and is a production for women. And of course, I think that we are not many in France. And I think we have a racism by omission. We have a hate racism, but we also have a racism because we forget what lacks in stage. And we have to be aware of this and the actions of our group. Take this into account. I'm not a racist, but okay, look into your program. It is a racist program. So perhaps you think you are not, but when you act, prove that you have a problem because you are not representing the whole population. You are close to a third of the French population. So this is a fight that I fight in my life against inequalities with myself, and because I am in a public cultural environment, my first duty as a public servant is to make sure that I don't apply discrimination in common culture, so that all people have access to a cultural act. But this takes a lot of work, because if people in work have the right for culture, for me, we have a cultural duty to not to leave anyone besides, to include everyone in culture and theater. If we talk of gender discrimination, we also have to talk about the racial, ethnical discrimination. But in France, we have 24 discrimination factors described in the Constitution. So we have 24 fields to reach bridges, to bring everyone into the same common place, to a diversified, fragmented population, and we need to transform this in an octopus. Into a group, to create a common people, to be able to recognize everyone regardless of their skin, of their gender. And this collective story is something important. And that's what we are going to leave. It's our legacy for the future generations. So this is the object of my work against inequalities, and not only between men and women, but also the racial fights, ethnic fights, individuals that are disabled, the equality regarding distance, economy, access to income, and the question of equality amongst those who live today and the future generations. We have to talk about the sustainable development on ecology, but also in economy and society, because we have to put in practice public policies, and we have to see ourselves as exemplary human beings and act in the conscience of society. Flávio, more than the Men Talks project, what does this, where did this deconstruction process change your life? Well, it was not a beginning, but it has been, overall, Men Talks has been a place of reflections and consciousness. But what has it changed in my life? For example, I met you, because when I thought about the project with Johnny and we started to talk about it, the first person that was referred to was you, Tiago, a man that talks about these questions. A friend of mine told me. And it brought other people to my lives that are other male references. I have a man from Chile, a Spanish, two Brazilians, and one Portuguese, two Portuguese, one from Cabo Verde. And so they are very expressive for me at the moment. But the reflections, I have them here. I woke up at 5 in the morning and I thought about something. I started to write, but then during the morning and hearing all of this, I just changed everything a while ago. Freedom is a constant fight. It's a sentence that accompanies me every day. Only at night it seems to dim its light, to fight to be free, to be man, woman, whatever we want to be. Is it so difficult to understand? A father that cannot take care of its child without this being strange, but only normal. The woman has the gift, and that's the way it is. Meanwhile, there is a father interested that wants to be part, wants to play with his 5-year-old son, but it hurts him not to know how. He had a father that said that the man should put food on the table, and if you play with your father, he will not be disciplined, he will never respect you. Freedom is a constant fight, but the fight is not the same for a black man that lives in the neighborhood, in the peripheral city. It's not the same for a white man that lives in the urban centers. Everyone fights, but let's not compare women. In Coimbra, we have some words written in a wall that shouts, "No woman should be afraid to walk alone on the streets." One time, I took a photo in this shout, and it echoed in my home, not on the streets, not at home, where they are killed, not anywhere. And it hurts my soul, my heart that has bled alone outside my breast. Tears want to show up because I know it's true. I am a man. I am a source of that violence that aggresses, but that is protected, violent, but standardized. A day I will be tired of all of this, the violence, the harassment, and I will shout like that Coimbra's wall, and I will hug her. She huge, and my small arms. But I don't know how to talk about emotions. I only know the box that tells me how a man should be. Today, it's raining, but I still don't have my soul clean. I haven't seen the rainbow outside that involves everyone. Beautiful. It's raining, yes, it's true. But we're lacking spaces for children to go into the puddles of happiness. But the puddles of happiness, to think about it, gives me hope. And hope is to believe that things can change. You already know the new Portuguese letters. How can it be that I have never heard of them until yesterday? Me, that always believed in words. There were 3 Marys that agitated the world, with 3 Johns. What would that be? Forgive me, the assumption and the comparison. I know they were women. But if we can build bridges, connect margins, today we are in Guimarães, the birth of Portugal, birthplace of Portugal, and this is a way of getting armors of hope and to act together, all of us, in reconstructing a society where love is the answer for all questions. Every human pain can only be healed in the heart, but the impact that Man Talks has had in my life is to bring reflections and consciousness to me, and what can I do with it? Sometimes I'm playing with my younger child of 5 years old, and he tells me, how old are you? And I say 40 years old, or, oh, I'm an old man. And he says, no, Daddy, you are a child. You play with me. And I would like to one day be able to write in a poem what I feel when he tells me this, but I don't think I will be able to. It's like we have a dawn and the sunset at the same time, and the freedom is a constant fight. And today also, by equality, for equality.
Bem, respondeste e agradeço.
You answered my question and I thank you. I'm almost crying.
Não temos tempo para perguntas do público.
We don't have time for questions from the audience? No, sorry. But thank you. And I will stop with the words of the great Michael Palin in the search for the Holy Grail about patriarchy. See the violence inherent to the system, because inequality is violence, poverty, patriarchy is violence. Thank you so very much.
Encerramos por hoje
We close
o Fórum da Igualdade, Encontro Feminista. Desejamos a todas as pessoas ótimo
our forum
dia,
on equality and feminism. We will count with your presence here or there tomorrow at 9:30. To those who are in Guimarães, we invite you to come back to this beautiful Teatro Jordão at 9:30 p.m. to see the theatrical play of Associação Narrativas Teatro e Intervenção Project Tabu. We will still be able to see the video of the music secrets from the Guimarães artist Mark Gen. He talks about a truthful story of domestic violence and is supported by the municipality of Guimarães. To all the speakers and moderators, we inform that you should gather us to for dinner in the Centro Cultural Vila Flor, a dinner that will be offered to you by the municipality at 8 o'clock. We'll see you later, and thank you all for participating.